Chapter 689. Wow! As soon as Yi Qinghan's words fell, there was an uproar. Countless squad leaders and the cultivators living on the second floor had fiery gazes. Originally, when Yi Qinghan apologized in a low-key manner, they were a little bored and didn't think that there would be a good show to watch. But now, in the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan was like a tiger whose tail had been bitten. Yi Qinghan didn't know who this man was or why he came to pick a fight, but many people here knew. The giant man was called Long Kuei, a warrior at the peak of the God King realm. However, he had refined divine crystals and his strength was around the first or second level of the God King realm. Warriors who refined divine crystals usually had a low status in the God realm. However, this Long Kuei was living a comfortable life on the second floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Why? His father, Long Ni, was the strongest warrior on the second floor. It was said that he was a 6th-grade war god. However, why didn't he go to the 3rd or 4th floor? Instead, he stayed on the second floor. Everybody knew why he was picking a fight. It was probably Long Ni's idea. He hinted that his reckless son should teach Yi Qinghan a lesson. His main purpose was to warn concubine Lan, who was so arrogant because she had a backer. Don't think too highly of yourself. Concubine Lan was not the only one who had connections with the higher-ups. Yi Qinghan had never climbed the 5 Emperors Mountain. More importantly, he was only a first-level god general, but he enjoyed the same treatment as those old guys. They were already dissatisfied. They didn't expect that he could enter the number 1 practice room as he pleased and stay there for 3 months. Long Ni and the others felt like they were slapped in the face. That was why they behaved like this. Yi Qinghan didn't know the details. He only knew that this giant man, who looked like a gorilla, had successfully infuriated him. He had always been an amiable person and didn't like to cause trouble. However, that didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. Since he couldn't get out of this damned place anyway, he would die sooner or later. Therefore, he preferred a dignified death. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to refine divine crystals to make her breakthrough. But it didn't stop him from understanding the meaning behind Yi Qinghan's words. Therefore, his hairy face began to smile sinisterly. As the corners of his mouth curled up, the coarse hair on his face also began to tremble, becoming unusually ferocious. Little bastard, you mean, you want me to kneel down to you? I didn't say that, but if you want to kneel down in front of this young master should be able to accept it. Yi Qinghan's temper flared up, and he used his usual catchphrase. Hua! This time, Yi Qinghan's words caused an even greater shock. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at a dead man. Young master? If you're Long Kuei's young master, doesn't that make you Lord Long Ni's father? The father of a 6th-grade war god, this young divine general was awesome. That was awesome. As soon as Yi Qinghan said those words, he also felt something was wrong. It wasn't because of the divine power rising from Long Kuei's body, nor was it because of the gazes. Instead, he saw Wuxian turn into another passage and didn't even look in his direction, as if he didn't notice the conflict here. Of course, he knew that once a conflict broke out, it would be disadvantageous for him. Not to mention the fact that the gorilla divine king was 1 realm higher than him, and he certainly couldn't defeat him. Once the battle started, the higher-ups would try to take responsibility, and he would be the fool. The Rain Emperor Mountain didn't allow private battles. If there were conflicts, they could fight in the arena. If anyone dared to fight, it would be a challenge to the Rain Emperor's authority. Originally, when he saw Wuxian, he thought that the gorilla wouldn't dare to attack him. But now, Wuxian turned into another passage. If he was lucky enough to survive this battle, he was afraid that after the final investigation, all the surrounding warriors would prove that he was the one who provoked them. If the higher-ups were angry, he would die. Motherf *Ker. Seeing the murderous intent in Long Kuei's eyes, Yi Qinghan quickly emitted divine power from his hands. He felt the coldness in the eyes of the surrounding warriors. He cursed Wuxian in his heart and shouted, "Wait! What? Are you scared?" Long Kuei saw the flickering light in Yi Qinghan's eyes and saw his face change color. She thought that he was afraid of death and was going to give in and withdraw the divine power in his hands. Long Kuei actually didn't want to fight here. After all, if the Rain Emperor heard about this, Long Ni would definitely teach him a good lesson to protect him. Being bedridden for a few months would be a small matter. Long Ni only wanted him to lose some face, but he didn't want him to fight directly. Of course, he wanted to kill Yi Qinghan with one palm strike, but this brat was definitely not an idiot. He definitely wouldn't play with him on the arena. He laughed coldly and said, "Kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times. Call me grandpa 3 times, and I will let this matter go." Hee hee. Although none of the nearby cultivators dared to openly help Long Kuei, many of them still chuckled when they saw this scene. Some of them even turned their heads and snickered inwardly. They didn't have the right to participate in the battle between the higher-ups of the big shots, but it wasn't wrong for them to just stand and watch. These small warriors weren't the only ones who had this idea. Wu Shan, the commander of the second floor, also had this idea. Although he was a commander and had a high status in front of others, he was nothing in front of the real big shots. He only had the strength of a 5th grade war god. Although the difference between 5th grade and 6th grade was only 1 grade, the difference between each grade above 5th grade was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, he was very clear that Long Ni had an elder brother who stayed on the 4th floor. He couldn't afford to play in the battle between the big shots, so he could only hide. He knew that he happened to come out just now and was definitely seen by Yi Qinghan, but there was nothing he could do. His eyes flickered for a while, and he walked toward Concubine Land's small hall. He had to ask for instructions from the leader first. If something happened, the leader would take care of it, right? As for whether Yi Qinghan would be smacked to death by Long Kuei before Concubine Lan could do anything, it was none of his business. However, he hadn't taken a few steps when he received a message in his ear, which made him stop in his tracks. After being stunned for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he resolutely turned around and ran back the way he came. "I'm ashamed. You misunderstood me again." Yi Qinghan laughed. Originally, he was going to reason with Long Kuei and talk about the rules, so that Long Kuei would be afraid and hesitate to make a move. However, judging from the situation, Long Kuei was simply a headless gorilla. Today, he was determined to play with him, and he didn't want to be played, so he had to fight. He stretched out a foot and stepped on the wall, but he pressed it very low. Looking at Long Kuei's huge body with a smile, he pointed at his crotch and said, "What I mean is, you can crawl over here, and I'll forget about what happened today." The crowd was dumbfounded and gasped. The disdain in their eyes disappeared, and some people's eyes flickered for a while, and they even began to retreat quietly. Long Kuei was arrogant, but this little warrior was dozens of times more arrogant than Long Kuei. If this person wasn't a fool or a lunatic, then he must have something to rely on. If he really had something to rely on, then it was so powerful that he didn't need to be afraid of Long Ni and the people behind him. Then they would have to consider the consequences of watching and making a scene. Chapter 690. Yi Qinghan's smile widened as he looked at Long Kuei's confused expression and the shocked and frightened gazes around him. "You dare to act like a fool in front of me?" This young master had grown up playing this game. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not have anyone to rely on. The only thing he could rely on was the mysterious Concubine Lan. He knew very well how powerful Concubine Lan was. She could go against the rules openly, enter the God General realm secretly, and not be discovered by the 5 guardians. She could see how precious the slaughter god saber was and was not greedy at all. How could she be an ordinary person? He did not know if Concubine Lan had a good impression of him, but he knew that she was very playful and wanted to kill him. Since she wanted to play, she would not allow anyone else to kill him first. Moreover, given the current situation, he had no way out. His pride prevented him from retreating, and his principles prevented him from retreating. If he retreated, would he still be Yi Qinghan? Then, he saw Wu Shan rushing over from afar, and his smile became even more radiant. It was obvious that Long Kuei did not like this radiant smile and the hand that was pointing at his crotch. She disliked it very much. Hence, he chose a very direct method. He made his move. He made his move in anger. A fiery red divine power bloomed in his hand like a ball of raging fire as he smashed it towards Yi Qinghan's radiant smile. He hated this smile so much that he wanted to smash this smiling face into a piece of minced meat. However, he was very confused. Why did this kid's smile not diminish when he saw his angry punch? He did not even move his body. Could this kid be an expert in disguise? However, his father had clearly told him that this kid's cultivation level was only at the first level of the God General realm. His doubts were answered in the next second. A light palm floated over and wrapped around his fist. It covered the ball of raging fire on his fist and pushed him back. Long Kuei, why are you fighting on Yudi Mountain? Wu Shan's face darkened. Of course, it was not because Long Kuei was fighting on the second level. It was because Concubine Lan had sent him a voice transmission, asking him to come and take a look. Concubine Lan's meaning was very general and vague, but he had to come. He knew that participating in the game between these big shots was not fun at all. Long Kuei was shocked to find that her hand had been grabbed by someone, and then she was sent flying. Although his strength was not high, those who dared to attack him were not ordinary people. When he saw that it was Wu Shan, he heaved a sigh of relief. Especially after hearing Wu Shan's words and seeing the look he was giving her, Long Kuei felt even more confident. Wu Shan was considered the leader of the second level in name. If an ordinary person wanted to use force, he wouldn't have scolded him in such a tactful manner. He would probably kill them right away. Most importantly, Wu Shan had winked at him. What did this mean? This meant that Wu Shan, this little commander, was still very afraid of his old man. It seemed like he wanted to be the peacemaker. Long Kuei was feeling a little proud of herself for figuring out so many things in the blink of an eye. But, a peacemaker? Can this matter? And not only had this little bastard insulted him, but he had also insulted his father. Now, he was arrogantly asking him to crawl into his crotch. Uncle could tolerate this, but Aunt could not. Long Kuei quickly made up her mind. She was sure that even her father wouldn't let this matter rest. If he let this go, where would he put his face? Where would his father put his face? Where would his uncle, who lived on the fourth level, lose his face? Therefore, his face darkened. He stared at Wu Shan and said, "Commander Wu Shan, I will give you face. Get out of the way, and I will not let this go." What? Wu Shan blinked his eyes and looked at Long Kuei in disbelief. After a moment, he realized what was going on. He felt a pain in his ass, and his balls almost broke. He was cursing Long Ni in his mind. He was a wise man, but he had such a stupid son. Did he really think that the Rain Emperor Mountain belonged to the Long family? His gaze was clearly telling him that there were some things that he shouldn't do in public. Wasn't the Long family powerful? Do it in secret, don't drag me into it. He didn't expect this idiot to think that he was begging him. Was he afraid of his father? No matter what, he was the leader of the second level. How could he say that he was giving him face? If it weren't for his big brother, his face would be even worse than toilet paper in a latrine. Long Kuei, you dare? Don't blame me for being merciless. Since he didn't want to give him face, Wu Shan had to do the same. If he didn't act tough, Concubine Lan wouldn't be able to handle it. If he lost his reputation, how could he stay in the second level? Would he lose his position as the leader? Looking at the coldness in Wu Shan's eyes and the faint divine power in his hand, Long Kuei's face darkened. Even if he were an idiot, he knew that Wu Shan was really angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have released his divine power in front of everybody. Even an idiot could tell that Wu Shan was really angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have released his divine power in front of everybody. "Sir Wu Shan, this kid just said he's my grandpa. And he told me to crawl between his legs." Long Kuei glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was lazily standing behind him, and said to Wu Shan in a low voice. His meaning was clear. This wasn't just about his face, it was also about his father and his uncle's faces. His warning was obvious. Huh? Wu Shan looked at Yi Qinghan in astonishment. This brat really dared to stir up trouble. He could even stir up trouble. The person that concubine Lan fancied had guts. However, he was worried. Although concubine Lan was stronger than him and definitely had a powerful background, Long Ni also had a brother at the peak of the 6th grade war god level. That was the Rain Emperor's right-hand man. How could a small leader get involved in this matter? Long Kuei, don't blame me for not reminding you. This kid is someone that concubine Lan thinks highly of. Moreover, you put the matter on the table. Wu Shan laughed dryly. He turned around and blocked Yi Qinghan. His lips moved as he transmitted his voice to Long Kuei. Then, he gave Long Kuei a look and said coldly, I don't care what kind of conflict you have. If you have a conflict, fight it out in the arena. If you dare to cause trouble in the 2nd level, I won't be polite. It would have been better if Wu Shan hadn't mentioned concubine Lan. He was furious when he heard Long Kuei. Back then, he didn't need to refine the divine crystal at the peak of the divine king realm. However, his comprehension ability wasn't very high. If he wanted to comprehend the laws, it would probably take millions of years. His father spent a lot of effort for him. In the end, he had no choice but to beg concubine Lan to make an exception and let Long Kuei enter the first training room for a few more days every month. However, concubine Lan didn't give him any face and directly rejected him. This infuriated Long Ni. After he returned, he directly made Long Kuei refine the divine crystal. If he refined the divine crystal, he would be useless for the rest of his life. That was why Long Kuei and her father were so angry when they saw Yi Qinghan enjoying such treatment. The more Long Kuei thought about it, the angrier she became. When she saw Yi Qinghan standing there lazily, she couldn't help but become even more furious. She pointed a finger at Yi Qinghan and scolded, little bastard, aren't you just a little fairer and a little better at licking? What's so great about relying on women? Go up to the arena? A piece of trash like you wouldn't dare to fight me in the arena even if I gave you 100 guts. Chapter 691. Hiss, there was another gasp in the field, and everyone's faces darkened. Now, everyone looked at Long Kuei as if she were a dead person. Everyone knew that relying on women was not a skill. Men who relied on their faces and tongues were even more shameful. Therefore, they all showed faint disdain towards Yi Qinghan. Of course, they also had the mentality of saying that the grapes were sour because they couldn't eat them. If concubine Lan was willing to let them lick her, countless tongues would reach out immediately. However, big brother, could you put this matter on the table? Needless to say, these words would reach concubine Lan's ears. With concubine Lan's domineering and ruthless character, it would be easy for her to kill you even if she couldn't touch your father. The corpses of the experts who had provoked concubine Lan in the past had not rotted yet. Wu Shan's face was very dark. He really wanted to slap this idiot to death. He even wondered if Long Ni's wife had cheated on him. This idiot actually dared to say it out loud. Most importantly, he even said it in front of him. Since concubine Lan had sent a voice transmission to him, her divine sense must have locked onto this place. Not only her, but Long Ni's divine sense had also locked onto this place. This. How could he respond? How could he deal with it? Wasn't this going to get him killed? There was a dead silence in the field. There was a dead silence. Even Long Kuei knew that he had gone too far. Her face was dark, and she didn't say a word. Wu Shan's eyes flickered as he thought about how to respond. The warriors next to him wanted to slap themselves. Why did they have to join in the fun? Now, they didn't know how to leave even if they wanted to. I like to lick this thing very much. But I don't have the habit of letting others lick me. I usually like it when others lick me. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded in the dead silence like a pool of stagnant water. It said a few words lightly. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people in the field instantly changed as if their fathers had died. Even Wu Shan wanted to slap himself. Motherf asterisk Ker, what the hell is this? Everyone's gazes locked onto the person who spoke. It was a young warrior with a very pale face and a very delicate appearance. 9527, Yi Qinghan. The meaning of Yi Qinghan's words was obvious. He did not serve concubine Lan, but he liked concubine Lan serving him. Although there is no strong wind in the Forgotten Land, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Who do you think you are? Let concubine Lan give it to you, another idiot. Wu Shan looked at Yi Qinghan with a mournful expression, thinking, isn't this young man very sensible? What was going on today? Was she infected by that idiot Long Kuei? You think it's not messy enough? Or do you want to go to the netherworld realm to play because you're not living well? Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and ignored everyone's pained expressions. He pointed at Long Kuei and said, who's that? Gorilla, stop looking, it's you. If you want to play with me, I will play with you. However, this ordinary dueling ring is not fun. Why don't we go to the arena of life and death to play? How was it? Do you have the guts? Gulp, gulp. This time, there was no gasp, but the sound of saliva being swallowed rang out. Lunatic, this is a lunatic. Looking at Yi Qinghan's warm smile, everyone instantly came to a conclusion. Even Wu Shan's first thought was the same. A first-level divine general challenging a peak god king to the arena of life and death in front of everyone. Even if the woman behind you is amazing, you're dead for sure. Although a peak god king was only slightly stronger than a first-level god king, a god king was still a god king. After all, when a god realm cultivator came over, your speed would be greatly reduced. No matter how fierce you are, you're just a dog. Can you win against a lion? Alright, even if you can overturn 15 consecutive victories, you must have some special tricks up your sleeve. However, in the immortal world, no one has ever heard of a first-level divine general defeating a god king. This is a difference in realm, not something that can be made up for with some tricks. Good. Very good. You've got guts. I, Long Kuei, accept this arena of life and death. Lord Wu Shan will be the witness. Let's meet in the arena of life and death in 5 days. Long Kuei hurriedly agreed after a moment of shock, as though she was afraid that Yi Qinghan would go back on his word. She cupped her hands at Wu Shan and quickly walked away. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two of them decided on the arena of life and death. With Wu Shan as the witness, no one could change this. He was in a good mood and hurriedly returned to report to Long and I. In his heart, however, he was thinking about how to torture Yi Qinghan to death in 5 days. Little brother Yi, you, sigh. Wu Shan looked at Long Kuei's departing figure and knew that it was too late to say anything. He pretended to feel sorry for her and sighed deeply. However, he waved his hand to the side. The spectating martial artists hurriedly wiped their cold sweat and quickly left. Today's show was a little too exciting, Big Brother Wu Shan, you don't have to worry about this. A gentle smile still appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. Then, he transmitted his voice, Big Brother Wu Shan, I have a question. I have a brother on the first level, number 9528. Is he still alive? Wu Shan was stunned by Yi Qinghan's change of topic. What kind of situation was this? He was about to die, and he was still concerned about the life and death of others? However, he soon realized that this was probably his funeral arrangements. He spread his divine sense and locked onto a squad leader. After a while, he got an answer. With a serious expression, he said, he's not dead yet, but he's going to die soon. Yi Qinghan instantly understood the ox-head divine king situation. Without the holy fruit, he would die of exhaustion. He bowed to Wu Shan and transmitted his voice anxiously, is there any way to get him to the second level? I owe Big Brother Wu Shan a favor. A complicated look flashed across Wu Shan's eyes. You're just a divine general martial artist, what's the use of a favor? Besides, you'll definitely die in 5 days. What's the use of a dead man's favor? However, he didn't show it. Instead, he pretended to be embarrassed and transmitted his voice, I don't have the right to do that. Of course. His Excellency does. Oh. Then can you help me send a few holy fruits down? Is that okay? Yi Qinghan understood that Wu Shan was referring to concubine Lan. He felt a little helpless. Since the best plan didn't work, he had to resort to the worst. That's not a problem. Wuxian nodded. Then, he patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder and transmitted his voice worriedly, but... Little brother Yi, what's your plan for the life and death arena in 5 days? Why don't you go and beg His Excellency? Thank you for your concern, big brother Wuxian. I know what to do. Sorry for the trouble. Yi Qinghan smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he took out a few holy fruits and handed them to Wuxian. Then, he nodded and walked forward. Humph. I knew it. Wuxian put away the holy fruits and watched Yi Qinghan walk toward Concubine Land's small hall. There was a hint of, I knew it, in his eyes. However, he didn't dare to follow Yi Qinghan. Instead, he walked toward the first floor. It was better for a person of his level not to get involved in this kind of thing. Yi Qinghan walked lazily on the passage. Ignoring the strange looks from passers-by, he walked straight into Concubine Land's small hall. Looking at the beautiful and enchanting woman sitting on the chair and her delicate red lips, he sat down unceremoniously opposite her and said leisurely, Woman, you. What do you mean by transmitting your voice? Are you trying to kill your man so that you can remarry? Chapter 692. The faint smile on Concubine Land's face froze, and anger rose in her heart again. She found that when she was with this young man, she would always be inexplicably annoyed by him, but she didn't seem to dislike him. This kind of emotion was very strange. It was something she had never experienced in hundreds of thousands of years. She let out a breath and told herself not to get angry. She couldn't destroy the state of mind that she had maintained for hundreds of thousands of years because of this young man. In just a moment, she regained her composure. A faint smile appeared on her face again, and she said leisurely, I said I would torture you to death. How could I give up such a good opportunity? I just sent you a voice transmission casually, but you took it seriously. You can only blame yourself for being stupid. I can't change the result of the challenge that I agreed to in public. Yi Qinghan was not a fool. If he had a chance, he would definitely trick Long Kuei. But he would be courting death if he had to fight Long Kuei in public. The reason why he dared to accept this challenge so arrogantly was because of Concubine Land's voice transmission. He thought that Long Kuei's classic words must have angered Concubine Lan, and she wanted to use him to kill Long Kuei. Concubine Lan knew her strength very well. She must have a way to send him a voice transmission. Another reason was that he had no other choice at that time. If he put up with it this time, he wouldn't be able to live in Rain Emperor Mountain anymore. He would be trampled on and slapped every 2 or 3 days. With his pride, he definitely couldn't live such a life. Since he had to do it sooner or later, he might as well do it now. Well, I'm stupid. I'm going back. Hearing Concubine Lan's words, the smile on Yi Qinghan's face did not diminish. He just glanced at Concubine Lan indifferently, stood up, turned around, and walked out gracefully. He didn't stop at all and directly disappeared through the door, heading for his room. Looking at Yi Qinghan's spine that was as straight as a sword and feeling his cold temperament, Concubine Lan's expression instantly changed. What kind of attitude does this guy have? It seems that you're the one who's going to die, right? Shouldn't you be begging me politely? Concubine Lan's face darkened again. Her divine senses detected that Yi Qinghan had gone straight back to room number 1 and then directly activated the room's shield. Concubine Lan was completely furious. She waved her hand and swept a teacup on the table to the ground. Pa! The teacup was broken into pieces, and the light green tea leaves inside that resembled a dragon's tongue spilled all over the ground, emitting an exceptionally pleasant smell. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Are there really people who aren't afraid of death in this world? Concubine Lan snorted coldly and lost her temper. She directly opened the shield of the small hall, planning to wait for Yi Qinghan to beg her to let him wait outside for a few hours. Concubine Lan, on the other hand, walked into her room angrily like a little girl in a fit of pique. However, as soon as he entered and looked at the furnishings in the room, he recalled that Yi Qinghan had lived here for several months. The room seemed to be filled with his aura. With a cold harumph, he waved his hand, and the space around him trembled as he disappeared from the room. Phew, after resting leisurely in the room for 4 days, Yi Qinghan didn't practice. He couldn't achieve anything by relying on these few days, so he might as well relax and enjoy himself. He was lying lazily in the bathroom in a small room. The bathtub was very large, and hot water was trickling out of a hole, making the whole bathtub steamy. Yi Qinghan leaned his head against the edge of the bathtub. His upper body was naked, and his eyes were closed, as if he had fallen asleep. Xiao Hei's state of cultivation is very strange, isn't it? Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. When Xiao Hei practiced in the past, as long as Yi Qinghan sensed his soul, Xiao Hei would at least have some reaction. But now there was no reaction at all. At this moment, his body was emitting a faint yellow light. At this moment, he couldn't sense what Xiao Hei was practicing. He and Xiao Hei's souls were connected. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Hei would not close the soul connection with him. This was the first time such a strange situation had happened. He knew that Xiao Hei had no secrets and would not close the soul connection with him at any time. The only explanation for this situation was that the faint yellow light on the surface of Xiao Hei's body isolated the soul connection between the two. After probing with his divine sense, he found nothing wrong. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to forcibly wake up Xiao Hei. He could only wait for him to wake up to find out what had happened. With a leisurely smile, Yi Qinghan didn't care so much. He raised his head, closed his eyes again, and fell asleep comfortably. Little bastard. In the small hall on the second floor, Concubine Lan's face was very ugly. She raised her hand and wanted to smash the teacup on the table again. After thinking about it, she held back, but the anger in her beautiful eyes burned even more. It had been 4 days. She was going to fight in the arena tomorrow, but this brat actually didn't come to find her. He had a backbone. He really wanted to court death. But Concubine Lan couldn't let him die. This guy's soul was too strange. It was actually divided into two. Although she didn't know what had happened, she had an inexplicable confidence that this guy could pierce the sky. Once the sky was pierced, the curse of the Forgotten Land would be broken. Another thing that concerned Concubine Lan the most was the faint yellow light outside Yi Qinghan's soul sea. Her soul was very strong. Not to mention the soul of a divine general, she could easily invade the soul of an ordinary divine emperor without being noticed. However, the yellow light forcibly stopped her soul from invading. When a soul mutated, it could be understood that the soul actively protected its master. But now, it seemed that Yi Qinghan's condition was completely healed, but the pale yellow light shield could still easily stop her from probing. This was unusual. Phew. Lan you can't be impulsive. This guy is very important. Concubine Lan let out a long breath and tried to persuade herself. After a long time, she calmed down. Finally, she took a deep breath and spread her divine sense toward room number 1. The shield on the stone door of room number 1 was like a piece of white paper to her divine sense. Her divine sense easily penetrated it and then locked on Yi Qinghan, who was sleeping in the bath. She snorted coldly and transmitted her voice to him, "Boy, get over here." The shout suddenly sounded in the quiet bathroom. Moreover, Concubine Lan's tone was unkind. Ordinary people would definitely jump up in fright. But Yi Qinghan still slept quietly in the bath as if he didn't hear it. He didn't even open his eyes. After a long time, when Concubine Lan couldn't help but shout again, the corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up slightly. He murmured to the air, "You can do it if you want. I'm not in the mood." Bang! Concubine Lan couldn't stand it anymore. With a wave of her hand, the new teacup on the table was smashed to the ground. Chapter 693. How dare you play this trick with me? Yi Qinghan sneered and stretched his body comfortably. Yi Qinghan thought that he was very good at dealing with women. He didn't know if Concubine Lan had feelings for him, but he was sure of one thing. Concubine Lan valued him very much, although he didn't know the reason. But he thought that since Concubine Lan had sent him a voice transmission and asked him to go to the arena, she would definitely not let him die. Usually, he would not deliberately get in touch with Concubine Lan, because that would make her look down on him. Now that there was a chance, of course, he would not let it go. To deal with a woman. If you want her to fall in love with you, you have to make her think about you first. When her mind is full of you one day, then it will be done. So when he felt that the stone door of the hall was quietly opened, he was not surprised. Instead, he smiled slightly and calmed down. He closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Bang! Concubine Lan slapped the bathtub with her palm, and the whole bathtub was instantly shattered. Water splashed everywhere, and gravel flew everywhere. It also sent Yi Qinghan flying. However, Concubine Lan knew the severity of the matter, so she didn't hit Yi Qinghan hard. Hee, woman, do you want to murder your husband? Yi Qinghan rolled in the air and stood steadily in front of Concubine Lan. He didn't even look at the messy bathroom. The smile on his face was very natural and intimate, as if they were really flirting. Concubine Lan didn't have the usual faint smile on her face, but when she saw Yi Qinghan's shameless expression, the anger in her heart unconsciously subsided. She glanced at Yi Qinghan's body, which was not fat at all and had well-defined muscles. Her face became a little unnatural. She turned around, walked out, and said coldly, "Get dressed and get out." Yi Qinghan didn't dare to provoke her again. There was a limit to everything. He had achieved his goal, and Concubine Lan had already bowed her head. If he continued to act tough, he would really become a fool. After quickly putting on his clothes, Yi Qinghan quickly walked out of the room and into the small hall without looking at Concubine Lan. He poured a cup of tea on the table next to him, put it on the square table beside Concubine Lan with both hands, and said with a smile, "Miss Concubine Lan, have some tea. This tea is a treasure I've kept for many years. It can clear away internal heat, beautify your skin, and nourish your yin and yang. I don't take it out for ordinary people." There was no expression on Concubine Lan's face. It seemed that she was still angry with Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was not annoyed. He picked up his tea and drank it slowly, but his eyes were fixed on Concubine Lan's pretty face. His eyes were full of passion. "Where are your dog eyes looking at? Be careful, or I'll dig it out and feed it to the demonic beasts." After sitting for a while, Concubine Lan seemed to have adjusted herself. Although her tone was not polite, her face had become much calmer. She picked up the tea subconsciously, but then she thought of something and put the teacup down again. "Drink it. This teacup is new. I haven't used it before." Yi Qinghan chuckled and pretended to glance at Concubine Lan's delicate lips inadvertently. Concubine Lan's expression, which had just recovered, began to change again. Light blue divine power began to appear in her hands again. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan quickly waved his hand to dissuade her. This room was his. If Concubine Lan smashed it, who would he find to repair it? The bathroom just now was enough to give him a headache. Don't be angry. Miss Concubine Lan, you are also a person of high status. Why are you still so angry? You should pay attention to your bearing. Of course, I'm also at fault. I like to flirt. Please be magnanimous and don't mind me. Flirt? You're not just flirting. You're so bold. Anger surged in Concubine Lan's heart. She thought of the scene when she was kissed by Yi Qinghan. She couldn't sit still anymore. She was not sure if she could not help but slap him to death if she continued to get along with this young man. With a flip of her hand, a booklet appeared in her fair hand. She threw it on the table, stood up, and walked out. When she reached the door, she waved her hand and opened the stone door. Then she turned sideways and said in a cold voice, "Practice this move and release it with that saber of yours. If you die in this way, you can only blame yourself for being useless." Watching Concubine Lan disappear into the stone door, Yi Qinghan laughed. He was right. Concubine Lan would not let him die. However, Was he really going to be able to kill Long Kuei with this booklet? He opened the booklet. There was nothing complicated in it. It was just a secret skill. Yi Qinghan took a look and didn't feel that it was particularly powerful. He hesitated. The God General realm and the God King realm were not the same as the martial realm and the Duke realm. A powerful martial realm martial artist could easily kill a martial realm martial artist. However, the difference between the God General realm and the God King realm was like heaven and earth. It was at least the difference between the martial realm and the sage realm. No matter how powerful a martial was, a sage realm martial artist could kill a sage realm martial artist in one move. There was a saint realm martial artist and a god realm martial artist. Within a god realm martial artist, a sage realm martial artist could not even move. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's movement speed would become abnormally slow as soon as Divine King Nightshade unleashed his god domain. Even if he had any special techniques up his sleeve, he would only be a sitting duck waiting to be beaten. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan could only deduce that the problem lay with the slaughter god saber. Concubine Lan must have a very good understanding of the slaughter god saber. She must have known about the slaughter god saber and given him a secret skill to use with the slaughter god saber to kill Long Kuei. However, even the Soul Emperor did not know about the slaughter god saber. How could Concubine Lan know about it? Elder Lu said that the Soul Emperor was the most powerful god the Arch in the past. Since he was the most powerful, he must have seen a lot. Could it be that Concubine Lan was even more powerful than the Soul Emperor? If she was that powerful, right? Why did she lower herself to be a manager on the second level? Also, if the slaughter god saber was used with this secret skill, it would be extremely powerful if it could kill people who were of a higher cultivation level. Why was Concubine Lan not tempted? The more he thought about it, the more he could not figure it out. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Concubine Lan was mysterious. After thinking for a while, he still could not figure it out. Yi Qinghan was worried that he did not have much time left. He did not dare to think about it anymore. Instead, he carefully flipped through the secret skill. The secret skill was a way to control energy. It could gather energy that was released, compress it, and then release it. It would produce a powerful impact in an instant. It seemed like an ordinary way to use energy. However, as Yi Qinghan looked at it carefully, his eyes lit up. The slaughter god saber was very powerful. Now, in Yi Qinghan's hands, he could easily kill a peak stage god general. What did he rely on? It was the negative aura and murderous aura in the slaughter god saber. Through these negative aura and murderous aura, he could affect the enemy's soul and cause it to fall into chaos. Then, he could easily kill the enemy. If the secret skill that Concubine Lan casually threw over could also compress this murderous aura and release it in an instant, it would produce a powerful impact on the soul. So what if a God King martial artist could do it? If his soul was in chaos, he would not be able to attack or defend himself. Then, what was the difference between a God King martial artist and a fat pig? One slash would definitely cause blood. Good stuff, Yi Qinghan chuckled. Since Concubine Lan threw this thing over and emphasized that she would use the slaughter god saber to release it, it would definitely be effective. He quickly calmed down and closed his eyes. He began to try to enter the state of silence in his soul. He wanted to master this skill as quickly as possible. Chapter 694. Long Kuei was furious. 5 days ago, he had been slapped in the face by a trashy divine general martialist. When he returned home, his father had kicked him into the wall. Although he was often slapped by his father, he was still following his instructions. If he did not do well, it was a problem of his ability, not his attitude. He knew that he had gone overboard with his words, so he did not dare to talk back. He crawled up obediently and knelt down to admit his mistake. Normally, if he had used this trick, his father would have calmed down and taught him a lesson. Then, he would have let the matter go. However, he did not expect his father to raise his huge palm and slap him a few times. Many of the black hairs on his face had been slapped off. To his surprise, something even more shocking happened. His father had removed his soul connection with the armor and handed it over. He had even warned him to be extremely careful in the arena battle in 5 days. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by this little martialist. Thinking of this, Long Kuei curled his lips and sneered disdainfully. Did a divine general martialist need to be so careful? Once he activated his deity territory, he was like a grasshopper tied to a rope. No matter how hard he tried, he could not escape from Long Kuei's grasp. However, Long Kuei was still very satisfied with this set of armor. With this set of armor, not even a high-grade god artifact would be able to break through it and harm his physical body. The armor was a complete set with a helmet. As long as his divine crystal and soul were not destroyed, he would be immortal. As for soul attacks, Long Kuei had never thought about it. How strong could a first-layer divine general martialist's soul be? Long Kuei touched the messy black hairs on his face and became angry again. In his heart, he was pondering whether he should chop this kid into 32 pieces or 64 pieces. In a hall on the second floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain, it was very lively today. Apart from the golden arena in the center, there were countless martialists standing around. Many people had heard about the conflict between Long Kuei and Yi Qinghan the other day. However, many people had wisely chosen not to go and watch. Reality proved that they were right not to go. Didn't you see that when the martialists came back, their faces were even uglier than if their fathers had died? Today was different. Today was an open and above-board arena battle. Of course, they could openly come and watch the show. The rules of the Rain Emperor Mountain were very strict. Under the power of the Rain Emperor, no one dared to cause trouble. This also meant that the Rain Emperor Mountain was very peaceful, in other words, very boring. Who would miss out on such a great entertainment today? Long Kuei strode into the arena in her black suit of armor with her chest puffed out and her head held high, as if she had already won the match. He glanced around and was very satisfied that so many people had come to watch the battle. Especially when he saw the few single female martial artists on the second floor, his face became even more domineering. He glanced around but didn't see Yi Qinghan. He was a little annoyed. Originally, he had delayed his arrival for a little while. He didn't expect this little divine general to be even more arrogant than him. He rolled his eyes and felt relieved. He knew that he was going to die in the arena battle. Perhaps he had chickened out at the last minute? Glancing at Master Wu Shan, who was standing in the arena, he felt a little more reassured. Since Wu Shan was here, if Yi Qinghan didn't come, he would be breaking the rules. Concubine Lan couldn't be so lawless and protect him, right? Long Kuei walked into the arena and nodded at Wu Shan. Then, he stood proudly and closed his eyes to rest. Long Kuei had arrived. The martialists were all excited. The show was about to begin. After so many years of boredom, they finally had a big battle. Moreover, there were big shots fighting behind them. This made them extremely excited. However, everyone's excited hearts became cold and impatient as time passed. It had been 2 hours, but Yi Qinghan still hadn't shown up. Standing for 2 hours was a small matter. But waiting for 2 hours was a completely different concept. So many people were standing here foolishly, waiting for one person. Among them was Master Wu Shan. You're just a trash divine general. You're really influential. Master Wu Shan, it's almost time. Long Kuei opened her eyes and said impatiently. Her words were simple, but her meaning was clear. If he didn't show up, Yi Qinghan would forfeit. Forfeiting in the life and death arena was a violation of the Rain Emperor Mountain's Iron Rule. Anyone who violated the Iron Rule could be killed. Let's wait for another hour. Wu Shan was also annoyed. There were so many people watching. He couldn't be too biased, could he? If he lost the morale, it would be difficult to lead the team. Time passed little by little. 1 hour was about to pass. Everyone was a little depressed. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to see the show. They had waited for so long in vain. Humph. Long Kuei humphed coldly. She stood up and walked off the arena. The others shook their heads and followed Long Kuei out. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the hall. When the crowd saw who it was and what he was wearing, they were all shocked. It was indeed a young master. Not to mention his strength, his way of doing things was really awesome. Aha, sorry, I woke up late. I just took a shower and ate something. I haven't digested it yet, so I rushed here. You guys haven't been waiting for long, have you? Yi Qinghan was wearing the god of war robe and a bamboo hat. The demonic cloak behind him fluttered slightly as he walked. He was full of vigor. Under the crowd's gaze, he smiled and explained, then leisurely walked towards the arena. Everyone was familiar with the god of war robe. However, this wasn't the immortal world. In the Forgotten Land, no one wore the god of war robe. Every tribe had their own uniforms. Wearing this robe, didn't it mean that you were looking down on the Rain Emperor? Immortal Realm warriors didn't sleep or eat. Your explanation was too fake. Did you think we were fools? Humph. It doesn't matter. Eat a little more for the last meal. The next meal will be in the underworld realm. This. I can understand. Long Kuei stood on the other side of the stage with a sinister smile on her face. She was in a very good mood to be able to openly kill him on the stage, so she was in a very good mood. Let's not waste time. Lord Wushan, you may begin. Yi Qinghan said to Wushan as he adjusted his bamboo hat. All right, the arena of life and death has no rules. No one is allowed to leave the arena until the victor is dead. Otherwise, I'll kill him myself. Wushan nodded indifferently. He waved his hand and jumped off the arena. A black light lit up the arena, and the barrier around it slowly activated. The entire arena was shrouded in black mist, as if it was a battlefield. Little bastard, I'll make you regret being born into this world today. A huge battle axe appeared in Long Kuei's hand. The golden light from the axe illuminated the entire arena, making his face look extremely sinister. That battle armor belongs to your father, right? How despicable. Yi Qinghan seemed to be enraged as he looked at the black battle armor on Long Kuei's body. Huh, at least you know your stuff. So, you're definitely going to die today. When Long Kuei heard Yi Qinghan's enraged tone, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. However, he didn't know that a long black saber had already appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand. The long black saber didn't exude the heart-palpitating aura like before. Instead, it seemed like an ordinary saber. However, in the next second, the long black saber silently spat out a very small wave of air. It instantly left his body and shot toward Long Kuei. Stop. The crowd outside couldn't see the battle clearly. They could only discuss among themselves and wait for the outcome. However, not long after the barrier was activated, a black figure suddenly floated into the hall with lightning speed. He was frighteningly fast. As he roared, a ball of green flames that could melt anything appeared in his hand. He ruthlessly smashed it toward the barrier. What was going on? Everyone blinked. A hint of anger flashed across Wushan's eyes. Everyone recognized this person. It was Long Kuei's father, Lord Long Ni. However, the crowd didn't understand why Long Ni dared to defy the rules and break the barrier on the arena. Moreover, judging from his aura, he seemed to want to shatter the barrier along with the little martial artist in the arena. Chapter 695. Lord Long Ni, don't be rash. Wushan's divine power surged. He wanted to stop Long Ni subconsciously, but he stopped where he was and shouted instead. He recognized the green flame on Long Ni's hand. That was his most powerful profound fusion. He wasn't confident that he could block this move, so he could only shout with a pale face. The life and death arena was a rule set by the Rain Emperor himself. It wasn't that no one had ever entered the arena before, but no one had ever dared to stop it halfway. The arena had just started, and Long Ni dared to stop it openly. This wasn't just a slap to the Rain Emperor's face, it was also a slap to Wushan's face. The martial artists surrounding the arena quickly retreated to avoid being affected, but they were secretly shocked. What happened to make Long Ni so impulsive? Could it be that something special had happened in the arena? Or was Long Kuei going to die? Otherwise, why would Long and I be so reckless? But why was Long Kuei going to die? Was it because of that young god general? Long Ni's expression was very bad. He wasn't a fool. He knew that if he tried to stop it openly, he would be giving his face to concubine Lan to slap. However, he had no choice. When Yi Qinghan had mentioned the life and death arena, he had been secretly paying attention. However, at that time, the spiritual senses of the big shots on the second floor had locked onto him. He had even sensed that some of the big shots on the third and fourth floors had also quietly probed him with their spiritual senses. Then, he felt a sense of unease. Without hesitation, he took off his life-saving armor. At the same time, when the life and death arena started, he had been hiding nearby. Just now, he felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. Even his soul trembled. He knew that something was going to happen. He only had one son, so he had to do something. Hence, he didn't hesitate and threw a punch without holding back. The green flame quickly left his body and smashed onto the black shield. A burst of green light and black light flashed. The black shield was like a broken eggshell. It instantly shattered and revealed two figures. Both figures were black. One was wearing armor, and the other was wearing the war god robe. The difference was that the figure wearing the armor was standing there like a fool. His eyes were blank. As for the other figure who had obtained the war god's robe, he was holding a strange saber and was sliding it towards the neck of the warrior who was standing there foolishly. The saber was very beautiful, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It drew an elegant arc in the air, and at this moment, it was less than a centimeter away from the black-haired neck. Supreme God slaying God. Motherf ***, kid, stop. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Long Ni's eyes constricted. When he saw the two words, God Slayer, on the blade, his eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, he finally understood why his heart was palpitating. He knew very well that it was too late to make a move at this moment. He could only roar angrily, hoping that this brat would stop. The deafening roar shook the entire hall, causing the eardrums of the hundreds of cultivators present to ache. But, it didn't shake the saber in the slightest. Yi Qinghan's eyes were slightly red, but his soul was incomparably clear. At the moment when the barrier was broken, he hesitated. However, after Long and I shouted this sentence, he didn't hesitate anymore. The long saber slid across at lightning speed and finally drifted past Long Kuei's black-haired neck. The slaughter god's saber glowed with a black light, and Yi Qinghan gently kept the saber before putting it into his interspatial ring. Then, he turned around. Chao Long and I smiled in shame. However, because of the murderous aura, his face was a little distorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. His smile was unusually sinister as he sighed and said, "My lord, you shouted too late. I'm sorry. I didn't stop." Boom. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished his sentence, a tall figure behind him suddenly collapsed. A fiery red divine crystal, an interspatial ring, and a set of black battle armor floated in the air. The fiery red light within the divine crystal illuminated the entire arena with a fiery red light, and it also illuminated the pale faces of countless martial artists in the arena with a fiery red light. Gulp, gulp. Countless cultivators secretly swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and licked their dry lips. They realized that they had done another stupid thing. Today's show seemed like they shouldn't have come. Long Ni's tyrannical attack broke the Rain Emperor's rules. That young god general made a light move and killed Long Kuei in front of everyone and Long and I. He didn't stop. Was he trying to fool a kid? And that strange saber? They would rather not have seen it. Needless to say, something that allowed a cultivator to kill someone of a higher cultivation level was definitely a treasure. However, they all saw it. They saw something that they shouldn't have seen. Good, what a good didn't stop. You have guts, kid. You have guts. Long and I looked at the lifeless Long Kuei on the ground and stared at Yi Qinghan as he spoke slowly. When everyone heard this, they all took a step back. Long Ni's words were very clear. Kid, you have guts, but you made me lose my guts. As expected. Long Ni's body suddenly exploded with a suffocating aura that burned the air in the entire hall. This aura was so tyrannical that even Wuxian took a step back unconsciously. Yi Qinghan felt like he fell into magma, and every cell in his body started to heat up. Woman, if you don't make a move now, you are going to be a widow. Yi Qinghan took 5 or 6 steps back and almost fell off the stage. He looked at the green flames that were shot out from Long Ni's hand. He looked at the green flame that shot out from Long Ni's hand, and the air started to boil. He was very clear that if he was touched by the flame, there wouldn't be anything left of him. He smiled bitterly in his heart and murmured to the sky. Damn it, I'm going all out. Wuxian clenched his teeth. He knew that even if he could block the green flame, he would definitely be severely injured. However, could he not block it? He could pretend that he didn't see the big shots fighting in the dark. However, Long Ni was making a move now. Needless to say, Concubine Lan and the big shots on the 2nd level were watching. Countless big shots on the 3rd and 4th levels were watching. Even the woman in the palace at the top of the mountain was watching. For the sake of his commander position, he had to put on an act. Therefore, his body instantly emitted an earthy yellow light. A round shield appeared in his hand, and he charged towards the green flame. However, just as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly realized in horror that he couldn't move his body. Even the yellow round shield in his hand had disintegrated. While he was shocked, he scanned with his divine sense and realized that everyone in the hall couldn't move. The green flame had also stopped in midair. He heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he heard a cold snort in the hall, and he was instantly ecstatic. Humph. This cold snort wasn't loud, and it was a little ethereal. It sounded like a person sighing. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly resounded in everyone's soul. Moreover, as this cold snort sounded, the green flame in the air started to extinguish like a flame without oxygen. Everyone was stunned when they heard this sound. Then, their expressions instantly changed. When Long Ni heard this sound, his entire body started to tremble. Looking at his pale face, it was easy to tell that he was trembling. He wasn't trembling because he was excited, but because of fear. Boundless fear. Greetings, Rain Emperor. When everyone felt that their bodies could move again, they all knelt heavily on the ground with a put-on sound. Only Yi Qinghan was left standing on the arena, somewhat baffled. Chapter 696. Long Ni's lips were trembling. His kneeling feet were also shaking. His eyes were filled with sadness and bitterness. He knew that this was the first time in tens of thousands of years that the big shots of the 3rd and 4th level would definitely use their divine senses to watch. He also guessed that the woman in the palace was very likely to be quietly watching them. But he still acted without hesitation. Not only did he destroy the shield, but he also killed the little bastard that made him extinct. He had already sent a message to the 4th level's big brother, Long Fei, but he didn't receive it. He didn't receive his message just now either. Therefore, he thought that Long Fei had acquiesced to his action. He thought that even if the woman in the palace was watching quietly, she would give his big brother face and punish him at most. But Long Fei didn't say anything, but the Rain Emperor did. He knew the consequences were serious. Then, he felt the divine energy in the hall fluctuate. A blurry woman's face appeared in the hall. He knew the situation was serious to the point where he couldn't bear it. Greetings, Rain Emperor. When the people in the field sensed the blurry face in the sky, they were once again terrified and bowed down respectfully. Yi Qinghan sighed and knelt down with the others helplessly. Facing the strongest person of the Rain Emperor Mountain, no matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't be stupid enough to commit suicide. Long and I will give your big brother face. If you can win 12 consecutive battles, I will spare your life. The blurry face in the hall didn't show any emotion. Her eyes didn't even move. Her voice was ethereal, and people couldn't tell the original voice. They could only vaguely tell that it was a woman's voice. Hiss, everyone didn't dare to look up, but they all gasped. They all knew that Long Ni was finished. In a heaven-defying battle, you couldn't win consecutive battles just because you were strong. Long Ni had just reached the 6th grade war god level and could easily win a few battles in a heaven-defying battle. But in consecutive battles, Long Ni would definitely die. Thank you, Rain Emperor, for your mercy. Long Ni will take his leave. The corner of Long Ni's lips twitched bitterly, but he did not dare to resist at all. Instead, he bowed 3 times politely towards the face in the sky. He opened his hand and grabbed Long Kuei's corpse and the divine crystal armor before making his way out resolutely. His footsteps were extremely heavy as he walked. The Rain Emperor's prestige could not be challenged, and those who challenged him were already dead. He didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Otherwise, not only would he die, but his big brother would also die. Even though it was extremely difficult to win 12 consecutive victories, there was still time. Perhaps the Rain Emperor would give his big brother some face when the time came. After Long Ni left, the woman's face in mid-air revealed a smile that no one knew about. Her eyes actually turned and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was on the stage. She said softly, "Yi Qinghan, as long as you get to the 4th level of the 5 Emperors Mountain, I will allow you to stay in the palace." After that, the divine aura in the air trembled, and the woman's face gradually disappeared. Finally, the hall returned to its original state. However, everyone in the hall, including Wuxian, did not move. They still remained on one knee and lowered their heads. The hall was completely silent, deathly silent. It was not because they didn't dare to stand up due to their respect for the Rain Emperor. It was because everyone was stunned by the Rain Emperor's last sentence. Or rather, they were stunned. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a moment, Wuxian finally regained his senses and looked at the astonished face on the stage. Everyone at the back of the arena came to their senses and raised their heads in unison, casting their gazes towards the delicate and pretty face on the arena. There was only one expression in everyone's eyes: shock. 5 tribes, 5 mountains. There was a palace at the top of every mountain, and there was no exception. There was only one person living in each palace, the 5 most powerful people in the Forgotten Land. However, the Rain Emperor said that this little god general would also have the chance to live there, and he would be living with her. A man and a woman living together? What did this mean? They couldn't figure it out at the moment. However, the only thing they knew was that this young divine general was very powerful. He was so powerful that even the Rain Emperor knew his name and had secretly invited him. He had a chance to become this empress's guest. Countless warriors in the hall came to their senses, but their faces were extremely bitter. It was true that they came to watch the show when they were bored, but this show was too lively. They didn't know if this little god general would bear a grudge against them. If he did, they would have a hard time in the future. However, Wuxian was secretly delighted. His decisive move just now was indeed the right one. Now it seemed that Concubine Land's backer was indeed the Rain Emperor. However, he didn't know if they were sisters, or if they were some kind of peony or lily. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose embarrassedly, nodded at Wuxian, and walked down the stage to his residence. He wasn't happy about the Rain Emperor's last sentence at all. Instead, he secretly became vigilant. He wasn't a fool. He knew very well that although he was a little handsome, and his fighting ability in bed was a little valiant, he wasn't at the level where he could kill all women in a second. There must be something wrong if there was nothing abnormal. He had never seen the Rain Emperor before, but she said such ambiguous words in front of everyone. It was even beneath her status. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. He felt as if he was facing Lord Devour and the Fire Dragon continent. It seemed that Concubine Lan and the Rain Emperor were trying to seduce him, influence him, or even control him. It wasn't hard to imagine that their ultimate goal was to make him go to the 5 Emperors Mountain. However, what good would it do them if he went to the 5 Emperors Mountain? Also, why were they so sure that a little god general like him could go to the 5 Emperors Mountain? With the appearance of the Rain Emperor, the matter of the life and death arena was easily suppressed. Long Ni, who was arrogant on the 2nd level, didn't even dare to fart in front of the Rain Emperor. He obediently prepared to die. The second level regained its peace. However, everyone was very clear that there was one more person on the second level that they couldn't afford to offend, a little god general. After concubine Lan saw Yi Qinghan in front of the life and death arena, she completely quieted down. In other words, she disappeared. The stone door of the small hall on the second level shone with a faint white light, telling everyone that she was very busy and wouldn't see anyone. After Yi Qinghan rested in his room for 3 days and confirmed that concubine Lan wouldn't appear, he didn't go to the number 1 training room to cultivate. Instead, he went to Wu Shan's room. When Wu Shan saw Yi Qinghan, he was extremely enthusiastic. Even his actions and words revealed a hint of respect. He enthusiastically asked the maidservant in the room to pour tea for Yi Qinghan. Then, he smiled and asked Yi Qinghan why he was here. "Big brother Wu Shan, I want to go to the 5 Emperors Mountain to take a look." Yi Qinghan didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. Since concubine Lan and the Rain Emperor wanted him to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, he should at least go and see what was special about the 5 Emperors Mountain. Chapter 697. Little brother, you want to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain? Wu Shan said warmly, even omitting the word yi. He frowned and continued, "Little brother, I advise you not to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain in a hurry. It's best to cultivate to the peak of the godly general realm before going." Although he knew that Yi Qinghan was very ordinary and was even favored by the Rain Emperor, he did not think that Yi Qinghan could climb the 5 Emperors Mountain with his current strength. Hence, he tried to persuade him in a roundabout way. "Big brother Wu Shan, can you introduce me to the 5 Emperors Mountain?" Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with Wu Shan's decisive action against Long and I. Although he relied on the Rain Emperor to save his life in the end. No matter what, Wu Shan had expressed his attitude, and Yi Qinghan was most concerned about other people's attitudes. "Of course, you will understand it sooner or later." Wu Shan smiled and explained, "The 5 Emperors Mountain is in the center of the Forgotten Land. It is millions of meters tall, but cannot be seen with the naked eye. This is because the 5 Emperors have set up a restriction on the 5 Emperors Mountain. One can only enter the 5 Emperors Mountain through a teleportation array. The terrain of the 5 Emperors Mountain is very special. You will understand when you see it. Fighting against the odds is the only way for a warrior to ascend to the second level. The 5 Emperors Mountain is the only way for a warrior to ascend to the 3rd and 4th level. The longer you stay in the 5 Emperors Mountain, the higher you climb, and the higher your position in the Forgotten Land will be." Yi Qinghan nodded and roughly understood. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan asked, "Big brother Wu Shan, is there anything to pay attention to when climbing the 5 Emperors Mountain? Is it that the stronger you are, the higher you can climb? Also, has anyone climbed to the peak yet?" Just now, Wu Shan told him to cultivate to the peak of the godly general realm before climbing the 5 Emperors Mountain. Therefore, he was a little worried. If the height of the mountain was equal to the strength, if he wanted to climb to the peak, how long would he have to cultivate? What cultivation level? "Little brother, are you joking? I have stayed in the Forgotten Land for hundreds of thousands of years, but only one person can climb to the peak. That person is the second strongest person in the Wind Emperor tribe, Sir Yun. He had just climbed up the 5th mountain and was still far from the summit. Of course, I don't know if anyone climbed up before I came." Wu Shan waved his hand and smiled. Then, he began to explain to Yi Qinghan, "As for what you said about climbing the mountain, I'm sure no one knows about it besides the 5 Emperors. It was because the 5 Emperors' mountains were very strange. For example, Long and I had just reached the level of a 6th grade war god, but he couldn't even climb the 2nd mountain. Not long ago, Cloud Emperor's tribe produced a prodigy. He stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights and successfully climbed to the peak of the 2nd mountain. However, his strength was only at the 3rd level of the God King realm. I've heard from Miss Lan that if you can't make any progress after climbing up the 5 Emperors Mountain, you can only stay like this forever." When Wu Shan saw Yi Qinghan, his eyes were still filled with doubt. He knew what Yi Qinghan was thinking and said with a smile, "Little brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but there has never been a first-layer divine general who could stay in the 5 Emperors' Mountains for even a second. Even a warrior at the peak of the divine general realm could barely stand in there for a few seconds. I see. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and remembered that concubine Lan told him to cultivate for a while before going. Otherwise, he would suffer. His heart was filled with bitterness. A warrior at the peak of the divine general realm could only stand in there for a few seconds. It seemed like the 5 Emperors' Mountains were not that easy to climb, but he still wanted to climb to the peak. Little brother, don't worry. Since concubine Lan allowed you to cultivate for an unlimited time in the number 1 training room, your strength will definitely soar soon. I'm looking forward to your performance by then. When Wuxian saw Yi Qinghan's sadness, he smiled and comforted him. Before he finished speaking, he saw Yi Qinghan stand up. He thought that Yi Qinghan was going back to cultivate, so he quickly stood up to send him off. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan smiled and said to him, "Brother Wuxian, bring me to the 5 Emperors' Mountain. I want to see it." Huh? Wuxian blinked his eyes in surprise. Looking at Yi Qinghan's determined eyes, he smiled helplessly. In his heart, he thought, does this kid think that my words are bullsh*t? Let's see how you cry later. The two walked out of Wuxian's room and walked to the hall on the 2nd floor. Greetings, Master Wuxian, Master Yi Qinghan. Greetings, Master Wuxian, Master Yi. Along the way, the cultivators they met all bowed respectfully to the two of them. Many people were even more respectful to Yi Qinghan, but Wuxian did not feel uncomfortable at all. While Yi Qinghan politely returned the greeting, he was secretly shocked. The Rain Emperor's power was so powerful. The Rain Emperor only expressed a little bit of her intention, but the people below were so afraid. In fact, Yi Qinghan did not know that the Rain Emperor rarely sent messages, let alone formed a virtual image. However, every time the Rain Emperor made a sound, it must be something big or she was going to kill someone. Years ago, the Rain Emperor killed a 6th-grade war god with one palm strike. On the Rain Emperor Mountain, no one dared to offend the Rain Emperor's power. Long Ni was a 6th-grade war god, and he had a brother who was one of the top figures on the Rain Emperor Mountain. Even so, he didn't dare to say a word. The Rain Emperor rarely spoke, but this time, she purposely said something to Yi Qinghan, and it was so ambiguous. What did it mean? They walked to the widest hall on the 2nd floor. Yi Qinghan looked at the small teleportation formation in the center of the hall. Without hesitation, he and Wuxian stepped onto it. Swish! With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan and Wuxian appeared on an empty ground. Yi Qinghan looked up and was slightly surprised. He finally understood why Wuxian said the 5 Emperors' Mountains terrain was strange. It was because it did not look like one mountain, but more like 5 mountains, with obvious dividing lines. The 5 mountains were very steep, almost at a 60-degree angle, and very smooth. The mountain at the bottom was red, the 2nd was orange, the 3rd was yellow, the 4th was green, and the 5th was purple. The mountain at the bottom was the largest, and it got smaller as it went up. This mountain did not look like it was formed naturally. It looked like it was made by people. The mountain was very tall, about 1,000,000 meters tall, and very steep. However, this height was nothing in the eyes of a God Realm warrior. Yi Qinghan had seen mountains that were even higher. If this mountain was not strange, Yi Qinghan was confident that he could fly to the top of the mountain in a few breaths. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not need to think to know that this mountain was strange. Moreover, there were a few warriors and 2 demonic beasts moving slowly on the mountain, which told Yi Qinghan how strange this mountain was. The warriors were surging with god power, as if they were carrying 1,000,000 pounds of weight. They were climbing with difficulty. That's right. They were not walking, but crawling with their hands and feet. Their bodies would tremble with every step they took, and their faces were filled with incomparable pain. The 2 demonic beasts were also ape-type demonic beasts. It was obvious that they did not attack the warriors, which meant that they were high-level demonic beasts with spiritual intelligence. However, these warriors and demonic beasts were only halfway up the 1st mountain. One could imagine how difficult it was to climb this mountain. Ah! Suddenly, a warrior climbed a step forward, but he suddenly hugged his head and roared in pain. He rolled down the mountain and landed on the empty ground in front of Yi Qinghan and Wushan. His entire body was twitching, and his veins were popping. He looked terrible. "Little brother, come back next time." Wushan smiled and advised when he saw Yi Qinghan's thoughtful expression. Ordinary peak divine generals wouldn't be able to hold on for long if they stepped into the Red Mountain before being sent flying. "You're just a first-layer divine general, so you'd better not go and ask for trouble." "Hee, I'll give it a try." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and his god power surged. He used imminent skyline and rushed toward the Red Mountain like a gust of wind. Before Wushan could react, Yi Qinghan had already rushed out. Wushan smiled and thought to himself, "Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. It seems like I'll have to carry him back later." However, before his smile could fully blossom, it suddenly froze. As he stared at Yi Qinghan's back, his mouth gaped so wide that one could swallow an entire egg. Chapter 698. On the red ground in front of him, Yi Qinghan's figure was like a galloping stallion, leaving a trail of dust behind him. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered a distance of several hundred meters. His figure did not pause at all, as though he was walking on a flat ground. He moved so casually and so elegantly. Many warriors in the realm of the gods were able to use graceful footwork. Wushan believed that his footwork was even more graceful than Yi Qinghan's. The question was, where was that red mountain? In this place, even a second-level god emperor, whose strength was comparable to a fifth-grade war god, would not dare to walk so elegantly, let alone an ordinary warrior. There's nothing special about it. Yi Qinghan furrowed his brows as he ran. Was Wushan trying to scare him? However, when he saw the warriors and demonic beasts crawling up the slope ahead, Yi Qinghan felt that something was amiss. There's a reaction. This mountain is indeed interesting. After running for another dozen meters, Yi Qinghan began to feel dizzy. His body seemed to have become heavier, and he was forced to slow down. What's that sound? Yi Qinghan did not slow down. He gathered his divine power and continued to run up under Wushan's wide-eyed gaze. However, a strange sound began to ring in his ears. It sounded like countless flies buzzing in his ears. It made him a little upset and made him dizzy. This degree of dizziness was a piece of cake for someone like Yi Qinghan, who often suffered from pain. However, the pressure on his body increased, and he had no choice but to slow down a little. The warriors and two demonic beasts halfway up the mountain also realized that something was wrong. They stopped climbing and looked toward Yi Qinghan. To them, a warrior who could walk so easily was definitely a top-notch expert. Since there was an expert climbing the mountain, they naturally had to stop to show their respect. God. First-level god general? Ah. However, when they scanned the area with their divine senses, they all widened their eyes. One of the warriors was so shocked that he forgot that he was in the Five Emperors' Mountains. He subconsciously stood up, but he was suddenly pressed down by a strong gravitational force, and his body rolled down. My lord. What's going on? The martial artist who rolled down was wearing a suit of gray battle armor. He was a martial artist from the Rain Emperor's tribe. He ignored the injuries on his body and stood up in shock, staring blankly at Yi Qinghan who was still running up the mountain. He swallowed his saliva, turned around, and saw Wushan standing at the side. He hurriedly pointed at Yi Qinghan and said to Wushan, "Shut up." Wushan shouted coldly without turning his head. Without blinking, Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva and mumbled, "Something bad is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. Oh, the dizziness has turned into a headache?" As expected, it's not simple. Yi Qinghan mumbled. He felt the buzzing sound in his ears getting louder and louder, and waves of pain started to appear in his head. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he continued to run. He had experienced this kind of pain for an entire year in the Carefree Pavilion. He had fainted countless times in the Fire Dragon continent because of the pain. Battle Beast Fusion. Yi Qinghan let out a deep shout. Her divine power surged, and her two soul seas simultaneously flashed with radiance. That pain completely disappeared, and her speed suddenly soared as she charged forward. Oh my god! Seeing that Yi Qinghan had actually increased his speed again, Wu Shan's body trembled, and the warrior behind him also trembled. Wu Shan purposely turned around to look at the warrior, and the two of them looked at each other. After confirming that he had not seen wrongly, Wu Shan wiped the cold sweat off his face. This young master had gone too far this time. Plop! As Yi Qinghan increased his speed again, a warrior and a demonic beast on the mountainside lost their composure. They immediately rolled down and stood behind Wu Shan. They gave the warrior a look, and it was obvious that he was a level 1 divine general. The warrior had wanted to ask Wu Shan, but Wu Shan did not answer. Apart from turning around to look at him, Wu Shan's eyes never left the warrior who was running wildly on the mountainside. Very soon, Yi Qinghan's figure had already surpassed the remaining few warriors lying on the ground halfway up the mountain. However, it was obvious that he had slowed down, and his back was slightly bent. He was no longer as straight as a javelin like before. No wonder this mountain is so difficult to climb. Yi Qinghan shook his head, gritted his teeth, and continued to move forward. If he wanted to take down Concubine Lan, he would have to climb to the peak. If he could not even climb the first mountain, it would take him a few million years to reach the peak. Even if it was possible, it would be impossible. By then, he might not even know if Concubine Lan would be moldy. What would be the point of taking her down? He now understood why those who climbed the mountain had to stand on all fours. This mountain was very strange. The higher one climbed, the greater the impact on one's soul. Moreover, the gravity on one's body would also increase. If it was only one of the two factors, it would be fine. One could just push forward and charge forward. However, the headache would come in waves. One might not be able to endure it any longer and fall down under the pressure of the gravity. In that case, one would have to climb all over again. Yi Qinghan dashed past them like a gust of wind. The remaining two warriors and the high-level demonic beast quickly checked Yi Qinghan's strength again. After confirming that Yi Qinghan was indeed a first-layer divine general, the two martialists and the demonic beast turned into 3 balls and rolled downwards without any hesitation. At this moment, a slight sound of surprise came from the palace at the peak of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Not long after, a slight ripple appeared in the space below the 5 Emperors Mountain, attracting Wu Shan's attention. However, Wu Shan did not discover anything after scanning with his divine sense. He smiled as he continued to stare at Yi Qinghan, who was getting closer to the second mountain. Then, a gust of wind blew behind him again. This time, not only did Wu Shan notice it, but the warriors behind him also sensed it. The two demonic beasts, in particular, started to scan their surroundings cautiously. However, no one paid any attention to it. Such a huge incident had occurred, so it would be strange if the important figures did not use their divine senses to check. Just over 100 meters. I must climb up. For the first time, Yi Qinghan could not take it anymore. His head was in pain, his body swayed, and he almost fell down. Yi Qinghan finally bent down helplessly and started to climb up using both his hands and feet. His speed was much slower, but he was still able to move a few meters per second. There was a small dividing zone between the first and second mountains. It was only half a meter wide, but it was just enough for a person to sit on. After much effort, Yi Qinghan finally reached the dividing zone and sat down. He felt the headache in his head and the gravity on his body disappear instantly. The pressure on his body disappeared, and the buzzing in his ears disappeared as well. Yi Qinghan felt a sense of comfort. He stood up and waved at Wu Shan. He sent a message, "Brother Wu Shan, this mountain is not that difficult to climb. Are you sure you didn't bring me to the wrong place?" Wu Shan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 699. Something big happened in the 5 Emperors Mountain today. After Yi Qinghan climbed up the first mountain, he did not continue to act tough. Then, like a wild goose, he flew down and dragged Wu Shan, whose face was filled with shock, into one of the 5 teleportation formations and returned to the Rain Emperor Mountain. The warriors on the empty ground started to discuss among themselves in shock. Besides the warrior from the Rain Emperor Mountain, no one believed that Yi Qinghan was a first-grade divine general. Coincidentally, the warrior from the Rain Emperor Mountain was a team leader who had led Yi Qinghan's group of 5 in a heaven-defying battle. At first, they did not see it clearly, but when Yi Qinghan came down, he saw it clearly. When he heard their argument, he responded with a few words, unwilling to accept it. His meaning was clear: your tribe does not have a genius, but the Rain Emperor's tribe has an exceptional genius. Your questioning is obviously jealousy, blatant jealousy. After the warrior said that Yi Qinghan was the young divine general who won 15 consecutive battles, no one questioned him anymore. Instead, they quickly entered their respective teleportation formations and returned to their respective tribes. Such important news, they had to report it immediately and fight for the credit. In an instant, except for the Wind Emperor's tribe, the news spread to the other tribes. It was not because the warriors in the Forgotten Land were gossiping, but because it was too shocking. The young divine general who won 15 consecutive battles, the genius from the Rain Emperor's tribe, not only did he not die, he came out of seclusion, climbed the 5 Emperors Mountain for the first time, and easily reached the first level of the 5 Emperors Mountain. What was the 5 Emperors Mountain? It was the most important place in the entire Forgotten Land, because the 5 Emperors valued it the most. In the Forgotten Land, unless one reached the level of a 6th-grade war god, the 5 Emperors would not even look at one. However, if one could climb higher and last longer in the 5 Emperors Mountain, then the 5 Emperors would pay more attention to him. Although the crowd did not know why the 5 Emperors valued the 5 Emperors Mountain so much. However, if one wanted to live a good life, to have more power, to have better treasures, and to enjoy life, besides being powerful, the only way was to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Didn't you see that godly king martial artist from the Cloud Emperor tribe? Not only did he climb to the first level, but he also stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights. As soon as he returned to the Cloud Emperor's tribe, Convenient Horse was summoned by the Cloud Emperor. He was even moved to the 4th floor and stayed with a group of 6th-grade war gods. What kind of honor was that? No one knew what kind of treatment the Rain Emperor would bestow upon this little divine general, but it did not stop this little divine general from becoming famous in the entire Forgotten Land. Yi Qinghan didn't know that he had only climbed a mountain with minor injuries, but it had caused an uproar in the entire Forgotten Land. In fact, he was still a little troubled. Climbing the first mountain was already so difficult. If he wanted to reach the peak, it would be extraordinarily difficult. It seemed like he had to work hard to cultivate. Wuxian had a complicated expression on his face at the 5 Emperors Mountain. However, after he returned to the Rain Emperor Mountain, he calmed down. He didn't say much. Instead, he asked Yi Qinghan to go rest first, and then he turned around and left. After he turned into a corridor, his footsteps began to tremble. This was not caused by fear or shock, but excitement and ecstasy. He began to quicken his pace and walked toward Concubine Land's small hall. He wanted to report this matter to Concubine Lawn as soon as possible. Through Concubine Lawn, this would definitely be a great contribution. However, the stone door of Concubine Land's small hall was still closed, and the white light above it was flashing, which meant that Concubine Lawn didn't have time to see anyone. Damn it, Wuxian angrily smashed the stone door a few times. This was a great contribution if the news was sent to the Rain Emperor as soon as possible. Later, everyone would know, and it would be none of his business. Concubine Land's closed-door cultivation was too timely. After smashing the door randomly, Wuxian knew that since the protective shield of Concubine Land's room was open, even if he attacked with all his strength, Concubine Lawn wouldn't know. He rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. He resolutely turned around and walked out of the hall on the 2nd floor. He walked toward the sky stairway, but he didn't go to the 1st floor. Instead, he went up. Stop. The 3rd floor was the same as the 2nd floor, but the soil was white. There was a team of guards on the sky stairway. Seeing Wuxian coming up, they hurriedly glanced at him coldly. If they hadn't seen Concubine Lawn bring Wuxian up before, they would have killed him directly. Sir, I have something important to report. Miss Concubine Lawn is in closed-door cultivation. So, although Wu Shan was arrogant on the second floor, he was as obedient as a coward on the third floor. It was not his fault. Without orders from the Rain Emperor or concubine Lan, anyone who dared to come up to the third floor without permission would violate the iron law of the Rain Emperor Mountain. The guards on the third floor had the right to kill him directly. Wu Shan, are you sure? A black-armored martialist among the guards said indifferently. His meaning was obvious. If your matter is not important, don't blame us if the manager of the third floor is alarmed and something bad happens. I'm very sure. Even if Sir Qi Li hears it, he will report it immediately. Wu Shan was very sure. He took the risk to go up to the third floor just to report this matter. Finally, when the Rain Emperor heard it, he would have made a great contribution. Good. Wait here. Seeing that Wu Shan knew the rules, the warrior hurriedly walked inside. It seemed that something big had happened. However, not long after, the warrior came out and did not let Wu Shan in. Instead, he waved his hand calmly and said, Sir Qi Li said that he already knows what you want to report. This news was passed down from the Rain Emperor. He wants you to go back and wait for orders. Hearing this, Wu Shan's body tensed up. He remembered the space fluctuation and the countless cool breezes behind Yi Qinghan when he was climbing the mountain. After being stunned for a while, he was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled, cupped his hands, and walked to the second floor. It seemed that the Rain Emperor had already noticed Yi Qinghan's matter. It was no wonder that the Rain Emperor would not pay attention to a person who was so important to him climbing the Five Emperors Mountain for the first time. The Rain Emperor was probably also quietly watching, right? Of course, the Rain Emperor already knew. At this moment, the fifth floor of the palace was very lively. Inside the magnificent palace, there were 5 chairs made of green wood. Sitting in the main seat was a woman. She had a graceful figure, and every movement she made exuded an enchanting aura. Her temperament was incomparably enchanting. It was a pity that her face was a bit blurry, and her true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, her eyes were very bright. On the left side of the chair sat an old man in white. His appearance was very ordinary, and his hair and beard were all white. His face was full of smiles, and he looked like a benevolent old man. Below him sat an imposing man with purple hair and 2 small horns on his head. The man was very handsome. On the right side sat a middle-aged man in a green robe and a man with an unusually majestic figure. His muscles were very exaggerated, and there was light hair on his face. Rain Empress, this is your fault. The last time we asked you about that brat, you said that he was in a coma and would probably not live for long. If this brat did not make a move, we would not have known that he was already awake. The white-haired old man was the first to speak. He looked at the lady and said with a smile. The green-robed man immediately followed up, but his tone was not very polite. That's right. You actually let such a genius stay on the second floor? The last time I received news, I was almost killed by your subordinate. You did not protect such a genius, and now that something has happened, you have harmed everyone. Why don't you send him to the Wind Emperor tribe, and I will give him the position of Deputy Palace Lord. The man with abnormally exaggerated muscles also said sinisterly, we can also give him to the Demon Emperor tribe. Chapter 700. Bullshit. Wind Emperor, do I need you to teach me how to do things? In the face of the cyan-robed man's sarcasm, the Rain Emperor did not hold back. He even cursed in an extremely arrogant manner. Then, her bright eyes swept over the green-robed man and the muscular man. She snorted coldly and said, Wind Emperor, Demon Emperor, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's fine if you play tricks normally, but if you dare to touch this brat, don't blame me for turning against you. Humph. The Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor snorted coldly at the same time. It was obvious that they were very displeased with the Rain Emperor's arrogance. With the Rain Emperor's impolite words, the atmosphere in the palace became tense. Even the gently fluttering red muslin hung down. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Perhaps an ordinary small martial artist would be directly suppressed to death here. All right. Don't be angry. The Rain Empress has her own reasons for doing things. Everyone's starting point is the same. I believe that the Wind Emperor and the Demon Emperor will not do such a stupid thing. The white-haired old man, Emperor Yun, chuckled and dispelled the tense atmosphere. He was obviously trying to be a peacemaker. Then, he turned to look at the purple-haired handsome man beside him and said, "Don't you agree, Thunder Emperor? I just want to get out." The Thunder Emperor had been sitting quietly ever since he entered the Rain Emperor Palace. He didn't say a word. Clearly, he didn't want to get involved in the dispute between the few emperors. But now that he had spoken, the meaning behind his words was clear. He was not going to get involved in the matter between the two of them, but if anyone obstructed him from leaving, then that person would be his enemy. Strangely enough, the Wind Emperor and the Fey Emperor's expressions changed slightly at the Thunder Emperor's calm words. After that, they sat down quietly. "Rain Empress, this kid is only a first-layer immortal general. You must train him well. If you need our help, just let us know." Emperor Yun laughed again and continued to ease the atmosphere. "No, I have already made arrangements. If I need anything, I will look for you," the Rain Empress said faintly. The meaning of sending them off was very obvious. The Wind Emperor and the Demon Emperor stood up and let out a cold snort. With a wave of their hands, they vanished into thin air. Emperor Yun smiled and disappeared from the palace with a wave of his hand. On the other hand, the Thunder Emperor directly walked out. In the end, he shot out of the palace gates and flew out. After waiting for a day, Wuxian finally received orders from his superiors. However, this order made him feel very strange and puzzled. He ordered that the matter regarding Yi Qinghan must be kept strictly confidential. He even issued a gag order, forbidding the martial artists of the second floor from discussing this matter. As for how to deal with Yi Qinghan, he didn't mention a word about it. Wuxian knew very well how impressive Yi Qinghan was. The longer you stayed in the Five Emperors Mountain, or the higher you climbed, the more impressive you would be. And for someone with Yi Qinghan's strength to be able to reach the next level so easily, it was even more amazing. This was much more impressive than Emperor Yun, the martial artist who stayed at the Five Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights. That ancient martial art practitioner could ascend to the 4th level of the Thunder Emperor Mountain, yet the higher-ups did not seem to have any intention of mobilizing Yi Qinghan. Wuxian pondered for a while and came to a conclusion in his heart. Long Ni's elder brother, Long Fei, must have done something in the dark. The Rain Empress must not have known, otherwise she would not have not given Yi Qinghan any reward. Most importantly, he did not. Hence, he was furious. But Concubine Land's small hall was still closed. He did not dare to ascend to the 3rd level, so he could only wait for Concubine Land to come out of seclusion. Yi Qinghan did not feel that he was impressive at all, but he was still a little excited to be able to ascend to the 1st mountain. Since he could ascend to the 1st mountain, he could ascend to the 2nd mountain, the 3rd mountain, and finally the peak. Of course, he was not the least bit interested in the Rain Empress's offer to let him stay in the palace at the peak of the 4th mountain. It was very stressful to stay with such a powerful person. He was very interested in getting Concubine Lan. When he thought of her delicate red lips and her plump and soft body, his heart was burning with passion. In this boring life, he had to find some fun and goals for himself. Otherwise, he did not know how he could continue living. He rested for half a day and asked Wuxian to send a few more holy fruits to the Ox-head deity king. Then, he went into the number 1 training room and prepared to seclude himself for a period of time to raise his realm to the 2nd level of the God General realm. Then, he would try to ascend to the 5 Emperors Mountain to see how far he could ascend. Alive, alive. Qinghan is still alive. In a small room on the 2nd level of the Thunder Emperor tribe, Yi Yaorao sat in the room and tears flowed down from her eyes. The room was very simple and it was even smaller than Yi Qinghan's bathroom. There were no furnishings in the room and it was empty. Emperor God Xiaofeng believed the flirtatious lady's words and didn't force Yi Yaorao. Instead, he brought Yi Yaorao up to the 2nd level and gave her the simplest room without any special treatment. He planned to conquer her slowly and use warm water to melt her cold and hard heart. Yi Qinghan's matter was sealed in the second level of the Rain Emperor tribe. However, it was widely spread in the Thunder Emperor tribe and Yi Yaorao received news about him easily. At that moment, her heart was burning with passion and she almost had the impulse to run down the Thunder Emperor mountain to look for the Rain Emperor tribe. However, she held back. She knew that Emperor God Xiaofeng had sent people to keep an eye on her. She was afraid that she would be kidnapped and brought back before she could leave the second level. As long as Yi Qinghan was alive, she couldn't die. Instead, she had to live better so that they could meet again. How? How can I get to the Rain Emperor tribe? Although Yi Yaorao was still sitting in silence, her heart had already flown to the Rain Emperor tribe that was tens of thousands of miles away. She didn't want to stay in that place any longer. Creak. The stone door opened and a flirtatious lady walked in. Her snake-like body was twisting as she walked and her plump butt was extremely alluring. Yi Yaorao wasn't surprised. The stone door and the shield on the stone door didn't make any difference to the flirtatious lady. She wiped away the tears on her face and her heart instantly became cold. Her body emitted a faint coldness again. What's wrong? Sister, why are you crying? If there's anything, tell me. Which bastard dares to bully me? I'll help you. The flirtatious lady saw the tears on Yi Yaorao's face and the tears on the ground easily and she was delighted. Crying? That's good. I'm not afraid of you having emotions or thoughts. I'm only afraid of you being cold like a block of wood. Yi Yaorao didn't reply but her heart was racing. She wasn't stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the #1 genius in her plane. It was mainly because she had been with Yi Qinghan for a while and she was used to relying on him. She analyzed the flirtatious lady's words in her heart and said calmly, nothing. I'm just bored and homesick. The flirtatious lady was delighted. Of course, she knew that Yi Yaorao wasn't bullied. Who would dare to bully a woman that God Emperor Xiaofeng fancied? Yi Yaorao usually didn't talk to her but she suddenly said that she was bored. What did that mean? She was very clear. It seemed that this young lady was going to relent. It was just that she was shy. She quickly smiled and said, Sister, tell me, where do you want to go? I'll bring you around. You'll be bored to death if you stay in your room all day. What's so fun about this lousy place? Yi Yaorao smiled coldly. Then, she thought of something and said, I heard them talking about the 5 Emperors Mountain these few days. The 5 Emperors Mountain. It's the #1 wonder of the Forgotten Land. Let's go, I'll bring you around to see where it's fun. The flirtatious lady's smile became wider and she pulled Yi Yaorao's hand to walk out. Chapter 701. Yi Yaorao was dragged to the teleportation formation by the pretty lady. The people that Emperor God Xiaofeng had arranged to watch over Yi Yaorao didn't stop her when they saw that she was Emperor God Xiaofeng's woman. They didn't report to Emperor God Xiaofeng either. After all, the lady had followed Emperor God Xiaofeng for tens of thousands of years. She had great prestige on the second level. Although Yi Yaorao looked cold on the surface, she was actually very excited. Yi Qinghan could go to the 5 Emperors Mountain. There must be a teleportation formation to the Rain Emperor Mountain. As long as she could get to the Rain Emperor Mountain and see Yi Qinghan, she wouldn't mind dying. As expected. There was a flash of white light and the two of them appeared in the 5 Emperors Mountain. Yi Yaorao smiled. Because she saw that she was standing in a teleportation formation and there were 4 teleportation formations next to it. Needless to say, the 4 teleportation formations were definitely to other tribes. At that moment, she felt that she was so close to Yi Qinghan. The pretty lady smiled. Of course, she saw Yi Yaorao's expression change but she thought that Yi Yaorao was shocked by the beautiful scenery of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Thinking that Emperor God Xiaofeng had promised to let her go to the 3rd level if she could take down Yi Yaorao, the smile on her face grew wider. Sister, the 5 Emperors Mountain is strange, right? Let me tell you, there are many strange places in the 5 Emperors Mountain. Do you see? Is there anyone climbing the mountain? This is the first mountain. Let alone you, even I would find it difficult to climb to the middle of the mountain. However, if you want to live a good life in the tribe and enjoy better treatment, you have to climb the mountain. Of course, sister, you are different. Who asks her to like you? The bewitching woman smiled and began to lecture Yi Yao Rao again. There were many people climbing the 5 Emperors Mountain that day. They were probably stimulated by Yi Qinghan. There were people in every tribe. To improve in the 5 Emperors Mountain, one had to keep climbing. The 5 Emperors Mountain was very magical. Many people were enlightened while climbing the mountain. Oh, those are demonic beasts? Yi Yao Rao looked around and was surprised. She pointed at the demonic beasts at the middle of the mountain and said in fear. When the beautiful woman saw that Yi Yao Rao had become more talkative, she became even happier. This was a good sign. He quickly explained to her, "Don't worry, these beasts are all high-level beasts. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't attack you. Although the 5 Emperors Mountain doesn't prohibit fighting, everyone knows that this is a place that the 5 Emperors value. Even if there is a small conflict, they won't fight." When the beautiful woman saw Yi Yao Rao look at the other cultivators on the mountain curiously, she explained again, "The ones in white armor are from the Cloud Emperor tribe, the ones in green armor are from the Wind Emperor tribe, and the ones in black armor are from the Rain Emperor tribe. By the way, that freak from last time was from the Rain Emperor's tribe. I heard that he reached the top of the first mountain in the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, and he almost ran there. He's really awesome." When Yi Yao Rao heard about the Rain Emperor's tribe and that freak, her eyes instantly lit up. She could almost see Yi Qinghan smiling devilishly as he dashed towards the 5 Emperors Mountain like a gust of wind. Fortunately, she had good self-control and quickly covered it up. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise and said, "Run up? Why are all these people climbing? That's why I said that this freak is awesome. Hee hee. I reckon that this person will definitely be received by the Rain Emperor and he will be sent to the 3rd or 4th level of the Rain Emperor Mountain. The 3rd or 4th level. That's a very good place. His power will definitely increase in a short period of time. He might even be able to climb to the peak in the end." The beautiful woman said enviously. She had followed Emperor God Xiaofeng for tens of thousands of years and she knew clearly what she could get and what she could possess in the 3rd or 4th level. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager to go up to the 3rd level. Yi Yao Rao didn't speak anymore, but she stared at the group of cultivators at the waist of the mountain. She revealed a cold expression, but her heart was burning with passion. Yi Qinghan was doing well in the Rain Emperor tribe. It meant that as long as she went to the Rain Emperor tribe, he would definitely be able to protect her. There was only one reason why she had said so much nonsense that day, which was to confirm which teleportation formation belonged to the Rain Emperor tribe. If she wasn't sure and entered the wrong teleportation formation and was sent to another tribe, she wouldn't even have the chance to speak and she would be killed straight away. It didn't take long for the suspense to be resolved. Occasionally, there were cultivators who couldn't withstand the pressure of the 5 Emperors Mountain and rolled down. Some cultivators continued to rush up while others shook their heads helplessly and walked towards the teleportation formation. Coincidentally, a cultivator in black armor walked towards the second teleportation formation on the left. "I want to climb the mountain." After confirming the teleportation formation, Yi Yao Rao spoke without hesitation. Her eyes were burning with passion. The beautiful woman was shocked and advised with a bitter smile, "Sister, you are only a first-stage divine general. You are not that weird genius. Don't seek trouble for yourself. I want to try. If others can do it, maybe I can too." Yi Yao Rao said resolutely. Her tone was firm. "All right, don't force yourself." The beautiful woman rolled her eyes helplessly. The 5 Emperors Mountain would at most give people a headache for a while. They wouldn't die. Moreover, the cold ice jade body was one of the spiritual bodies in the realm of gods. They might be able to rush up for a while. Yi Yao Rao suppressed the excitement in her heart and started to rush towards the Red Mountain. Her goal was simple. She wanted to use the 5 Emperors Mountain to bounce back. Then, she would control her body and bounce back to the second teleportation formation. Before the beautiful woman could react, she would rush into the teleportation formation and be teleported to the Rain Emperor's tribe. She began to accelerate quietly, and then her speed became faster and faster, directly rushing towards the Red Mountain. This girl really thinks that she is that weird genius. The beautiful woman didn't stop her. She felt that it would be better to let Yi Yaorao suffer a little so that she could persuade her in the future. As expected, Yi Yaorao only rushed 10 meters into the Red Mountain before she groaned in pain. Her body flew backward and rolled on the ground. Haha. The cultivators on the mountain laughed when they heard Yi Yaorao's groans. This first-stage divine general really thought that she was that weird genius from the Rain Emperor's tribe. She actually dared to rush like that, hee hee. The beautiful woman laughed softly. She looked at Yi Yaorao, who was rolling on the ground in pain but didn't move. She obviously had a way to alleviate Yi Yaorao's headache. However, she was still very happy when she saw Yi Yaorao being tortured. Although she didn't have any feelings for Emperor God Xiaofeng, Yi Yaorao's appearance had threatened her position. Of course, she was unhappy. I'm close, Qing Han. I will see you soon. Yi Yaorao held her head in her hands. Her beautiful face was contorted in pain, and her body was spasming. However, her heart was filled with incomparable excitement and joy. As she rolled, the second teleportation array was less than 10 meters away from her. Chapter 702. Emperor God Xiaofeng felt restless that day. He thought it was because he had been thinking about the cold lady recently, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But after sitting for a while, he still felt restless. Call Snake Empress over. After sitting for a while, his restlessness didn't subside. Hence, he waved his hand and asked one of his subordinates to bring the beautiful lady over. He planned to pour all his restlessness into her cherry mouth. In a short while, his subordinate reported that Snake Empress had brought Yi Yaorao to 5 Emperors Mountain. Why are they going to 5 Emperors Mountain? Emperor God Xiaofeng rubbed his head and his face suddenly turned cold. He had ruled the second level for hundreds of thousands of years. Most of the people were his people. Even the few big shots respected him and wouldn't reveal the fact that Yi Yaorao had an ice jade body. But 5 Emperors Mountain was different. There were warriors from other tribes in 5 Emperors Mountain. If it were to be seen through, forget about being robbed. Even if it were reported, it would be troublesome if Thunder Emperor found out about it while chatting among the 5 emperors. Idiot. Emperor God Xiaofeng slapped the captain and sent him flying. Then, he sprinted outside and entered the teleportation formation in the hall. Motherf ****. The moment he appeared in the teleportation formation, he happened to see Yi Yaorao crawling up from the ground. Then, she sprinted to the second teleportation formation with burning eyes. 1086, where are you going? Emperor God Xiaofeng waved and released his god territory. He restrained Yi Yaorao's body and smiled maliciously. Huh. The beautiful Snake Empress instantly reacted when Yi Yaorao stood up and sprinted to the second teleportation formation. She was anxious and angry and she sprinted over at lightning speed. She happened to see Emperor God Xiaofeng appearing in the teleportation formation and restraining Yi Yaorao immediately. She let out a sigh of relief. If Yi Yaorao were to escape, she didn't know how Emperor God Xiaofeng would torture her. Previously, because of a small matter, Emperor God Xiaofeng took a metal rod and stabbed her. Mister, I'm sorry, Looking at Emperor God Xiaofeng's gloomy face, Snake Empress looked pitiful and she lowered her head and said, Pa. Emperor God Xiaofeng didn't look at her pitiful face. With a slap, he sent Snake Concubine flying and said angrily, You idiot, you will suffer when you return. Yi Qinghan, Yaorao will still be your wife in the next life. Yi Yaorao smiled pitifully. She knew that she would not be able to escape the fate of being humiliated when she returned, so she decided to seek death. He let out a mournful roar, and white flames instantly appeared on his body. He was preparing to burn his divine crystal and self-destruct. Humph, you want to die? It's not that cheap. Emperor God Xiaofeng felt Yi Yaorao's strange movement and his expression changed abruptly. After that, he laughed cruelly and a spear appeared in his hand. With lightning speed, he shot it toward Yi Yaorao's abdomen. Ever since Yi Alluring Rao tumbled out, many martial artists at the mountainside had been paying close attention to the commotion. When they heard Emperor God Xiaofen's words and saw his actions, they were surprised. When a martial artist wanted to burn his divine crystal and self-destruct, it was hard to control. Unless one was abnormally powerful and sealed his divine crystal forcefully, there was absolutely no way to stop the self-destruction of the divine crystal. The expert from Thunder Emperor tribe seemed to be able to stop her from self-destruction. But if he stabbed her directly and the divine crystal exploded, wouldn't she still die? However, a shocking scene appeared. Emperor God Xiaofeng's spear only pierced half an inch into Yi Yaorao's abdomen and stopped abruptly. The strange thing was that the flames burning on the surface of Yi Yaorao's body suddenly extinguished. Blood started spurting out from her abdomen and dense divine energy surged out. It was 100 times denser than the divine energy in the air. Most importantly, everyone's consciousness detected that Yi Yaorao wasn't dead. She had only fainted. Her divine crystal didn't explode, but there was only a crack. Emperor God Xiaofeng looked at the mountainside and the nearby martial artists coldly and arrogantly. There weren't many people in God Realm who knew this move. Then, he looked at Yi Yaorao, who had fainted on the ground, and revealed a cruel smile. He turned to stare at Snake Queen and sent a voice transmission, "Bring her back and seal her divine crystal. Watch over her. When she recovers, send her to my room. I am going to rape her." Snake Queen didn't dare to say a word. She carried Yi Yaorao and followed Emperor God Xiaofeng into the teleportation formation. They disappeared from everyone's sight. After the three of them left, the martial artists at the mountainside and the foot of the mountain started discussing. Some were envious of Emperor God Xiaofeng's luck with women. Some were shocked by Emperor God Xiaofeng's spear. Some were discussing Snake Queen's waist and Yi Yaorao's beauty. Of course, there were people who entered the teleportation formation and returned to their respective tribes to report to the manager of the second level. There were dozens of martial artists at the scene. There were some with good eyesight and they recognized Yi Yaorao's cold ice jade body. Cold ice jade body? Wuxian stared at the team leader in front of him and the doubt in his eyes was obvious. Such a spirit body was very precious. The big families in the divine world wanted to lock her at home every day. How could they let her fall into the forgotten land? Concubine Lan was in seclusion. The team leader could only find Wuxian to report the situation. Wuxian kept silent for a while and didn't pay much attention to it. Even if there was a spirit body, it belonged to the Thunder Emperor tribe. He was just surprised. Why would the martial artists in the Thunder Emperor tribe let the spirit body run around? He said casually, "Tell me what happened in detail." It was rare for the team leader to have a chance to talk to a big shot. Of course, he reported the situation in detail. He felt it was a pity. If only Concubine Lan didn't go into seclusion and reported to her directly. Forget about the reward, it would be worth it to see Concubine Lan a few more times. Humph. Emperor God Xiaofeng will die because of a woman sooner or later. Wuxian chuckled. Emperor God Xiaofeng was famous for his womanizing. He heard that many women in the Thunder Emperor tribe were persecuted by him. After laughing for a while, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes opened wide and he asked doubtfully, "Wait, what did you say the woman shouted before she blew herself up?" "Your Excellency, before she blew herself up," she said. "Yi Qinghan, I will be your wife in the next life." "What's wrong, Your Excellency?" The team leader was a little surprised, but he still answered honestly. "Yi Qinghan? Little brother. Isn't his name Yi Qinghan? Could it be the same name?" The shaman touched his chin. With so many martial artists in the divine realm, it was normal for people to have the same name. After thinking for a while, he decided to go there when he thought of how much the Rain Emperor valued Yi Qinghan. After turning a few long corridors, he walked to the number 1 training room. Wuxian opened the door and saw Yi Qinghan meditating in seclusion facing the wall. He was full of admiration. This little brother knows that Concubine Lan and the Rain Emperor appreciate him very much, but he doesn't become arrogant. Instead, he comes here to cultivate whenever he has time. If I were him, I wouldn't have such a good mentality. This kid has a bright future. Chapter 703. Yi Qinghan was a little lost. He did not know which direction he should work towards in his cultivation. He knew that he had three choices. First, his soul spirit had already reached the God-King realm. Furthermore, his soul quietude technique had already reached the third level. Because he had two soul spirits, the fourth level was not too far away. Therefore, he had fulfilled the two requirements to become a soul cultivator. To become a soul cultivator, Yi Qinghan would naturally raise his hands and legs to express his agreement. He was very clear about the strength of a soul cultivator. However, he did not know how to become a soul cultivator and how to cultivate his soul spirit. He did not know anything about soul cultivators. The second choice was to continuously integrate the spatial laws into the basic, middle, and even high-grade profound mysteries. From there, he would break through and become an expert in the spatial laws. However, this was also very troublesome because the spatial laws did not have any special offensive profound mysteries. They were all auxiliary attacks. His combat power was too low, and it was too difficult to integrate profound mysteries. The third choice was very easy. He just had to continuously comprehend the beautiful lady dancing sword painting in front of him and comprehend a large number of basic profound mysteries. From there, he could rely on the quantity to increase his cultivation level. Once his cultivation level increased, he could rely on the slaughter god saber to increase his combat power. Furthermore, he had thought that if he wanted to climb higher in the Five Emperors Mountain, he had to constantly increase his cultivation level and comprehend the profound mysteries related to the speed of integration. The faster the speed, the higher he could climb, right? Of the three choices, the first was undoubtedly the best. The second was the most solid and also the king of cultivation. The third choice was a shortcut. He could use the slaughter god saber to increase his strength in a short period of time. However, he knew that if he chose the third choice, he would not be able to achieve much. Sigh, my head hurts. Let fate decide what I comprehend. After thinking for a long time, Yi Qinghan still could not think clearly. In the end, he sighed and did not think too much about it. Let's leave it to fate and see what profound mysteries I comprehend. Without a teacher, it was indeed very difficult to cross the river by groping for stones. Just as Yi Qinghan was preparing to enter the soul-spirit quietude state and start to comprehend the profound mysteries, Jianghu sensed that the stone door of the number 1 technique practicing room was opened. He sensed that the stone door of the number 1 practice room had been opened. He turned his head in surprise. It wasn't the time for warriors to come in to practice today. Why did someone come in? Big brother Wushan, what's the matter? Seeing that it was Wushan, Yi Qinghan smiled and stood up. Wushan must have something to ask of him. Little brother, you are very hard-working in your cultivation. Even I feel a little ashamed. Wushan waved his hand and gestured for Yi Qinghan to continue sitting down. After a few words of praise, he finally said the reason for his visit. Little brother, do you know a girl with a cold jade body? Brother Wushan, you're too kind. Yi Qinghan had just sat down and replied modestly. However, he suddenly stood up with a whoosh. The smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression. He hastily said, a woman with a cold jade body? Brother Wushan, where did you see it? There were not many people with a cold jade body in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan only knew one, and it was one of his most beloved girls, Yi Yaorao. Although Yi Qinghan did not give a definite answer, his expression betrayed everything. Wushan hurriedly explained the situation to Yi Qinghan. This matter was beneficial to Yi Qinghan. In the future, when Yi Qinghan became rich, he would be able to help him. As Wushan spoke, Yi Qinghan's expression was abnormally calm. He listened to Wushan's words word by word. When he heard what Yi Yaorao said before she self-destructed, his body suddenly tensed up. His entire body trembled, and his lips trembled. He said, Yaorao, it's Yaorao. Yaorao, you have to wait for me. You can't die. A violent divine power suddenly burst out from Yi Qinghan's body. His entire face became abnormally ferocious. He arched his back like a crazed lion and ran outside. Wu Shan, help me think of a way to inform concubine Lan or the Rain Emperor. I, Yi Qinghan, will be eternally grateful to you. Although he was running wildly and his heart was burning with rage, Yi Qinghan did not lose his rationality. He still sent a voice transmission to Wu Shan. Wu Shan felt Yi Qinghan's monstrous rage and looked at his fleeing figure. He seemed to realize that he had done something stupid. After hearing Yi Qinghan's voice transmission, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he chased after Yi Qinghan. He knew what Yi Qinghan was going to do. This fellow was going to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch people. Along the way, countless martialists saw a strange scene. That powerful young divine general was like a leopard as he ran towards the transportation formation. The cold chi and murderous aura on his body made them shiver. After a while, Commander Wu Shan also ran over. His face was also cold, but his body was not filled with murderous aura. Instead, it was filled with killing intent. What were these two doing? What had happened? Which transportation formation is the Thunder Emperor tribe? After being transported to the Five Emperors Mountain, Yi Qinghan happened to see a martialist from the Rain Emperor tribe discussing what had just happened with a nearby martialist. The rage and murderous aura in his eyes made the nearby martialists feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse. The martialists from the Rain Emperor tribe naturally recognized Yi Qinghan. This fellow was someone that the Rain Emperor valued. Who would dare to disregard him? Hence, they pointed towards the second transportation formation on the left. As they watched Yi Qinghan disappear into the transportation formation, the surrounding martialists came to their senses. They were somewhat embarrassed and angry. Just now, they had actually been frightened by a first-layer divine general. A divine king martialist could not help but say angrily, "Who is this? Why is he so arrogant? Humph. How dare he barge into the Thunder Emperor tribe like this? Isn't he seeking death? Where is he? Where did he go?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Shan's figure appeared in the transportation formation. When he saw that Yi Qinghan was not there, he immediately shouted angrily at the martialists from the Rain Emperor tribe. The young martialist was stunned. Then, he pointed at the transportation formation of the Thunder Emperor tribe. Unexpectedly, Wu Shan's expression changed instantly. With a wave of his hand, he sent the young martialist flying. Then, without saying anything, he turned around and entered the transportation formation to return to the Rain Emperor tribe. The martialists on the second floor were all curious as to why Yi Qinghan and Wu Shan were rushing towards the Five Emperors Mountain. Unexpectedly, they saw Wu Shan teleporting back in the blink of an eye. This time, Wu Shan's face was no longer filled with anger. Instead, it was filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. Needless to say, anyone who dared to provoke him would definitely be killed with a single slap. Something has happened. Something big has happened. Motherf ****. Wu Shan was like a madman. As he roared angrily, he rushed towards the third floor, leaving the martialists looking at each other in confusion. What had happened? How could Wu Shan, who had always been calm, lose his composure? Appearing directly on the stairway to the third floor, Wu Shan did not waste any words. He did not salute according to the usual etiquette. Instead, he roared angrily at the martialists guarding the stairway to the third floor. Yi Qinghan has gone to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch someone. Wu Shan's roar confused the martialists initially. Then, they became extremely furious. You ran up to the third floor for no reason and actually dared to roar here? I've never heard of Yi Qinghan. I don't care if he dies. The manager of the third floor, Qi Li, had just walked out of the cave and was about to head up to the fourth floor to report some matters. When he heard what Wu Shan had said, his face turned ashen. Those martialists did not know who Yi Qinghan was. However, as the manager of the third floor, he naturally knew. He quickly turned into a shadow and rushed over. He grabbed Wu Shan's neck and lifted him up. He roared, "What did you say? Speak clearly." Cough. Yi Qinghan has gone to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch someone from the Five Emperors Mountains transportation portal. Wu Shan coughed violently as Qili grabbed his neck. However, he could not care less and quickly explained the situation. Hurry up and report to the fourth floor. Motherf *Ker, it's too late. All the martialists of the third floor, come out now and follow me to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch someone. Qi Li's face turned from green to black. He casually tossed Wu Shan aside and roared at one of his subordinates. Then, he turned his head and roared at the cave door of the third floor. His voice was so loud that the cave on the third floor shook slightly. However, he did not wait for the others to gather. Instead, he suddenly rushed towards the transportation portal on the second floor alone. Chapter 704. Qianrao, Qianrao, Qianrao. Yi Qinghan kept repeating Yi Qianrao's name in his heart. His blood was boiling and he was about to go crazy. There was a flash of white light and he appeared in an unfamiliar hall. He calmed down a little, but the murderous intention in his eyes and the coldness in his body were still obvious. The layout of the second level of Thunder Emperor tribe was similar to that of Rain Emperor tribe, just that there were obviously more corridors. There were also countless warriors walking in the corridors of the hall. They didn't pay much attention to the teleportation formation, but Yi Qinghan's aura attracted the attention of a few warriors. Luckily, Yi Qinghan didn't have the habit of wearing armor. He wore a green robe casually. Although the few warriors didn't recognize Yi Qinghan, they didn't pay much attention to him. Where does Emperor God Xiaofeng stay? I have something important to report. Yi Qinghan looked at the countless corridors and was dumbfounded. He knew from Wu Shan that the person who captured Yi Qianrao was the manager of the second level of Thunder Emperor tribe, but he didn't know where he stayed. He was anxious and he didn't care about anything else. He sprinted over and looked at a warrior coldly. You are? The person who was questioned was a team leader. When he saw that Yi Qinghan didn't know where Emperor God Xiaofeng stayed, he was surprised and hesitant. But Yi Qinghan was very fierce and he mentioned Emperor God Xiaofeng straight away. He even said it was something important. He didn't dare to say anything but asked politely. Yi Qinghan was anxious. Of course, he didn't know how to explain, so he decided to be unreasonable and cussed, Motherf *Ker. Bring me there. If anything happens, you can't bear the responsibility. The team leader quivered and he couldn't help but take a step back. He thought little god general's murderous aura was strong, but he was still hesitant. Pa! Yi Qinghan saw that the squad leader had taken a step back and was still hesitating, so he didn't care anymore. He slapped him and roared, Bring me there. If anything happens, I will tear you apart. Oh, this slap stupefied the squad leader, as well as the nearby martial artists who were stamping their feet. A mere divine general actually dared to slap a divine king? Moreover, he dared to use force on the second floor? Was he stupid? Or was he crazy? The squad leader was stunned. He instinctively wanted to fight back, but his heart suddenly quivered. Where is this? This was the second floor. The second floor forbade the use of force. But this little divine general dared to move. What did this mean? This meant that this kid wasn't crazy. He definitely had something to rely on, and no matter how he looked at it, this kid didn't look like a fool. In other words, he was a big shot. He was definitely looking for Emperor God Xiaofeng for something important. If he were to delay Lord Xiaofeng's matter, my lord, please calm down. I will bring you there right away. Thinking of Emperor God Xiaofeng's means, the leader's body quivered. He quickly bowed to Yi Qinghan and brought Yi Qinghan with him to run forward. Yi Qinghan didn't expect that his rash action would have such an effect. He didn't care anymore and ran forward with the squad leader. Yi Qinghan and the young divine general disappeared in the long corridor ahead. Only then did the hall become boisterous. People gathered around and started to discuss. Which family's young master is this? Do you know him? So awesome. I reckon he is a disciple of a big shot on the third or fourth floor. Otherwise, why would he dare to fight on the second floor? Speaking of which, this kid looks unfamiliar. Why haven't I seen him before? He looks familiar, but I can't remember where I have seen him before. Stop bragging. This is definitely the first time this kid has appeared on the second floor. How can I not know the person on the second floor? I have some impression of him. I don't think I have seen him on the second floor. I think he is. Oh right, I saw his portrait in Lord Xiaofeng's F***CK. I remember now. This kid is that weird genius, the weird genius of Rain Emperor's tribe. What? The discussion stopped along with the roar of the warrior. A god-level warrior had a very good memory. He definitely wouldn't make a mistake after seeing him once. After everyone got the confirmation from the warrior, there was an uproar. So what if he was a weird genius? So what if he won 15 consecutive victories? So what if he could climb up the first mountain quickly? Even if he was awesome, he was still from Rain Emperor's tribe. He had already broken the rules by barging into the tribe without permission. How dare he beat someone up? How could he do that? The warriors were furious and all of them rushed to Emperor God Xiaofeng's residence. If Emperor God Xiaofeng gave the order or didn't intend to protect him, they would definitely let him feel the passion of the warriors from Thunder Emperor's tribe. Emperor God Xiaofeng was in a bad mood. If Yi Yao Rao wasn't half dead, he would definitely teach her a lesson. How dare she escape? How dare she betray him? And that snake concubine, that idiot, if I don't whip her round buttocks till they blossom later, she won't remember this lesson. Mister, there is a mister who wishes to see you. At that moment, there was a voice transmission outside the door and it interrupted Emperor God Xiaofeng's thoughts. He waved his hand angrily and sent a voice transmission, not meeting him. Get lost. Not meeting him? Yi Qinghan became even more anxious. Regardless of the consequences, he directly slammed his fist on the stone door. The stone door did not have a protective shield activated, so it shook from Yi Qinghan's punch. Hiss. The team leader looked at Yi Qinghan in fear and retreated quietly. He thought to himself, this young master is really awesome. Luckily, I didn't retaliate. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. How many people in Thunder Emperor's tribe would dare to smash Emperor God Xiaofeng's door? Emperor God Xiaofeng stood up from the chair in shock. There was a flame in his eyes but it was extinguished instantly. Who dared to smash his door? Did I get exposed? Did someone come from above? You are. When Emperor God Xiaofeng opened the door, he saw an unfamiliar but familiar face. He scanned with his consciousness and found that the person only had the strength of a first-level god general. He couldn't help but feel terrified. He was a fifth-level war god but couldn't find out the person's real strength. On top of that, he had an impression of the person's face, so he thought he was a lord from the fourth level. Where's the cold ice jade body? Yi Qinghan ignored him and dashed in. He scanned with his consciousness and didn't find Yi Yao Rao. He turned around and stared at Emperor God Xiaofeng with murderous intent and roared. What cold ice jade body? My lord, you are? My uncle is Lord Xiao Shui. He is a veteran of the third level. Do you know him? Emperor God Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was in trouble. He put on a flattering expression and mentioned his uncle. Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about Xiao Shui or Xiao Shui. He smashed the table in front of him into powder and pointed at Emperor God Xiaofeng. He scolded, if anything happens to Yi Yao Rao, you will definitely die. Yi Yao Rao? Emperor God Xiaofeng was stunned. He recalled what Yi Yao Rao said before she blew herself up. His heart tightened. The higher-ups got the news so fast. He looked better. It seemed this person knew his uncle. This time, he didn't say cold ice jade body but called him by his name. This is, giving me a way out. Emperor God Xiaofeng smiled and said, My lord, you are looking for Yi Yao Rao? Why does she have the cold ice jade body? Xiaofeng is guilty. I didn't see it. She is fine. She is just slightly injured. I will ask someone to bring her here. Yi Qinghan couldn't understand why Emperor God Xiaofeng was so respectful to him. However, when he heard that Yi Yaorao was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. However, when he thought of something else, his face grew dark again. He stared at Emperor God Xiaofeng with a cold glint and said, "Did you touch her?" "No, no. Absolutely not." Emperor God Xiaofeng said to himself. Such murderous intent. He is really a big shot. It's a pity that I didn't enjoy the cold ice jade body. It seems I can only hand it over. Chapter 705. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and bring me over. Yi Qinghan couldn't figure out what was wrong with Emperor God Xiaofeng to be so respectful to him. But when he heard that Yi Yaorao didn't do anything, the anger in his head subsided a little. When he thought about how he had charged over alone, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. With his strength, any 1 or 2 god kings would be able to smack him to death. He quickly shouted at Xiaofeng. It was better to find the person and run away. Yes, milord, please. I will bring you to get the person now. Emperor God Xiaofeng turned around and wiped his cold sweat. He was smart enough to say his uncle's name. Judging by the situation, this person seemed to know his uncle. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Yi Yaorao was brought to her residence by Snake Empress. Snake Empress' residence wasn't too far away. The two of them ran forward quickly. When the group of warriors in the hall ran over, the two of them had already left. The group of people saw Emperor God Xiaofeng leading the way respectfully to the other side. "Milord," the warrior who recognized Yi Qinghan saw Emperor God Xiaofeng's reaction and was confused, but he still called out cautiously. "Go away." Emperor God Xiaofeng was burning with anger. Seeing the bunch of brats following him for no reason, he thought, are they trying to make a fool out of me? He turned his head and stared at everyone fiercely. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Let's go. Yi Qinghan was unhappy and said coldly. Emperor God Xiaofeng didn't dare to get angry. He turned his head and smiled before walking forward. The dozen of them suddenly stopped and looked at one another. After being stunned for a while, they fixed their eyes on the warrior. Their meaning was obvious. Did you recognize the wrong person? Or are you looking for trouble? The warrior blinked and became confused. I saw the portrait of the guy. It's impossible that Emperor God Xiaofeng didn't see it. Could I have made a mistake? How could he know that Emperor God Xiaofeng didn't care about that at all? All his thoughts were on Yi Yaorao and he had only taken a glance at the portrait. That was also the reason why he felt that Yi Qinghan had some impression of her, but he couldn't remember. The two of them walked to Snake Concubine's house. Emperor God Xiaofeng pressed his hand on the mechanism of the stone door and the protective cover instantly disappeared. Emperor God Xiaofeng took the lead and walked in. Yi Qinghan followed him in immediately. When he went in and didn't see Yi Yaorao, he rushed to the room beside him. The room was a bedroom. The bedroom was gorgeously decorated and full of charm. There was a large bed in the room, and beside the bed sat a coquettish woman with a slender waist. When she saw Yi Qinghan rushing in, her coquettish face was filled with astonishment. Then, she angrily shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in? Get out!" Yi Qinghan roared in anger. His eyes were fixed on the woman in white on the bed and he couldn't move his eyes away. There was a woman lying on the bed quietly. Her beautiful face was pale and her eyes were closed tightly as though she was asleep. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted and it would make one's heart ache for her. Although she was asleep, her body naturally emitted a faint chill that caused the temperature of the entire room to drop by a few degrees. Yi Qinghan's eyes became moist. He hadn't felt such an aura for a very long time. "Snake Concubine, come out." Snake Concubine was furious. Although the small warrior looked handsome, he dared to barge into her room and roar at her. She couldn't tolerate it anymore. Just as she was about to teach Yi Qinghan a painful lesson, she received Emperor God Xiaofeng's voice transmission from the door. Looking at Emperor God Xiaofeng's cold face and his resentful gaze, Snake Concubine's heart quivered and she hurried out. In her heart, she knew clearly that her butt was going to bloom again. Yao Rao. I'm sorry. I've made you suffer. I'll bring you back now. I'll bring you back. Yi Qinghan muttered. Although his face was cold and he didn't have any other expression, he was crying in his heart. It was extremely painful. It was heart-wrenching. His divine sense could clearly sense that although Yi Yao Rao looked fine, her divine crystal was broken. Although the small hole in her lower abdomen wasn't bleeding, the bloody wound was still there. Yi Qinghan bent his body and carried Yi Yao Rao gently. He smiled at her. He turned around and his face instantly turned cold. He walked out and stared at Emperor God Xiu Feng and Snake Concubine coldly. He humphed coldly and ran out. Mister, this is? Snake Empress saw Emperor God Xiu Feng sending Yi Qinghan off with an apologetic smile and she quickly asked in a low voice. Pack. Emperor God Xiu Feng slapped Snake Concubine and pushed her against the wall. Then, he quickly followed Yi Qinghan and saw Yi Qinghan's back disappearing at the corner of the long corridor. He blinked his eyes confusedly. Why is Mr. walking here? This isn't the way to the heaven stairway. He shook his head and walked towards his own small hall, but he was thinking in his heart. It seemed that his life was saved this time. However, he didn't know if he could keep his position as the manager of the second floor. He knew clearly that if it wasn't for his uncle, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his position as a fifth-grade war god. It seemed that he had to pass a message to his uncle secretly. When he walked to the small hall, Emperor God Xiu Feng saw the group of warriors still standing there. He couldn't help but scold them angrily. However, he received a message from a warrior and he was dumbfounded. Mister, that person seems to be the freak from the Rain Emperor tribe. The warrior believed in his judgment. Although he just took a glance, he remembered it. After all, the freak was too famous in the Forgotten Land. Although he didn't know why Emperor God Xiu Feng was so respectful to him, he felt that it was better to be safe than sorry. Hence, he reminded him. As expected. Emperor God Xiu Feng's expression changed. His originally angry expression became confused. Then, he suddenly slapped his head. His face turned pale and he rushed to his small hall like a madman. He took out a document from the file on the wall and glanced at it. Then, his face instantly turned pale. He came to a realization and scanned with his consciousness. He realized that Yi Qinghan was carrying Yi Yao Rao and running to the teleportation formation. At that moment, he finally understood why Yi Qinghan wanted to take this route and not the heaven stairway. His head was filled with blood and he almost fell. F***CKU. Stop that green-robed young god general. Emperor God Xiu Feng was like a tiger whose tail had been bitten. He jumped up abruptly and his divine power surged. He opened his mouth and roared. His voice was so loud that it almost shook the entire second floor. The group of warriors at the entrance was so shocked that their eardrums started bleeding. Go away. The dozen or so warriors outside were still in a daze from the shock. Then, they saw Emperor God Xiu Feng dashing out from inside. With a slap, he sent 3 to 4 warriors who were blocking the entrance flying. Then, he dashed towards the teleportation formation like a raging lion. As he dashed, he roared furiously. **T. When Yi Qinghan heard Emperor God Xiu Feng's roar, he knew that he was in trouble. He merged with his beast immediately and his divine power surged. Then, he dashed to the teleportation formation at a faster speed. Surround the teleportation formation. Don't let the young god general escape. I will tear all of you apart. Emperor God Xiu Feng's consciousness locked onto Yi Qinghan at all times. When he realized that Yi Qinghan was only a few hundred meters away from the teleportation formation, he roared at the few warriors at the side of the teleportation formation. Chapter 706. I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. Yao Rao, I'm bringing you home. Yi Qinghan could feel the countless sounds of air breaking behind him. He wished he had 4 legs at this moment. He knew that he would reach the hall after turning the long corridor. As long as he entered the teleportation formation, he would be teleported to the 5 Emperors Mountain and then to the Rain Emperor's tribe. However, when he rushed to the hall, he saw that the teleportation formation was surrounded by 6 or 7 martial artists. There was no gap at all. Moreover, these martial artists were all divine kings. F***CK, I'm going all out. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. He clenched his teeth and held Yi Qinghan's waist with one hand. He put her head on his shoulder and flipped his right hand. God's slaying appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned cold. He didn't stop at all. His eyes started to turn bloodshot and his entire body was filled with murderous intent. He dashed towards the teleportation formation. His face turned ferocious and he shouted, "Those who block me will die. Those who block me will die. Those who block me will die." A furious roar reverberated in the hall. Everyone could feel the monstrous baleful aura coming from Yi Qinghan's body and the aura coming from the black saber that caused their hearts to palpitate. The 6 or 7 martial artists surrounding the teleportation formation felt fear instinctively. 2 of them moved to the side subconsciously. At this moment, the 6 or 7 divine kings were shocked by a minor divine general. Stop him. Just as Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and he was about to rush through the gap, Emperor God Xiaofeng's angry roar was heard. Emperor God Xiaofeng's divine consciousness had been locked on Yi Qinghan. He knew the situation clearly and would not give Yi Qinghan a chance. If you don't move, die. Yi Qinghan knew he had no other way. The divine kings woke up immediately after hearing the angry roar. The saber light on the weapon in his hand surged. He could only leave the secret book that concubine Lan gave him to see if it could confuse the souls of these god kings. As long as they were confused for a second, he could rush over. An evil, icy-cold presence rapidly radiated from the god-slaying sword silently. Before the god kings could do anything, it suddenly swelled up before them, enveloping them instantly. Charge! When Yi Qinghan saw that the light in their eyes dimmed, he became extremely excited. He swung his slaughter god saber at one of the martial artists. Bang! As expected, the martial artist was sent flying. However, what Yi Qinghan did not expect was for a palm to softly slap him from the side. The target was none other than Yi Yaorao, who was in his arms. At this moment, the martial artist in front of him was sent flying. He did not take the palm strike head-on and rushed into the teleportation formation. However, he did not do so. Instead, he forcefully twisted his body. Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had already shattered. If he were to receive that palm strike, he did not know what would happen to him. He didn't dare to take the risk, so he twisted his body and forcefully endured the palm. The one who attacked was a peak-stage God King realm martial artist. His soul spirit was very strong, and the slaughter god saber did not affect him much. Needless to say, a God King realm martial artist could easily kill a God General realm martial artist. Luckily, God Emperor Qiufeng only said to stop him and not to kill him. Hence, this peak stage God King realm martial artist only used 30% of his god power. Bang! 30% of a peak stage God King realm martial artist's god power was not something that Yi Qinghan could withstand. He was sent flying. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood in midair, dyeing Yi Yaorao's white robes red. However, his left arm was still tightly hugging Yi Yaorao. He forcefully twisted his body in midair and landed on the ground first. He did not care how many ribs were broken on his back or whether his internal organs were shattered. Yi Qinghan swallowed the blood in his throat. The slaughter god saber slammed the ground, jumped up again, and rushed towards the teleportation formation. Humph. You overestimate yourself. At this moment, the remaining god kings had woken up. Without waiting for Yi Qinghan to swing his saber, 5 or 6 god powers shot towards him. Yi Qinghan could not be bothered to swing his saber. He was so frightened that he forcefully turned around and protected Yi Yaorao in front of his chest. However, his back was hit by another 5 or 6 god powers. This time, Yi Qinghan did not have the strength to turn around again. He landed on the ground first as he had no more strength left. With Yi Yao Rao in his arms, he was sent flying dozens of meters. The two of them rolled on the ground dozens of times before coming to a stop. Wherever they rolled, there was a glaring patch of blood red, and there was even a piece of flesh on the ground. It's over. Yao Rao, it seems like we have to go to the 9 Netherworld realm together. His body was already half paralyzed, but Yi Qinghan still did not let go of the hand that was hugging Yi Yao Rao. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes weakly and looked at the pretty face in front of him. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. Phew. Emperor God Xiaofeng looked at Yi Qinghan and Yi Yao Rao, who were lying on the ground, and let out a long breath. Luckily, this brat did not escape. Otherwise, if this matter was spread out, the Thunder Emperor's tribe would lose all its face. Moreover, he would definitely not be able to escape death. Slaying God? Supreme Slaughter God Saber? Looking at the 2 words on the black saber in Yi Qinghan's hand, Emperor God Xiaofeng's eyes shrunk. He linked it to the secret that the wandering God King had told him. Most importantly, he thought of the scene that he had seen in the Divine World's Battle God Pavilion. His heart suddenly burned with passion and his body trembled slightly. He suddenly rushed forward and put the saber into his spatial ring. Then, he stood at the same spot and stared at Yi Qinghan's weak face. He started to ponder. If he reported this to the Thunder Emperor would definitely pay attention to him. Even if he fell out with the Rain Emperor, the Thunder Emperor would still protect him. But, if he reported this brat would definitely become rich. Then, his future would be difficult. Most importantly, this saber, humph. Trespassing into the Thunder Emperor's tribe and passing a fake decree. Such a villain deserves to die. Hence, he didn't ponder for long. He revealed a ruthless look and the divine power in his hands surged. He was about to smash the saber down on Yi Qinghan's head. Swish. At that moment, the teleportation formation suddenly lit up and stunned Emperor God Xiaofeng. The dozens of people who had gathered in the hall also looked at the teleportation formation subconsciously. God damn it. If Yi Qinghan dies, all of you will have to die with him. The person who came was Qi Li, who rushed over. He saw Yi Qinghan, who was badly mutilated, and his heart trembled. He knew clearly how important this brat was. If he died, the Rain Emperor would definitely turn the Rain Emperor Mountain and the Thunder Emperor Mountain into a river of blood. Instantly, his aura exploded. As the manager of the 3rd level of the Rain Emperor Mountain, Qi Li was quite powerful. He had been a 6th-grade war god for tens of thousands of years. When his aura exploded, the entire hall shook and all the divine kings were immobilized. At the same time, Qi Li dashed towards Emperor God Xiaofeng at a terrifyingly fast speed. His hand glowed with violent divine power and he smashed it at Emperor God Xiaofeng's head. Emperor God Xiaofeng had the ability to kill Yi Qinghan. However, if he were to smash his fist, his head would definitely be smashed too. Helplessly, he retreated and shouted, "The Rain Emperor's tribe is going to war. Report to the higher-ups immediately. Today, none of you from the Rain Emperor's tribe can leave." Swish. Just as Emperor God Xiaofeng was roaring, the teleportation formation lit up again. Emperor God Xiaofeng looked over and his expression changed abruptly. There were more than 10 black-armored warriors standing in the teleportation formation. Their auras weren't weaker than his and some of them could even be compared to Qi Li. As soon as they teleported over, they struck the warriors near the teleportation formation away. Then, they dashed to Qi Li's side with lightning speed. They were glowing with divine power and it seemed as though Qi Li could kill all the warriors with a roar. Haha. I want to leave. Do you think trash like you can stop me? Let's go. Qi Li's divine senses detected that Yi Qinghan wasn't dead. Of course, he wouldn't create trouble. He grabbed the two of them with one hand and dashed to the teleportation formation. Swish. Suddenly, a few purple figures dashed over from a long corridor on the left. Before they arrived, a long spear was already flying towards the teleportation formation. The black airflow around the spearhead and the terrifying aura made Qi Li's body tremble. He felt a chill run down his spine as though he was faced with a formidable enemy. If I let you leave just like that, how can the Thunder Emperor's tribe raise our heads in the Forgotten Land in the future? Everyone who came today, stay here. The purple figures dashed to the side of the teleportation formation. The leader smiled sinisterly and looked at Qi Li arrogantly. At the same time, there were countless air-rending sounds from the corridor and countless warriors in purple armor appeared. Instantly, the situation was reversed. Qi Li and the others were surrounded. God damn it, there's a war god at the peak of 6th grade. Prepare for war and kill our way out. Qi Li's expression turned gloomy. He handed Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao to the warriors behind him and a fiery red axe appeared in his hand. Chapter 707. Even without Qi Li's reminder, the dozen or so warriors beside him could feel the power of that spear. Looking at the effeminate man standing proudly in front of the transportation portal, they thought of a name, Feng Qi. The strongest warriors in the Forgotten Land were, of course, the 5 martial emperors, all of whom were 7th grade war gods. Of course, 7th grade was also divided into lower, upper, and peak 7th grade. As for the specific strength of the 5, only the 5 of them knew. Under the 5 of them, each tribe had an inspector. Needless to say, the inspector of the Thunder Emperor tribe was this, peak 6th grade war god, Feng Qi. War gods were everywhere in the divine realm. Thus, the divine realm was divided according to the standards of the war god pavilion. According to the standards of the war god pavilion, a 5th grade war god could defeat any war god below the 5th grade. A 6th grade war god could fight against 10 5th grade war gods. After reaching the 6th grade war god level, the classification of strength was more detailed and more difficult. An upper 6th grade war god could fight against 10 lower 6th grade war gods. A peak 6th grade war god could fight against 10 upper 6th grade war gods. It was true that Qi Li was an upper 6th grade war god. This time, among the dozen or so warriors he brought with him, there were 3 upper 6th grade war gods, 4 lower 6th grade war gods, and the rest were all 5th grade war gods. According to the standards of the war god pavilion, Feng Qi alone could destroy all of them. Although the standards were often different from reality, one should not forget that Feng Qi brought with him more than 20 warriors, including several upper 6th grade war gods. Feng Qi. This brat is valued by our reign emperor. This time, we are not here to cause trouble. We are only here to take him back. Although Qi Li secretly ordered his subordinates to prepare for battle, he did not dare to make a move. The transportation portal was right in front of them. Once a battle broke out, some of them could take advantage of the chaos to teleport away. However, in the chaos, who could guarantee that this brat would not be hit by the dissipating energy of the battle? He was just a little god general. If any of the experts present hit him with a small air wave, he would definitely die instantly. He did not dare to watch. Haha. Feng Qi looked quite delicate. Even though he was tall and big, his purple battle armor was also quite majestic, his appearance was a bit feminine, and his smile was also quite gentle. His long and narrow eyes swept across Qi Li's back, where Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao were being carried. His eyes turned as he said, "I'll give face to the Reign Emperor and Lord Liao Qi. This brat and this cold ice jade body will stay. You can commit suicide, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, humph." Following Feng Qi's words, the experts who surrounded them unleashed their divine power and the aura in the area instantly became extremely oppressive. Emperor God Xiao Feng's face turned pale and he took a step back slowly. Why isn't Lord Liao Qi here yet? Qi Li's expression became extremely gloomy, and the martial artists behind him also had ugly expressions. Qi Li knew that the Rain Emperor normally wouldn't make an appearance for this kind of matter, but wasn't the Thunder Emperor also not making an appearance? Once 2 emperors made an appearance, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the situation. But at the very least, Lord Liao Qi would rush over immediately. As long as Sir Liao Qi arrived, this matter would be easy to handle. This was because Liao Qi was the Rain Emperor's tribe's patrol envoy, the strongest person below the 5 emperors. 100,000 years ago, he broke through to 7th grade war god. Are you trying to stall for time? Just tell me, can you do it or not? If you don't, die. Feng Qi's lips curled into a sinister smile. His words were light, but as soon as he finished speaking, his green spear suddenly shone with a black light, causing the originally oppressive atmosphere to instantly become heavy. Yes, F*CKU, kill. Qi Li's eyes revealed a maniacal smile. He wasn't afraid of death, but if Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao stayed, he would die in vain. With a roar, the fiery red axe in his hand emitted a white flame. It was like a fire snake that revolved around the axe and slashed at Feng Qi. The axe cut through the sky at a very slow speed. Even the small martial artists who were watching the battle from afar could see the trajectory of the axe clearly. But apart from Feng Qi, the expressions of the surrounding experts changed slightly. It seemed like Qi Li was prepared to risk his life. He had even used his strongest move. Kill. As soon as Qi Li made his move, his subordinates split into 4 groups. 2 groups attacked the 2 sides indiscriminately, while the other group followed Qi Li and attacked the teleportation formation. The 2 war gods behind Qi Li did not make a move. Their bodies lit up with a khaki-colored barrier that protected Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. Qi Li's strategy was very simple. The strongest few people would use their strongest moves to the front while the rest would take advantage of the chaos to rush into the teleportation formation. He was very confident that even Feng Qi wouldn't dare to block his strongest move, right? As long as Feng Qi dodged, he would be able to take advantage of the situation and continuously attack Feng Qi. Then, the 2 martial artists behind him with strong defensive abilities would be able to protect Yi Qinghan and Lin Ming as they entered the transmission array. As for whether he would die in the end, Qi Li didn't care anymore. Since he was going to die anyway, as long as Yi Qinghan was fine, the Rain Emperor would avenge him sooner or later. You overestimate yourself. However, Qi Li was wrong. Feng Qi didn't retreat. Instead, he sneered and his eyes revealed a disdainful smile. He casually lifted his long spear and lightly pierced it toward Qi Li's huge axe. The spear's shadow was very slow, and even the black gas that circled the spearhead became slower. Bang! 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 A huge explosion sounded, and the entire Thunder Emperor Mountain seemed to shake at this moment. Colorful air waves filled with a terrifying aura shot out in the hall, and the sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. The air waves hit the wall of the hall and triggered the barrier on the wall. This barrier actually glowed with a purple light and forcefully reflected the air waves. However, the barrier shook violently and didn't break. Qi Li made a move, his subordinates made a move, and everyone rushed forward. Feng Qi made a move, the people behind him made a move, and the surrounding martial artists made a move. There were so many people attacking, but the battle was always over in the short span of a second. I'm afraid it's really over this time. Although Yi Qinghan was weak and his entire body was in extreme pain, he was still very conscious. The level 6 divine general who was hugging him quietly transferred a gentle divine power to his wounds. In addition to the self-recovery of the soul ring, his body was already slightly better. He had been very clear about the situation in the hall. Initially, when he saw Qi Li leading a group of experts over, he thought that there was hope. However, at this moment, he felt a little hopeless. This was because in the previous round of attacks, Qi Li and Feng Qi first exchanged blows. His powerful attack was casually struck by Feng Qi's spear, and the fiery red huge axe was instantly sent flying. Then, the long spear struck again, and Qi Li was sent flying. The armor on his chest was completely cracked, and his chest was a mess of blood and flesh. Qi Li, who looked extremely powerful, was actually not a match for Feng Qi's spear. One wrong move, and every step was wrong. As Qi Li was sent flying, he also messed up the attack of the group of people who were charging forward. The result was very obvious. As Feng Qi attacked, the few people behind him also attacked, and this group of people was instantly severely injured. There was no need to talk about the 2 groups on either side. The surrounding experts were already several times more than theirs. In just a short second, the dozen or so martial artists led by Qi Li were all severely injured. 6 of them even died instantly. The only martial artists left standing were the 2 who were hugging Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. It seemed like Feng Qi had given the order. Otherwise, the 2 of them would also be lying on the ground. Put down this kid and the cold ice jade body. Otherwise, everyone will die. Feng Qi casually swung the long spear in his hand and looked at the 2 remaining experts. He smiled gently, but this smile seemed a little cold. Chapter 708. Put it down. The 2 experts looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The 2 of them did not make a move just now. They had only used all their strength to protect Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. When Qili was sent flying, the 2 of them had no choice but to retreat. Qili had said clearly how much the Rain Emperor valued this kid. As for the cold ice jade body, they knew how important it was even without Qili saying it. Most importantly, the cold ice jade body had a close relationship with this kid. What should we do? What should we do? The 2 of them were in a dilemma. They looked at Qili, who was lying on the ground, and saw the determination in his eyes. The yellow barrier around them glowed brighter, and they charged forward. Kill. Hence, at the same time, Qili, who was lying on the ground, and the remaining martial artists who were still alive, suddenly unleashed their divine powers and charged towards Feng Qi without any regard for their lives. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Feng Qi sneered and raised the spear in his hand again. This time, he did not stab. Instead, he flicked the yellow barrier of the martial artist who was holding Yi Yaorao and sent him flying. Then, the spear flashed and turned into hundreds of spear shadows that enveloped everyone that was charging forward. Strangely, the martial artists at the side did not move. Even the martial artists guarding the transportation formation moved to the side quietly. Clearly, he wanted to fight several people at once and was prepared to risk his life. His intention was clear. The cold ice jade body belonged to the Thunder Emperor's tribe. As long as the cold ice jade body was fine, everything else would be fine. After all, he had already killed so many martial artists today, and the Thunder Emperor's tribe's reputation had been preserved. As for the rest, he had given them a chance. If they could escape, it would be because they were capable. Sensing the destructive aura from Feng Qi's green spear tip, Qili knew that he was doomed this time. He knew that Feng Qi had shown mercy. If he was not injured, he would definitely be able to dodge this attack easily. However, he was already severely injured, and it would be difficult for him to dodge now. Not only him, but only 2 or 3 of the 8 martial artists that had charged forward had the confidence to withstand this attack. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, Feng Qi's spear shadows suddenly disappeared. Everyone was overjoyed to be able to survive in such a desperate situation, but they were also astonished. With Feng Qi's cold and gloomy character, he would kill without batting an eyelid. Why did he show mercy today? It was not that Feng Qi wanted to be lenient, but he had no choice but to withdraw his spear because the teleportation array had lit up just now. This time, only one person was sent over, but this person made him feel incomparably dangerous. It was just like when he sneaked out of the city and encountered a demonic beast when he was young. Feng Qi didn't care about the warriors in front of him. He turned his body and suddenly turned around. This time, he didn't dare to hold back and attacked with all his strength. His spear wasn't slow anymore. It was as fast as lightning. Wherever the spearhead passed, the space was shattered. White cracks were revealed, and inside the cracks, there was a dark space turbulence. The space in the immortal world was extremely stable, and the fact that a single move could cause a slight tremor in space was already an incredible feat. Feng Qi's spear actually pierced through space. Its power was terrifying. However, this incomparably terrifying spear suddenly withdrew halfway. Feng Qi didn't even look at the people. He actually turned the spearhead and his body slid to the side at lightning speed. The last spear strike landed on the body of the expert who was still holding onto Yi Yaorao. Humph. Feng Qi, why didn't you stab with your spear? A calm voice resounded. It was the person standing in the teleportation array. This person looked very ordinary. He was dressed in white and had his hands behind his back. There was no expression on his face. After the teleportation array, he had been standing there quietly. When Feng Qi stabbed with his spear, he still didn't move. At this moment, Feng Qi broke the barrier of the expert and smashed the expert away. He grabbed Yao Rao in his hand and said leisurely, "Lord Liao Qi." "Greetings, patrol envoy." Qi Li and the others were ashamed. Feng Qi slid to the side. They had already seen the white-robed man standing quietly in the teleportation array. They hurriedly ran over, endured their injuries, and knelt down on one knee in front of this person. The people of the Thunder Emperor tribe were originally shocked by Feng Qi's actions. Now, with the shouts of Qi Li and the others, their doubts disappeared. They all looked at the white-robed man standing quietly in the teleportation array. His body did not radiate any divine power. After all, this person was too famous. He was the strongest person below the 5 emperors. Apart from the 5 emperors, he was the only 7th-grade war god in the entire forgotten tribe, Liao Qi. Liao Qi looked at the kneeling Qi Li and the others. His gaze swept across the 6 corpses on the ground not far away. He frowned slightly. He had received the news a long time ago. However, he was refining a strange fruit and did not care about Yi Qinghan, so he did not rush over. However, the Rain Emperor had sent him a message just now, so he could only reluctantly make the trip. Since he was already here, and a few of his subordinates had died, he felt that if he did not do something, he would be looked down upon. Therefore, he turned his head and coldly glanced at Feng Qi. An indescribable look flashed in his eyes. "Retreat quickly." Feng Qi clearly understood what this indescribable look meant. It was a clear warning to him not to obstruct him. However, his shout came too late. When Liao Qi's gaze swept over, a white longsword had already appeared in his hand. The longsword was taken out with lightning speed. Before anyone could see it clearly, it had already been sheathed, as if it had never been taken out. However, the moment the longsword appeared, Liao Qi casually swung it to the left. The swing was very light, so the blade of the sword only produced a wisp of wind. It was as if the swing of the sword had naturally produced a ripple in the air. Pa! 6 crisp sounds rang out, as if 6 watermelons had been cut open at the same time. At the same time, the waists of the 6 corpses were severed, and 6 spatial rings instantly floated up. Liao Qi actually killed 6 warriors with at least the strength of a 5th-grade war god with a casual strike. They did not even have time to react. This 7th-grade war god Liao Qi was actually so powerful. The experts surrounding the hall swallowed their saliva and began to slowly retreat. Even Feng Qi began to retreat quietly. He clearly knew that although the peak of 6th grade and 7th grade were only separated by a thin line, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. "Alright, we're even. Let's go back." Liao Qi clearly did not want to cause trouble. After saving his face, he did not pursue the matter any further. He calmly said to Qi Li and the others who were still kneeling on the ground. Feng Qi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The other warriors naturally did not dare to say anything. After all, since Liao Qi could easily kill 6 warriors, he could also easily kill them. The 5 great emperors usually did not show themselves in conflicts between tribes. After all, once they showed themselves, the entire forgotten land would be in chaos. Therefore, if Liao Qi insisted on being targeted by the Thunder Emperor and started a massacre here, even Feng Qi could not do anything. The current situation was already the most reasonable. After all, Liao Qi had shown himself. Qi Li stood up bitterly and walked over to collect the 6 corpses. Just as he was about to let everyone enter the transportation formation to teleport back to the Rain Emperor's tribe, an indifferent voice sounded out, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Wait, Lord Liao Qi, please help save my wife." Chapter 709. The one who spoke was Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan wanted to speak and send a voice transmission, but the martial artist who was hugging him kept the earthy yellow barrier open. Now that he was about to enter the teleportation formation, the martial artist removed the barrier. Of course, he hurriedly struggled and shouted. "N? Liao Qi glanced at Yi Qinghan indifferently, and the coldness in his eyes was very obvious. Today's incident was caused by this brat, and the current situation was already the most satisfactory. Although the cold ice jade body was important, it was still from the Thunder Emperor's tribe. If he snatched it forcefully, the Thunder Emperor would definitely be displeased. He wouldn't make a move openly, but it wouldn't be fun if he secretly targeted him. Yi Qinghan, let's talk about this when we get back. Qi Li smiled bitterly and hurriedly advised. Swish. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan could barely move. He shook his divine power, and before the martial artist who was hugging him could react, he flipped over and stood up. A dagger had already appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at his lower abdomen. His eyes were filled with determination as he stared at Liao Qi and said, "If I can't save my wife, I can only accompany her." Yi Qinghan, how dare you? Liao Qi didn't say anything, but the coldness in his eyes intensified. Qi Li shouted angrily. This brat actually dared to threaten the patrol envoy with death? His courage was really bigger than the sky. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and stubbornly stared at Liao Qi. The determination to die was very obvious in his eyes. He was very clear that so many people from the Rain Emperor's tribe had come today because of him. Moreover, there was even a person who had killed 6 powerful cultivators with a single strike and stunned so many people by himself. This meant that the Rain Emperor really thought very highly of him. And he also knew that if he left this time, he would never see Yao Rao again in this lifetime, so he could only risk it all and gamble. Liao Qi suddenly turned his head and glanced at Feng Qi, who was on his right. The warning was very obvious. Feng Qi could only smile bitterly and stop quietly retreating. The meaning in Liao Qi's eyes was very clear: you can leave, but don't blame me for killing everyone in this hall. Feng Qi was frightened by a single glance, but Liao Qi was troubled. If Yi Qinghan wanted to commit suicide, he had tens of thousands of ways to control him. However, he was very clear what the Rain Emperor valued in Yi Qinghan, even though he did not think that Yi Qinghan could do it. However, since the Rain Emperor thought highly of him, he couldn't say anything more. Since Yi Qinghan had the will to die, even if they stopped him now, he would be a useless person when they brought him back. So he began to have a headache. A frigid jade body was not difficult for him to save. He was determined to save Feng Qi, so Feng Qi didn't dare to refuse. After all, the higher the realm a warrior was in, the more they didn't dare to go all out in a battle. They were not afraid of death. It all depended on what it was about. Feng Qi was not stupid enough to fight to the death over such a small matter. It was just that, he was very clear that this action of his would definitely be a slap to the Thunder Emperor's face. The reason why the Rain Emperor's tribe was superior to the other tribes was that the Rain Emperor's tribe had 2 7th-grade war gods. However, he was very clear who the strongest person in the Forgotten tribe was. It was the Thunder Emperor. If not for the fact that the Thunder Emperor had no intention of changing the structure of the Forgotten Land, the Thunder Emperor's tribe would definitely be superior to the Rain Emperor's tribe. Was it worth it for him to slap the king of the Forgotten Land for a mere godly general? The answer was, no. Save that frigid jade body. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. I will explain to you later. However, just as Liao Qi made up his mind to knock Yi Qinghan unconscious and bring him back to the Rain Emperor's tribe, a woman's voice coincidentally rang in his ears. Coincidentally, a woman's voice rang in his ears. Liao Qi helplessly smiled bitterly. He knew that this was not a coincidence, and he also knew who the woman was who sent the voice transmission. However, since she had spoken, he was used to obeying. Feng Qi, bring him over. Liao Qi leisurely turned his head and looked at Feng Qi. His tone was very calm, as if he was ordering his subordinates to bring over a small thing. Swoosh. Swoosh. Liao Qi's words caused the expressions of all the warriors in the Thunder Emperor's tribe to change. In particular, Feng Qi's gentle and fair face had turned the color of a pig's liver. Where was this? The Rain Emperor's tribe had rushed over, and it was you who had broken the rules and humiliated the Thunder Emperor's tribe. Now that everyone had suffered casualties, they had given Liao Qi face and let this matter go. Now, UF** king want a foot after being given an inch? You still want to snatch people? Liao Qi, if you want people, kill us all if you have the guts. Feng Qi laughed. This time, his laughter was not very gentle. Instead, it was somewhat sinister. He was still very afraid of Liao Qi. However, he believed that Liao Qi's words had definitely crossed the Thunder Emperor's bottom line. If Liao Qi dared to make a move, the Thunder Emperor would definitely not ignore it. Outsiders did not understand the Thunder Emperor's temper, but he had interacted with the Thunder Emperor for more than 10 years, so he could tell a little. Feng Qi's words happened to trigger the anger in the Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors. Everyone advanced instead of retreating. They all took a step forward and glared at Liao Qi. Their meaning was very clear. If you dare to kill, we will kill them all. Hee, I do not believe that there is no one in this world who is not afraid of death. Liao Qi's expressionless face revealed a hint of a smile at this moment. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was extremely angry. Of course, it was not because of the Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors, but because today's matter had made him feel angry and sullen. He raised his hand gently, and a beautiful long sword appeared in his hand. The cold gleam on the sword dazzled everyone's eyes. I wonder if your words include, you? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the hall. The voice was not loud, but the moment it rang out, the smile on Liao Qi's face froze. The smile on Liao Qi's face froze, and the long sword in his hand also disappeared into his space ring. Feng Qi was shocked. Then, he placed Yi Yao Rao on the ground and actually knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors also came to their senses. There was only one person who could make Patrol Feng Qi kneel, and there was only one person who could make Liao Qi not dare to make a move. That person was the ruler of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the Thunder Emperor. Sha, sha, sha. The sound of light footsteps came from the end of the dazzling long corridor. The footsteps were very slow and light, but every footstep caused the hearts of the warriors present to skip a beat. The originally oppressive aura in the area completely disappeared with the sound of the footsteps. All that was left was the purple figure, and the overbearing voice that came from it. Greetings, Thunder Emperor. Liao Qi sighed softly and bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. He led the warriors of the Rain Emperor's tribe and bowed towards the purple figure, expressing their respect for the Emperor. Everyone present, including the warriors of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, knelt down on one knee. The warriors of the Rain Emperor's tribe, however, all bowed. All of them retracted their divine power and put away their weapons, afraid that they would offend the legendary Thunder Emperor, the strongest warrior in the Forgotten Land. Of course, there was one exception. Yi Qinghan's divine power was still surging, but the dagger in his hand was not aimed at his lower abdomen. He stood proudly and stared blankly at the approaching purple figure. When he saw the Thunder Emperor's handsome and carefree face clearly, when he saw the elegant purple hair and the two purple demon horns, he smiled. Then, he bent his body with some difficulty and said with a smile, Yi Qinghan greets Uncle Lei Zhen. Chapter 710. Uncle Lei Zhen? Thunder Emperor walked over slowly. There was no expression on his face. He was already numb to Feng Qi and the others kowtowing to him. He didn't mind when Liao Qi, the number one under the 5 emperors, lowered his head to him. However, when Yi Qinghan said, Uncle Lei Zhen, his face tensed up and his eyes lit up. They were even brighter than the gems on his head. How many years has it been? He almost forgot that his name was Lei Zhen. In the Forgotten Land, no one knew his name. However, this little god general knew and called him Uncle. Since he called him Uncle, he must be someone close to him. However, he wasn't from the Thunder clan. Besides, he was arrogant. Besides the people in his clan, he didn't have any friends. Then, this uncle must be special. Who is your father? The Thunder Emperor did not have much of an expression on his face as he looked at Yi Qinghan indifferently. Although Thunder Emperor didn't have any expression, his eyes, which were brighter than the gems on the corridor, caught the attention of the experts present. The experts from the Thunder Emperor tribe were confused. The eyes of the people from the Rain Emperor tribe lit up. Emperor God Xiao Feng, who was in the corridor, quivered. Who I am isn't important. However, I know a lady. Yi Qinghan smiled and shook his head. When he thought of that exquisite face and that petite figure, a smile appeared on his face. He lifted his head to look at the Thunder Emperor and said, her name is Niu Huaxia. To be more precise, she is Lei Huahua. The Thunder Monarch's eyes completely lit up. Not to mention the gemstone on the ceiling. At this moment, in the eyes of all the cultivators, everything in front of them disappeared. All that was left was a vast expanse of whiteness, leaving only a pair of dazzling bright eyes. Huahua, Huahua. The two purple demonic horns on Thunder Emperor's head shone with sparks. The sparks made a sizzling sound and surrounded Thunder Emperor's armor. A destructive aura erupted from his body out of nowhere. Under this aura, no one present could move. Liao Qi was the only one who was barely able to resist the Thunder Emperor's pressure. However, he didn't dare to move. Instead, he was terrified. The Rain Emperor had said that the Thunder Emperor was the strongest in the Forgotten Lands, and it was indeed true. The Thunder Monarch grabbed out with one hand, and a ball of purple qi enveloped Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan flew into the air and headed toward the Thunder Monarch. Not only did Yi Qinghan not feel any discomfort in this purple mass of qi, but the injuries on his body were recovering at 100-fold speed. Tell me about that Lei Hua. For the first time, the Thunder Emperor revealed an expression. It was an expression of hope. Furthermore, he even stuttered. However, he didn't seem to mind the situation at all. With a wave of his hand, a purple barrier quietly formed and enveloped the two of them. Miss Firework, he is the young lady of the Thunder clan of Longyang Manor. She also has two pink demon horns on her head. She said that her father is called War God Lei Zhen. She and you look very similar. Yi Qinghan had basically confirmed Thunder Emperor's identity. He knew that Thunder Emperor wanted to confirm Firework's identity, so he did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. It was very obvious that Thunder Emperor was indeed War God Lei Zhen and Firework's father. This was because Yi Qinghan realized that when he said the last sentence, Thunder Emperor's body trembled slightly. Continue. Tell me everything about your encounter with Firework. Don't leave out a single thing. Thunder Emperor took a light breath. After that, his expression became calm again. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Yi Qinghan nodded. When Thunder Emperor said this, he had already confirmed that Firework was indeed his daughter. Of course, Yi Qinghan also relaxed. He had saved Firework a few times. No matter what, Thunder Emperor would not make things difficult for him and Yao Rao. After pondering for a moment, he started to recall and slowly started to narrate. I ascended from the material plane and was teleported to a place called the Firework Tribe. The tribe leader is called Neopatian. In the hall, the ancient martial art practitioners of the Thunder Emperor tribe were still kneeling on one knee. Apart from Liao Qi, the rest of the people of the Rain Emperor tribe were still bowing slightly. Everyone could clearly see Thunder Emperor and Yi Qinghan talking. Of course, most of the time, it was Yi Qinghan talking and Thunder Emperor listening. However, no one could hear what they were talking about. Liao Qi used his divine senses and could hear them, but he did not dare to. What should I do? What should I do? Emperor God Xiao Feng's legs and body were trembling. At this moment, he felt that his soul was trembling. If it was just about the cold ice jade body, Emperor God Xiao Feng would not be afraid. If he insisted that he did not recognize her, coupled with his relationship with his uncle, the higher-ups would definitely not pursue the matter. At most, he would lose his position as the manager of the second level. However, looking at the situation now, this trashy god general actually knew the Thunder Emperor. Furthermore, it seemed that their relationship was not ordinary. The two of them had been chatting for an hour and were still chatting. How could their relationship be ordinary? Oh, right. Suddenly, Emperor God Xiao Feng thought of something which caused his body to tremble even more violently. That knife. That supreme slaughter god knife. He offered that knife to the Thunder Emperor. Although he did not know how strong this knife was, he knew that it was definitely very strong. As long as the Thunder Emperor took a fancy to this knife, wouldn't the relationship between the Thunder Emperor and the little god general be destroyed? As long as there was a gap between the two of them, wouldn't it mean that he could be saved? He took a few breaths and forced himself to calm down. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Autumn Water in the hall. Moreover, he insisted that he did not recognize the cold ice jade body. Then, he mentioned the matter about the knife. Autumn Water's voice transmission was very fast. Of course, he knew what kind of person his nephew was. However, he did not expose him. After all, if Chiu Feng could keep his position, it would be a help to him. Moreover, if it wasn't for him back then, Chiu Feng would not have been implicated here. Hence, he did not think for long and started to send a voice transmission to Feng Qi. When Feng Qi heard this, he was a little angry at first. At such a crucial moment, you uncle and nephew are still trying to play tricks? However, when he heard that it was actually that knife, Feng Qi could not remain calm. After pondering for a moment, he decided to help them. The main thing was that the Thunder Emperor tribe had to obtain this knife. This would allow the Thunder Emperor tribe to completely surpass the other 4 tribes. The conversation between the Thunder Emperor and Yi Qinghan finally ended after an hour. The Thunder Emperor waved his hand and removed the protective shield. Then, he closed his eyes and fell silent. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression. He stood at the same spot and slowly recovered from his injuries. With the help of the Thunder Emperor, his injuries were almost completely healed in a short period of more than 2 hours. There was dead silence in the hall. No one knew what the Thunder Emperor was thinking. However, no one dared to ask and could only wait in silence. After a while, Feng Qi could not wait any longer. He decided to tell the Thunder Emperor about this so that he could weigh the pros and cons. Hence, he started to send a voice transmission. Thunder Emperor, Chiu Feng just took a knife from this god general's hand. It is the supreme slaughter god knife. Feng Qi did not say much and only gave a simple reminder. He knew that the Thunder Emperor did not like others to affect his thinking. Of course, he also removed himself from it. As expected. The Thunder Emperor opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on God Emperor Chiu Feng, who was in the long corridor. He said indifferently, "Knife." God Emperor Chiu Feng was overjoyed but did not dare to show it on his face. He climbed up and walked in front of the Thunder Emperor. With a flip of his hand, a black long knife appeared in the air. The Thunder Emperor extended his hand and grabbed it. However, his hand was surrounded by white lightning. He did not dare to grab the slaughter god knife completely in his hand. Instead, he held it in the air and looked at it carefully. Then, he nodded and praised, "Good knife." Chapter 7:11. The moment the saber appeared, everyone who knew what it was shocked. The people from the Rain Emperor's tribe were delighted. Qi Li and Liao Qi turned pale. When they came over, Emperor God Chiu Feng had already taken the saber. Hence, they didn't know it belonged to Yi Qinghan. However, they knew the power of the saber. The Thunder Emperor was the number 1 in the Forgotten Tribe. With the saber, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan only smiled faintly and didn't express much. He saw the Thunder Emperor's eyes. There was only admiration and no greed. "Huh, little Yi, you're really a genius." The Thunder Emperor laughed loudly. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he said something strange and casually handed the saber to Yi Qinghan. Then, his face darkened. Lightning flashed in his hand and several electric snakes leaped out and entangled Emperor God Chiu Feng. "Spare!" Emperor God Chiu Feng opened his eyes wide. He only managed to say one word before a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Then, electric snakes danced on his body. His body emitted flames like the sun and instantly turned into ashes. Not even a divine crystal shard was left. Hiss! Everyone in the hall gasped. The people from the Thunder Emperor's tribe and the Rain Emperor's tribe were all shocked. They were astonished by the Thunder Emperor's actions and the Thunder Emperor's tyrannical strength. Qiu Feng was a 5th-grade war god, so it wasn't hard to kill him. However, since he was from the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the Thunder Emperor wouldn't kill him in front of outsiders in order to protect his tribe and his reputation. What is he trying to do? Even Liao Qi, a 7th-grade war god, felt his heart palpitate when he saw the blazing flames. Liao Qi recalled the Rain Emperor's words and understood why the Thunder Emperor was the number 1 in the Forgotten Land. Because he was a descendant of the ancient god who had awakened the bloodline of the Thunder God. His power was similar to the other 4 emperors. With the Thunder God's source skill, who would dare to fight with him? Swoosh! However, just as everyone was still in silence over the Thunder Monarch's inexplicable actions, the Thunder Monarch's figure flashed forward. Everyone was dazzled. Then, they realized that the Thunder Emperor was standing in front of a warrior. Before this cultivator could react, Xiao Chen's hands smashed down heavily. The flickering electric snakes on his hand enveloped this cultivator again. With a sizzling sound, this martial artist turned into ashes again. This is Qiu Feng's uncle, Qiu Shui. Little Yi, are you satisfied with the result? When the Thunder Monarch turned around and smiled at Yi Qinghan, he even gave him a brief explanation. Everyone understood. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Thunder Monarch had killed the 2 of them not to sing but to give Yi Qinghan an explanation. This was not important. What was important was that the Thunder Monarch had given him an explanation, and he had even explained it with a smile. The experts present had more or less heard about the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's reputation had been built on a path of slaughter. The corpses of countless peak powerhouses in the Forgotten Land had proven his tyrannical strength, as well as his cruel and ruthless reputation. Today, he actually smiled, and he even smiled for a little divine general. Feng Qi had been the Thunder Emperor for more than 10 years. Not to mention seeing the Thunder Emperor smile, he did not even utter a single word of nonsense. At this moment, he wished he could give himself a slap. He knew that the Thunder Emperor would not kill him. However, at least the Thunder Emperor might not continue to trust him. Everyone's gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan. The meaning of the Thunder Emperor's words was very obvious. Are you satisfied with killing the 2 of them? If you are not satisfied, I can kill a few more, Uncle Lei Zhen. Qinghan is very satisfied. That's enough. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not a fool. He was very clear that the Thunder Monarch was trying to establish his prestige and to repay Firework for saving his life. He was already very satisfied that the Thunder Monarch had killed Qiu Feng in front of everyone. Now, he had even killed Qiu Feng's uncle to get rid of any future troubles. Most importantly, he had even smiled and explained for him, and asked for his opinion. This was really too kind. All right. With regards to Yi Qinghan's understanding, the Thunder Monarch was evidently very satisfied. This was because he smiled again. With a look of admiration in his eyes, he looked at Yi Qinghan and said, Little Yi, are you willing to join the Thunder Emperor's tribe? As long as you agree, I will speak to the Rain Emperor, and you can do whatever you want on the Thunder Emperor mountain. How about that? Hiss. The Thunder Monarch's words shocked everyone once again. What the F***ck was going on? The dignified Thunder Monarch had actually invited a small god general to join the tribe. Furthermore, he had indicated that he could slap the Rain Emperor's face for the sake of Yi Qinghan. Most importantly, the last sentence was, I can do whatever you want. These words were a little too serious. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Everyone's gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan again. They wanted to see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and if he could breathe fire or something. The Thunder Monarch had actually put down his pride and said such a sentence. Countless martial art practitioners in the Thunder Emperor's tribe felt nervous. If this Yi Qinghan were to agree, he would definitely stand above Feng Qi. As for the people present, their future days would be difficult. However, the martial art practitioners in the Rain Emperor's tribe looked a little gloomy. This Thunder Monarch was obviously trying to snatch Yi Qinghan away. This was slapping the Rain Emperor's face. Slapping the Rain Emperor's face was also slapping their faces. How could their faces look good? Of course, no one dared to say no. The two piles of ashes that Xiu Feng and Xiu Shui had turned into were still on the ground. It's okay. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Lei Zhen. I'm living a good life there. Of course, I'll come and visit you when I have time. Yi Qinghan did not hesitate for too long. In fact, he had already considered this question when he had confirmed Lei Zhen's identity. The Rain Emperor's tribe had been really good to him. Although Concubine Lan had said that she wanted to kill him, deep down, he felt that Concubine Lan did not mean that. On the contrary, she had treated him very well. This could be seen from the treatment he had received. Most importantly, this time, he had come to the Thunder God tribe to snatch Yi Qinghan away. So many martial art practitioners from the Rain Emperor's mountain had come, and they had risked their lives for him. 6 people had even died. He had always been a person who would return the favor tenfold if others showed him respect. He knew that he would have a better life if he joined the Thunder Emperor's tribe, but he still chose to refuse. At this moment, everyone in the hall forgot to gasp. They just looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at a fool. What happened today was too unexpected. It was too strange. The #1 martial art practitioner in the Forgotten Land wanted to invite a young god general, but this young god general did not give him any face. He did not even say anything tactful and directly refused. The martial art practitioners in the hall all found their acquaintances and looked at each other. Had the world changed? Were they unable to keep up with the times? Or were the Thunder Emperor and this young god general crazy? Liao Qi was not stupid. He did not lose his mind. For the first time, he looked at Yi Qinghan seriously. His eyes were filled with a gentle smile and admiration. For the first time, he felt that the Rain Emperor seemed to have a good eye. Good. Little Yi, I accept you as my nephew. This is my token. You can enter the Thunder Emperor's tribe at any time. You can come to me directly if you need anything. The Thunder Emperor's eyes were also filled with happiness. He walked away. He really admired this weak young god general in front of him. When a martial art practitioner cultivated, the most important thing was one's disposition. Only with a good disposition could one go further. This god general could actually refuse a temptation that even a high-level emperor god could not refuse. This disposition. Chapter 7:12. In the second level of the Rain Emperor tribe, countless people had already gathered in the Great Hall. Wu Shan was leading the countless warriors of the second level to stare at the teleportation array. The warriors of the second level were all extraordinary figures in front of the warriors of the first level. Lord Wu Shan was a high and mighty figure. However, Wu Shan knew that they were nothing. The people who went to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch people were the real deal. With their strength, they would not dare to go to the Thunder Emperor tribe even if they were given 100 guts. Pa! Wu Shan smacked his head suddenly and started pacing left and right. The warriors in the hall felt their hearts skip a beat. They did not know why Wu Shan came for no reason today. They only knew that Lord Wu Shan was in a bad mood. If they provoked him, they would not end well. I'm a pig, I'm a pig. I'm really a pig. Wu Shan paced left and right anxiously, but his eyes were glued to the teleportation array. He kept wondering whether he was a pig or not. When he saw Yi Qinghan teleport to the Thunder Emperor tribe, he knew that he had done something wrong. When he saw Qi Li leading a group of cultivators into the teleportation array, he knew that what he had done was not only wrong, but also extremely stupid. In the end, when he saw that Inspector Liao Qi had also left, he was almost in despair. In the past, he was confused as to why the Rain Emperor did not allow Yi Qinghan to go to the 3rd or 4th level. He thought that the Rain Emperor did not value Yi Qinghan. Only now did he realize that the Rain Emperor valued Yi Qinghan so much. However, the person that the Rain Emperor valued had charged into the Thunder Emperor tribe because of a piece of news. His fate was unknown. Seconds and minutes passed. The atmosphere on the second floor was extremely oppressive. Everyone was waiting in torment. Although many people did not know what had happened, they knew that it was definitely something big. Did you not see Lord Wu Shan's expression? Did you not see the experts of the 3rd level running anxiously? Swish. Finally, the teleportation array lit up. When he saw the people in the teleportation array, Wuxian's eyes also lit up. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Rain Emperor is mighty. Lord Liao Qi is mighty. Lords are mighty. The Rain Emperor is mighty, Lord Liao Qi is mighty, everyone is mighty." Although the warriors in the hall did not know what was going on, since Wuxian had knelt down, they quickly followed suit and shouted. Phew, Wuxian exhaled quietly and relaxed. He saw the frail figure standing in the middle of the crowd and the woman in his arms, who gave off a faint chill. Yi Qinghan had returned with the ice jade body. What did this mean? This meant that the Rain Emperor's tribe had been very successful in snatching people, and this meant that the Rain Emperor's tribe had obtained a glorious victory in a direct confrontation with the Thunder Emperor's tribe. If this matter were to spread out, the prestige of the Rain Emperor's tribe would definitely rise to another level. Since there were so many benefits, the Rain Emperor probably wouldn't make things difficult for a small commander like him, right, mighty? Liao Qi laughed coldly in his heart. He was mighty, my ass. If one were to talk about mighty, then this young divine general was mighty. However, after thinking about it, the Rain Emperor's tribe had gained face this time. Although the Thunder Emperor was giving face to this young god general, this young god general was a member of the Rain Emperor Mountain. From another perspective, the Rain Emperor's tribe had gained face from the Thunder Emperor. If this matter were to spread out, the Rain Emperor's tribe would indeed be mighty. Yi Qinghan, bring your woman up here. Just as Liao Qi was pondering whether or not the Rain Emperor's tribe was mighty, an ethereal voice came from the hall. Everyone who heard this voice trembled subconsciously. This voice was very familiar. It was the Rain Emperor's voice. However, when the second floor's warriors heard the Rain Emperor's words clearly, they were all petrified. Come up? Come up where? The answer was very obvious. Come up to that high and mighty palace. What kind of place was that palace? How many people in the entire Forgotten Land could enter it? At this moment, even Liao Qi was slightly jealous. Because he had only entered that palace a few times. Not only could this brat enter the Rain Emperor's palace, but the Thunder Emperor's palace was also always open for him. Yi Qinghan was delighted. He wasn't happy because he could enter that palace. Instead, it was because he knew that the Rain Emperor definitely wouldn't allow him to enter. It was definitely because he could save Yi Yaorao. The Thunder Emperor didn't mention this matter. It was unknown whether it was because he had no other choice or because he couldn't bring himself to do it. However, under the circumstances at that time, it wasn't appropriate for Yi Qinghan to bring it up. Now that the Rain Emperor had summoned him, he was naturally ecstatic. Yi Qinghan didn't pay attention to the second floor's warriors' complicated gazes. He hurriedly followed Liao Qi up the stairway to heaven. Qi Li and the others didn't say anything else and walked up to the third floor. All of them were injured, so why would they waste their breath talking to the second floor's warriors? After ascending the stairway to heaven, Qi Li and the others cupped their hands at Liao Qi and Yi Qinghan and walked up to the third floor. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He only looked at everyone gratefully, indicating that he would remember this favor. Although he didn't know if Qi Li would care about this favor from a divine general realm warrior. As Liao Qi continued to quickly ascend the stairway to heaven, a white light flashed, and they appeared on the fourth floor. The layout of the fourth floor was actually completely different from the second and third floors. This floor was actually built entirely with limestone, just like a grand and majestic castle. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to admire the scenery on the fourth floor. He followed Liao Qi up. After taking a few steps, Liao Qi stopped. A token appeared in his hand, and he tossed it up. Only then did he continue forward. A white light flashed, and Yi Qinghan's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was secretly startled. What entered his eyes was a place that looked like an immortal realm. Clouds churned in the surroundings, and he couldn't see the ground. It was like he was standing on the clouds. Furthermore, he couldn't see the end of this white fog. A white palace floated above the clouds. This palace was several times larger than the unfettered pavilion. As it floated in the air, it emitted a majestic immortal aura. It was extremely gorgeous. The doors of the White Jade Palace were already open, as though they were welcoming the two of them. Liao Qi gazed at the palace with a complicated expression. Then, he turned his head and smiled warmly at Yi Qinghan. "Let's go up, little brother Yi." "All right, many thanks, big brother Liao." Yi Qinghan was astonished by the way Liao Qi addressed him. Although the Thunder Emperor had acknowledged him as his nephew, Liao Qi was a 7th-grade war god. There was no need for him to lower his status to befriend him, right? Regardless of the reason, Liao Qi was powerful. In addition, he made a move today. Although he didn't know what made him change his mind, since he had made a move, Yi Qinghan had to accept this favor. Carrying Yi Yaorao, Yi Qinghan soared into the sky and flew toward the White Jade Palace doors. Without hesitation, he flew through the palace doors and disappeared from Liao Qi's sight. The palace was huge, magnificent, and even somewhat luxurious. The difference between the unfettered pavilion and the Rain Emperor's palace was like that of an imperial palace and a bungalow. Yi Qinghan looked at the countless man-made muslin fluttering in the air in the palace. He looked at the graceful figure of a woman with a blurry face standing under the light muslin. At this moment, he finally knew that the beauty in the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword in the first training room was actually the Rain Emperor. Chapter 713. Greetings, Rain Emperor. Although Yi Qinghan did not like to kneel to others and only bowed to the Thunder Emperor, he still knelt on one knee to the Rain Emperor. There was no other reason but to save Yi Yaorao. He did not know why Yi Yaorao had entered the Forgotten Land or why Li Shui'er had not taken good care of her. However, he knew very well that Yi Yaorao had come for him, just like how she had come to find him without hesitation in the baleful Yin stream. Yi Qinghan found it hard to imagine how a weak-looking woman like Yi Yaorao, a first-layer divine general martialist, had found the Phoenix Cloud mountain range, found that deep pit, and jumped in without hesitation. However, Yi Qinghan knew that she must have suffered. Yi Qinghan's heart was in extreme pain as he looked at her pale and frowning face. "Get up. You don't have to bow to me in the future. Also, my own people can call me the Rain Empress." The Rain Emperor stood quietly under the veil, as if he had merged with the surrounding scenery. He stood there quietly, like a beautiful painting, very natural. "Please save my wife, Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan is willing to pay any price." Yi Qinghan did not get up. He knew that the Rain Empress could save Yi Yaorao, but he still sincerely expressed his wish. Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had shattered and her soul had fallen into a deep coma. The divine crystal was the most important thing to a martialist. Once it shattered, Yi Yaorao would definitely die. He did not dare to move recklessly and only looked at the Rain Emperor's blurry face with a face full of hope. "I let you come up because I naturally have a way to save your wife. Of course, the 4 emperors of the Forgotten Land all have this ability. However, I can heal her the fastest and the most suitable." The Rain Emperor still stood in the same spot and did not move. Because of her blurry face, it looked like her mouth was not even open. She paused for a moment before continuing. "As for the price, the higher and faster you can climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, that would be the best repayment to me. All right, put your wife down and go down to the 2nd floor to cultivate." "Ah." Yi Qinghan blinked and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Although he felt that the Rain Emperor was a trustworthy person, he was still worried about leaving Yi Yaorao here. He looked at the Rain Emperor and said, "Rain Empress, can I watch from the side? I have no other intentions, I just want to take a look." "Follow me." The Empress of the Rain didn't say much. She just said something indifferently, then turned around and walked inside. Her footsteps were very light, as if her feet were not on the ground. Her back view was very beautiful, and her white palace dress was well tailored, perfectly showing off her perfect figure. Why does this back look so familiar? Just now, Yi Qinghan did not dare to stare at the Empress of Rain directly, but at this moment, he took a closer look at her back, but the more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. After muttering to himself for a while, he came to a sudden realization. He had often tried to comprehend the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword. That woman was the Rain Empress, so how could she not be familiar? The Empress of Rain, who was in front of him, suddenly paused when she saw Yi Qinghan's pondering expression. Yi Qinghan did not dare to look at her anymore. He lowered his head and followed the Empress of Rain to the side hall. After turning around the side hall, they finally came to a room. The Empress of Rain stood quietly inside, looking at the white jade bed inside. Yi Qinghan quickly put Yi Yao Rao on the bed gently, then stood aside obediently, not daring to look around. Then, he saw an ivory-like hand reach over. The fingernails were light blue, just like concubine lands. The hand gently pressed against Yi Yao Rao's lower abdomen, and a light blue light appeared on the hand. Your wife's injury must be healed with gentle divine power, completely enveloping the divine crystal, and slowly healing the broken parts bit by bit. This divine power cannot be too much, too little, or too strong. Otherwise, the divine crystal will shatter. Furthermore, each treatment has to be done a month apart, so this injury cannot be healed in a day or two. It will take at least 10 years. The Rain Emperor said gently. His tone was very calm. Although his voice was faint, it was very gentle. It was as if he was talking to an old friend, which made people feel very comfortable. 10 years. Thank you, Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Yao Rao's pale face, and his heart ached. At this moment, he also understood why the Thunder Emperor did not help and why the Rain Emperor said that she was the most suitable person to heal. To heal the divine crystal, one had to stay close to her for such a long time. The Rain Empress was a woman, so of course, she was the most suitable. Although 10 years was very long as Yi Yao Rao was fine, he would wait for 100 years. Rain Empress, can I come and see my wife in the future? Yi Qinghan turned his head slightly to look at the blurry face and asked expectantly. Go back and cultivate well. I will allow you to visit her once a year. This is the token. The Rain Empress flipped her other hand, and a white token appeared out of thin air. Yi Qinghan grabbed it and saw that it was exactly the same as Liao Qi's token. He looked at Yi Yao Rao deeply. Without any hesitation, he bowed to the Rain Empress and quickly walked towards the palace. I didn't expect this little man to be so infatuated. He actually dared to go to the Thunder Emperor's tribe alone for a woman. However, he is so fickle. I wonder how many more women he has. When the Rain Empress sensed that Yi Qinghan had disappeared from the palace, her eyes gradually became clear, revealing a pair of bright eyes. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. Thunder Emperor's tribe, peak, Thunder Emperor Palace. Bang! 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 In the training room, the Thunder Emperor's entire body was releasing the aura of a ferocious beast. He punched the surrounding walls one after another. With every punch, the walls would tremble slightly. The entire Thunder Emperor Palace was shaking non-stop. It was obvious how powerful he was. Fortunately, he had controlled his divine power. If he had used his full strength, the Thunder Emperor Palace would definitely have to be rebuilt. Lei Bao, how dare you treat my wife and son like this? Once I get out, I will definitely kill everyone in the family and leave no one alive. After a long while, the Thunder Emperor seemed to have vented enough and stopped. However, his eyes still emitted a devouring aura, and lightning surrounded his body. Needless to say, if anyone dared to provoke him now, they would definitely be turned into ashes in an instant. How could you leave me? How could you do this? The information that Yi Qinghan had given him was not much, but it did not stop him from deducing some things. Fireworks had grown up alone in the Fireworks tribe and had only brought a dozen or so divine general guards with him. Needless to say, Fireworks' mother and his subordinates were definitely dead. At this moment, the Thunder clan had completely disappointed him. Lei Yun, take good care of my daughter. Wait for me to get out. After a while, the sorrow in the Thunder Emperor's eyes faded. What replaced it was a face full of guilt and tenderness. He did not continue to vent his emotions. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. He knew that it would be very, very difficult to get out. However, for the sake of his daughter, he could only continuously advance toward that elusive goal. In just over 100,000 years, he had cultivated to the 7th grade war god realm. He did not believe that in this lifetime, he could not cultivate to that legendary realm. Chapter 7:14. Not long after the incident of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the other 3 emperors immediately knew what had happened. Although the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor had issued a gag order, it was difficult to conceal the incident since it had caused such a huge commotion. Several experts from both sides had died, and even the Thunder Emperor had taken action. Moreover, all the tribes had spies on the 2nd level of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, and the incident happened there. With the intelligence of the emperors, it was easy for them to guess the gist of the matter. The Demon Emperor heard his subordinate's report and did not care. He waved his hand to dismiss his subordinate. 4 of the 5 tribes in the Forgotten Land were made up of human warriors. The Demon Emperor was not stupid. The more intense the internal strife, the better. Moreover, it was a matter of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, and he had no intention of getting involved. The 4 emperors had not figured out the Thunder Emperor's character. If he was angered, the Demon Emperor's tribe would no longer exist, the supreme god slaughtering blade. A human warrior can actually use it? This kid is indeed a strange talent. Fortunately, he was not killed. Otherwise, it would have been bad. The Cloud Emperor sat on the throne high up in the palace. Although there was no one in the palace, he still felt that sitting on this throne could show his supreme status. After a moment of silence, he suddenly sent a voice transmission to a warrior in white armor outside the palace. Pay close attention to this. Yi Qinghan. Report immediately if there is any news. Inform all the warriors in the tribe who are 5th grade war gods and above. This kid is someone I value. The warrior who was kneeling on one knee outside the palace trembled. Although the Cloud Emperor was always smiling, he had never shown that he valued someone. Even when the Cloud Emperor's divine king stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights, he only said, "Not bad, continue to work hard." What did it mean to be valued by the Cloud Emperor? It meant that this young divine general could basically do whatever he wanted in the Cloud Emperor Mountain. In addition, the Thunder Emperor had promised that he could enter and leave the Thunder Emperor Palace at any time, and this kid even went to the Rain Emperor Palace. At this moment, the white-armored martialist was filled with jealousy. This was the first person in hundreds of thousands of years to be valued by 3 emperors. Furthermore, he was a young divine general. He still didn't know if the Wind Emperor also thought highly of him. If he did, this little divine general would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Forgotten Land. The Wind Emperor indeed thought highly of Yi Qinghan. From the moment he received the news, he stood up and slowly stomped around in the palace. It could be seen that he cared about this matter very much. Lu Yun respectfully knelt on one knee in the palace. As the patroller of the Wind Emperor tribe, he knew very well that he didn't sit in this position because of his strength. He was only a lower 6th grade war god. There were 7 or 8 people in the tribe who were stronger than him, but he was the one who climbed the 5 Emperors' Mountains the highest. Pass down my order. All the spies in the tribe are to pay close attention to this person. If there is any news, report it immediately. Go down. The Wind Emperor stopped in his tracks and waved his hand to dismiss Lu Yun. He stood alone in the empty palace in a daze. Why would the supreme slaughter god blade appear in the divine world? And in the hands of a young divine general? Those 2 fools, the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor, were actually not moved. I must get it. If this young divine general can use it, I can definitely use it too. As long as I get this blade, who would I be afraid of in the Forgotten Land? Rain Empress, you be *tch, I will definitely make you kneel before me, haha. The Wind Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and laughed loudly. His laughter reverberated in the spacious palace and was unusually ear-piercing. Yi Qinghan didn't know that at this moment, he had already attracted the attention of countless experts in the dark. He obediently walked down the stairway and didn't linger on the 3rd or 4th level. He directly returned to the 2nd level. Little brother Yi. When Wu Shan saw Yi Qinghan walking down, he hurriedly revealed a respectful smile. He originally wanted to call him Lord Yi, but after thinking about it, he didn't do so. Yes, big brother Wu Shan. Yi Qinghan will remember today's favor. Yi Qinghan smiled at Wu Shan. If Wu Shan hadn't passed the news to him, he didn't know what would have happened in the end. It's my duty, my duty. When Wu Shan heard the words, big brother Wu Shan, he smiled so widely that his face almost became crooked. The worry and fear that he had been feeling all this time instantly disappeared. Since Yi Qinghan said that he owed him a favor, if the higher-ups wanted to pursue this matter, Yi Qinghan would definitely help. His eyes darted around a few times. As he walked inside with Yi Qinghan, he whispered to Yi Qinghan, little brother Yi, I will find a way to arrange for the Oxhead Celestial King that you know to go to the second level after some time. Yes, I'll go back and rest first. You can do what you need to do. Yi Qinghan nodded but didn't say much. He had expressed his intentions, and Wu Shan had also expressed his intentions. Both of them understood that it wasn't good to say too much. Under the respectful gazes of Wu Shan and the martial artists on the second level, Yi Qinghan returned to his room alone. He activated the protective shield, walked into the room, and fell onto the large bed inside. Today's events had been full of twists and turns. There were a few times when he was in despair, but in the end, there was light at the end of the tunnel. Under such a high level of stimulation, he was extremely tired. Now that the danger was over, and with Empress Yu, Yi Yaorao would wake up sooner or later. At this moment, his mind was completely relaxed. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, Yi Qinghan woke up. He took a bath and changed his clothes. Then, he sat in the living room in a daze. He started to recall the recent events. He thought about his bet with concubine Lan, about how he killed Long Kuei, about what Empress Yu had said to him, and about this kidnapping incident. He understood that Empress Yu thought very highly of him. However, he didn't know why she thought so highly of him. He was just a small god general. If there was anything special about him, it would be Xiao He, his 2 souls, and the slaughter god blade. Xiao He's father, the Soul Emperor, had a very high status in the divine world. However, Yi Qinghan didn't think that he would be able to meet the Soul Emperor's subordinates or people who were indebted to the Soul Emperor. Although his 2 souls were protected by a layer of faint yellow light, he wasn't sure that martial artists of the Empress Yu's level hadn't discovered them. As for the slaughter god blade, this blade was very powerful. In fact, it was way more powerful than he had imagined. Given the Thunder Thearch's strength and experience, how could this blade be bad? However, what puzzled him was that this blade seemed to be recognized by many people. In other words, this blade was very famous. But why didn't the Soul Emperor recognize it? Was Elder Lu wrong, or was there some secret hidden in this? No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. Yi Qinghan decided to cultivate for a while. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. He was just a small god general. He couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. It was better for him to cultivate hard first. After the impact of this incident passed, he would take some time to visit the Thunder Thearch's tribe and ask him for an explanation. Chapter 7:15. Yi Qinghan entered the first training room and prepared to cultivate. The Rain Empress had said that cultivating diligently and climbing higher in the 5 Emperors Mountain would be the best way to repay her. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was still being treated by the Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan naturally understood the Rain Empress' words to mean that the faster he cultivated, the higher he climbed, the more effort the Rain Empress would put in to treat Yi Qinghan. The 2 souls revolved at the same time. Yi Qinghan began to enter the soul quietude state. The 4th level of soul quietude was easy to cultivate, but it was also very difficult. As long as one continuously entered the soul quietude state for hundreds of thousands or millions of times, one would become proficient. If one could enter the soul quietude state at any time, it would be considered as entering the 4th level. If one was lucky, he would only need to enter it tens of thousands of times. If he was unlucky, he would need to enter it millions of times. In the Sea of Soul, the two mini Yi Qinghan began to practice the law of space. They compared and verified each other to find a point of fusion. Yi Qinghan had 3 choices for his cultivation path. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan decided to proceed with all 3 paths at the same time. On one hand, he could enter the soul quietude state and allow his soul to grow. Although he did not know how to cultivate as a soul cultivator. But there was nothing wrong with continuously strengthening his soul, right? On the other hand, he could continuously fuse the profound mysteries of space. If he did not have the opportunity to fuse them for a while, he would choose to look at the painting of a beautiful lady performing a sword dance to comprehend the basic profound mysteries. The 3 moon queens who entered the soul quietude state. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. His soul had grown a little in the past 3 months. Although this was negligible compared to the huge sea of soul, it was still good to have some growth. After cultivating the soul to the God-King realm, it was indeed extremely difficult to improve. Without the soul quietude state, it would be extremely difficult to advance even 1 level. The profound mysteries of space still did not make any progress. There was no sign of fusion. But Yi Qinghan was not discouraged. The profound mysteries of space were incomparably difficult to fuse. Elder Lu had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and was still a peak heavenly god. He had cultivated in the divine world for hundreds of thousands of years and was still in the heavenly god realm. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was not discouraged or anxious. What made him anxious was Xiao He. Xiao He had been asleep for a few months. It was fine if he was asleep, but the problem was that he still could not sense Xiao He's condition. Could it be that Xiao He's soul has also mutated? Yi Qinghan summoned Xiao He. He looked at Xiao He's cute sleeping face and smiled helplessly. This was very unusual, but Xiao He's body was fine. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not dare to interrupt Xiao He's sleep. If Xiao He was having an epiphany or something, it would be a huge mistake to interrupt him. After recalling Xiao He back into the war beast space, Yi Qinghan's eyes began to light up. He locked his gaze on the wall in front of him and observed the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with her sword. The scene in front of him changed again, turning into a palace with a hazy woman elegantly brandishing a sword under a light veil. He had comprehended this diagram many times and was very familiar with it. But this time, Yi Qinghan recalled the figure of the Rain Empress he saw in the Rain Emperor's palace. The clear figure of the Rain Empress began to overlap with the hazy figure in front of him. Finally, the woman in front of him began to become clearer. Every step and every movement was so clear. Even the light veil dancing seemed to become clear. Everything was so natural, so clear. The steps, the movements, the light veil contained all kinds of profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. It was so clear, so penetrating. F***ck, what happened? I've struck it rich this time. Forget it, I'll comprehend it first. Both of Yi Qinghan's souls trembled at the same time. The scene in front of him was not a painting of a beautiful woman dancing with her sword. It was clearly a painting that contained countless profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, these mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth looked so clear and penetrating. As long as he comprehended it slightly, he would definitely be able to get started. Although Yi Qinghan did not understand what had happened, he always wanted to get what he wanted first. As for the reason, who the F***ck cared so much? After carefully observing for a while, Yi Qinghan firmly memorized the few scenes that had stirred him. Then, he quickly entered a state of spiritual stillness. Both of his souls revolved at the same time and started to comprehend the profound mysteries in this state of spiritual stillness. Gulp, gulp. 8 months later, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were blank, and his Adam's apple squirmed as he continuously swallowed his saliva. 8 months. In a mere 8 months. Yi Qinghan had actually comprehended the remaining 8 profound mysteries of the law of wind and the law of earth. In addition to the wind blade and the earth elemental art that he had comprehended previously, this meant that he had comprehended all 5 basic profound mysteries of the wind and earth elemental arts. The most difficult part of comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws was comprehending the basics. Since he had already comprehended these 8 profound mysteries, mastery was only a matter of time. At this moment, Yi Qinghan did not feel too happy about this. Instead, he felt a little lost, a little in disbelief, and even a little afraid. Comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws was not the same as cultivating divine power. Comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws would not guarantee growth. In the first 3 months, he had also been in a state of spiritual stillness, but he had not fused a single strand of the law of space. Now, after 8 months, he had comprehended 8 basic profound mysteries. If this matter were to spread, the entire divine realm would definitely be in an uproar. Even if it reached the ears of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor, they would probably be stunned. Although the basic profound mysteries were the easiest to comprehend, it shouldn't be as easy as he was. Comprehending 8 profound mysteries in one go, Yi Qinghan did not dare to cultivate anymore. Just now, when he was in a state of spiritual stillness, he did not stop to think about these questions. But now that he had woken up, he did not dare to cultivate anymore. There was definitely something wrong when something was out of the ordinary. Right now, this matter had already exceeded the scope of what was out of the ordinary. He did not know what would happen if he continued to cultivate like this. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan stood up, his eyes blank. Without a teacher, he was like a headless fly on the path of cultivation, bumping around in a daze. Should I ask the Thunder Emperor? Or the Rain Empress? If this was outside, Yi Qinghan would definitely ask Lord Devour for advice. Lord Devour was someone that he could trust completely. Although the Thunder Emperor was Fireworks' father, and he had also expressed his admiration for Yi Qinghan, they had only met once, after all. Yi Qinghan was a little hesitant. On the contrary, Yi Qinghan had an indescribable sense of trust towards the Rain Empress. Perhaps it was because of what had happened in the life and death arena, or perhaps it was because of the kidnapping incident, or perhaps it was because he had seen her sword dance painting that he had comprehended the profound mysteries, or perhaps it was because she had directly helped to save Yi Yaorao without any request. After thinking for a day, Yi Qinghan still did not dare to cultivate. Eventually, he decided to go to the Rain Emperor's palace to see Yi Yaorao and ask the Rain Empress. If he didn't ask clearly, he would always be a little worried, and he would not dare to cultivate with all his strength. Under the envious gazes of the second floor's warriors, Yi Qinghan walked up the stairway to heaven alone. When the guards of the third and fourth floor saw Yi Qinghan, they did not dare to ask anything. Instead, they all greeted him respectfully. Taking out the token, Yi Qinghan walked to the palace one more time. He saw the woman sitting quietly under the light veil. The Rain Empress didn't blame him for coming up after less than a year. She pointed at the room, asking Yi Qinghan to go and see Yi Yaorao. After sitting with Yi Yaorao for a day, Yi Qinghan's soul consciousness sensed that the cracks on Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had healed a little. After walking out of the palace and greeting her, he told the Rain Empress about the strange things that had happened to him. He didn't conceal the fact that his soul had quieted down. Of course, he would not tell her about his soul mutation. Huh. The Rain Empress sat lazily on a chair and listened to Yi Qinghan's words. After she finished listening, a dazzling light blossomed on her blurry face. She suddenly sat up straight and puffed out her ample chest. She actually asked in a doubtful tone, "Are you sure?" Chapter 7:16. The Rain Empress was such an important person, yet she had subconsciously voiced her doubts. It could be seen that Yi Qinghan's news was unheard of even to her. Yi Qinghan was startled, but she still nodded obediently. Only then did the Rain Empress notice that she had lost her composure. She sat back on the chair and sank into deep thought. Yi Qinghan stared at that blurry face, not daring to glance at it. Even though the Rain Empress gave him an indescribable sense of trust, or perhaps a sense of closeness. Even though he had fantasized about something when he was comprehending the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword, it didn't mean that he dared to look at it frivolously. If he angered such an important person, even if the Thunder Emperor protected him, it definitely wouldn't be a good ending. The Rain Empress didn't stay silent for too long. She suddenly said, "You've already cultivated to the 3rd level of soul stillness? How long have you cultivated in total? How long?" According to the God realm's time, it's about 10 years, less than 20 years. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment and answered honestly. He had only cultivated in the Flame Dragon continent for a little over 10 years, and had only been in the God realm for a little over 10 years. According to the God realm's time, it really hadn't been 20 years. Are you sure? The Rain Empress suddenly stood up, and stared at Yi Qinghan again as she asked a nonsensical question. The moment the words left her mouth, she saw Yi Qinghan's innocent expression, and knew that she had lost her composure again. Fortunately, the blurry face made Yi Qinghan unable to see the shock on her face. Otherwise, her dignity as the Rain Empress would have been completely lost in front of this little god general. There was no lack of geniuses in the god realm. It wasn't rare for someone to become a god at a young age, and there were also those who broke through to the god-king realm in 20 years. However, she had never heard of someone who could comprehend the 8 basic profound mysteries in 8 months. She had also never heard of someone who could cultivate to the 3rd level of soul stillness in 10 years. The former might be recognized as a peerless genius, but the latter definitely belonged to the category of freaks. She was very clear on how difficult it was to cultivate the 3rd level of soul quietude. Many martial artists were unable to comprehend this state, so they gave up on cultivating the soul. This was also the reason why there were so few soul cultivators in the god realm. After a long time, the Rain Empress recovered from her shock and opened her mouth. Her tone was not as indifferent as before. Instead, it was filled with a trace of joy. Good, very good. Little Yi Qinghan, continue to work hard on your cultivation. Although I've never seen or heard of a state like yours, I'm still in a good position. But I can assure you that this is a good thing, a very good thing. Also, you have to work hard to enter a state of soul stillness. Put aside your law cultivation for now and raise your soul to the God-King realm. As long as your soul reaches the God-King realm, you will be qualified to become a soul cultivator. At that time, I will teach you how to cultivate the soul. As long as you become a soul cultivator, your future will be limitless. This, Yi Qinghan nodded lightly. His expression was a little solemn, but his mind was spinning quickly. He was analyzing the meaning of the Rain Empress words. It was obvious that the Rain Empress was a soul cultivator, and a powerful one at that. At least, she was much stronger than Imo Xiaoxiao. Also, it seemed like the Rain Empress could not detect the state of his soul. This made him very surprised, but also very happy. This was because the strength of his soul had reached the God-King realm, but the Rain Empress did not know. As a soul cultivator, the Rain Empress' soul was definitely very strong. She, actually could not detect his soul. This meant that the Rain Empress was still not clear about the matter of his soul mutation. Could it be the effect of the pale yellow barrier on his soul? Then what? The Rain Empress, actually my soul has already reached the God-King realm. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. You know the soul strength of a God-King realm? Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, the Rain Empress almost jumped up again. She originally wanted to ask, "Are you sure?" Fortunately, she reacted halfway and quickly changed her tone. However, the doubt in her voice was still very obvious. Soul cultivation was easy to cultivate in the God General realm, but from the peak of God General to the God King realm was a threshold. This threshold also made countless martial artists hesitate to become soul cultivators. When Yi Qinghan said that he had cultivated the soul quietude to the 3rd level, she could still reluctantly accept it. However, if he said that he had crossed this hurdle in such a short period of time, she simply did not believe it. I know. If the peak of God General's soul is the size of a fist, then the strength of my soul is already the size of a palm. Yi Qinghan obviously would not foolishly say that he had 2 souls, so he could only make an analogy. The combined strength of his 2 souls had indeed reached the level of a God King. Is that so? The Rain Empress clearly still did not believe it. With a flip of her hand, she took out a small booklet from her spatial ring and handed it over. She said, "This is the most basic soul skill of soul cultivators, deterrence. If you can successfully cultivate it, then you will become a soul cultivator. After you succeed, immediately come and see me. Yes, Reign Empress, I will take my leave first. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and took the booklet. The Reign Empress's meaning was very clear. As long as he successfully cultivated it, it would mean that he had become a soul cultivator. She would also teach him how to cultivate his soul. Of course, she would not let such a good thing go. She hurriedly bid farewell and left. Seeing Yi Qinghan happily walk down the palace, the Reign Empress' eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at the palace gate and the rolling clouds in the distance and murmured, "This little man is really a little monster. Could it be that the strength of his soul has really reached the God-King realm? Could it be that after his soul became two, the strength didn't decrease, but increased instead? Cultivated for less than 20 years? What a little man. If he really became a soul cultivator, then it would really be too scary." Yi Qinghan did not know exactly how strong a soul cultivator was. However, he knew that since a soul cultivator could become a lower 7th grade war god when he just entered the God Emperor realm, he must be extremely powerful. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had always relied on the body fusion technique and the slaughter god blade, which were actually soul attacks. Therefore, he had a special liking for soul attacks. Now that there was a chance to become a soul cultivator, he naturally would not let it go. He immediately returned to the No. 1 training room and started cultivating the secret booklet that the Reign Empress gave him. The booklet in the secret booklet only recorded one skill, deterrence. Yi Qinghan flipped through it for a while and quickly understood the cultivation method of this skill. Deterrence was actually a very simple skill. To put it simply, it was to make use of the soul cultivator's soul, which was stronger than other martial artists, to create a spiritual pressure. This would cause the enemy to develop an instinctive fear of you, which would then lower their fighting strength. This was actually similar to the natural aura of a supreme expert. When you faced an expert and developed a feeling that you could not defeat him, you would naturally not use your full strength to attack. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of cultivation of aura. Half a month later, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, which inadvertently released an astonishing aura. This caused his originally gentle appearance to produce a domineering aura that made people's hearts palpitate. However, this aura instantly disappeared as he grinned. He laughed and said, "F***ck, I actually succeeded in cultivating this deterrence skill so easily. I actually became the legendary Soul Cultivator." Chapter 717. Blinking his eyes, Yi Qinghan sat quietly in the training room for an hour. In the end, he still couldn't believe it. He stood up happily and decided to go out and find someone to test it out. If he succeeded, he would go to the Reign Empress immediately to confirm it. Yi Qinghan walked out of the training room and quickly walked down the long corridor. After walking for a while, he discovered two cultivators in front of him. They were chatting in low voices as they walked. Hearing someone coming from behind, the two of them turned around subconsciously. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's two souls circulated, and his body naturally gave off a terrifying aura. An intense pressure appeared, and a chill appeared in his eyes as he coldly stared at the two of them. Plop! The two captains were both god kings. Even their souls shivered when Yi Qinghan glanced at them coldly. They dropped to one knee subconsciously and bowed towards Yi Qinghan. At the same time, they said politely or even fearfully, "Greetings, sir." Success. While Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, he was secretly shocked. This deterrence was so powerful. He could feel the instinctive fear from the two of them. He also knew that these captains were usually very respectful to him, but not to the extent of kneeling to him. He was a divine general realm cultivator, but he could make two divine kings kneel in fear with just a look. Yes. Yi Qinghan responded indifferently and walked forward quickly, leaving the two captains looking at each other. Little brother Yi. Yi Qinghan walked out and prepared to go straight to the Reign Emperor Palace. As he walked to another corridor, he heard Wu Shan's call. He thought for a while and decided to use Wu Shan to test the power of the deterrence. His eyes gradually turned cold as he turned around slowly. These few months, he didn't receive any orders from the higher-ups. Wuxian knew that the higher-ups didn't blame him. Not long ago, he had been secretly making arrangements for the Ox-Head God King. Today, he could bring the Ox-Head God King to the second floor. At this moment, he was about to bring him to look for Yi Qinghan and ask for credit. He didn't expect to see Yi Qinghan on the way, so he quickly called out to him. Yi. When Ox-Head Celestial King saw Yi Qinghan's back, his face was filled with joy. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan, he wouldn't have been able to reach the second floor. Just as they were about to open their mouths in joy, they saw Yi Qinghan turn around. There was an indescribable aura emanating from his eyes, as though he had transformed into a completely different person. Wuxian was stunned for a moment, while the Ox-Head Godly King felt as though he couldn't breathe properly. What a powerful aura! Wuxian regained his senses after being stunned for a moment. His heart was filled with incomparable bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, he had not seen Yi Qinghan for a few months. He was still a first-layer divine general. No, even if he had broken through to the celestial the arch realm, he shouldn't be intimidating him, right? What was going on? This was too strange. Ox-Head God King had a different thought. This little brother was originally the weakest and most inconspicuous among the four of them. At that time, he thought that Yi Qinghan would be the first to die. He didn't expect that not only would he survive, but he would also win 15 consecutive victories. Now, not only did he bring him to the second floor, but he was also able to intimidate a second-layer divine king God King with the strength of a divine general? Ha! Big brother Ox-Head. Big brother Wuxian, help me make arrangements for big brother Ox-Head. I'll go up first. I'll talk to you in detail when I come back. When Yi Qinghan saw that it was Ox-Head God King, he immediately withdrew his aura and smiled happily. However, when he recalled Yu Ho's words, he left after informing Wuxian. Big brother Wuxian. Make arrangements? Ox-Head God King Yi Qinghan smiled gratefully, but he was even more astonished. This little brother seemed to be doing quite well on the second floor. He actually called Commander Wuxian Big Brother? And he allowed him to make arrangements for him? Looking at Yi Qinghan's back, Ox-Head God King swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists at Wuxian. Go up? Brother Yi, where are you going? Hee, the Rain Emperor Palace. Wuxian looked at Yi Qinghan's back enviously, then turned around with a faint smile and transmitted his voice as he pointed upwards. Ox-Head God King's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared in the direction where Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Wuxian glanced at the shocked Ox-Head God King and continued to drop a bomb. Hee, you have a good eye. Acknowledge this little brother of yours. Let me tell you, not only can this little brother of yours enter the Rain Emperor Palace at any time, he's also recognized by the Thunder Emperor as his nephew. He can enter and exit the Thunder Emperor Palace at will. Gasp! Ox-Head God King gasped. His body trembled, and he was completely dumbfounded. What? The Rain Empress was lying lazily on a slanted chair. When she heard that he had mastered the art of deterrence, she couldn't stay calm anymore. She sat up from the chair, but her heart was filled with anger. Why did she lose her composure again and again in front of Yi Qinghan? This was very abnormal. Ever since she broke through the God Emperor realm hundreds of thousands of years ago and became a 7th-grade war god, there were very few things that could make her lose her composure. However, during this period of time, show me. The Rain Empress told herself to stay calm. She lay down again, but her blurred face was fixed on Yi Qinghan, waiting for his performance. Okay. Yi Qinghan was also very excited. If the Rain Empress confirmed that he had mastered the art of deterrence, it meant that he could become a soul cultivator. Immediately, he hurriedly circulated his 2 souls. His body slowly emitted an imposing aura, and his eyes also produced a formless pressure. Not bad. Yi Qinghan, from now on, you are one of the soul cultivators. To be able to become a soul cultivator in such a short period of time, you can be considered the first person in the history of the immortal realm. This time, the Rain Empress' tone didn't change too much. She just revealed a hint of admiration and admiration. However, she was shocked and confused again. Because only she knew how powerful Yi Qinghan's deterrence was. Logically speaking, the soul of a god-king realm shouldn't have such a powerful deterrence. This kid is really strange. Yi Qinghan, of course, knew that it wasn't a coincidence that he could become a soul cultivator in such a short period of time. This wasn't a coincidence. It was all because of his soul mutation. Without the soul mutation, it was impossible for his soul strength to directly reach the first tier of the God-King realm from the second tier of the Divine General realm. If it weren't for the fact that his soul had become two, he definitely wouldn't have been able to cultivate the third tier of the soul quietude technique. He had met the two conditions to become a soul cultivator because of his soul mutation. Rain Empress. Can you teach me to cultivate my soul? Since he had become a soul cultivator, Yi Qinghan, of course, wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. He immediately looked at the Rain Empress with hope. If the Rain Empress could become his teacher, not only would he have a good time in the UD Mountain, but he would also have the chance to become a peerless expert like her. At that time, if there was a chance to go out. Not to mention the position of the Fire Dragon Overlord, it would be easy for him to conquer a city in the Immortal Realm and bring all his relatives and friends from the Fire Dragon continent to the Immortal Realm. No. However, the Rain Empress in different words extinguished the flame of hope that had just risen in Yi Qinghan's heart. The Empress of the Rain looked at the stunned Yi Qinghan and laughed softly. Her laughter, which sounded like silver bells, echoed in the palace. When Yi Qinghan's face turned gloomy, the Rain Empress stopped laughing and said slowly, "I'm not related to you, why should I teach you? Rain Empress, if you have any request, just say it. If Yi Qinghan can do it, I will do my best." Hearing the Rain Empress' words, Yi Qinghan relaxed. She was not related to him, so her meaning was clear. If you don't take out something and do something for me, why should I teach you? It's simple. Climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain, and I will give you whatever you want. The Rain Empress' answer was straightforward, and even exaggerated. Yi Qinghan thought to himself, if I want your people, will you give them to me? Of course, he could only think about it. After pondering for a while, he asked a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Is there any special meaning? Of course there is. The Rain Empress stood up and turned her blurry face. Through the white jade palace gate, she looked at the clouds in the distance and said seriously, only when someone climbs to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain can we have hope to leave this cursed land. Chapter 7:18. Walk out of the forgotten land? Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was the first time he had heard of a way to walk out of the forgotten land and the apotheosis of the gods. He was instantly excited. He had learned from Li Bai that no one had ever walked out of the apotheosis of the gods. The 5 emperors were all 7th-grade war gods, but they could not walk out of the apotheosis of the gods for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that he heard there was a way out, how could he not be excited? If I climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain, will I be able to walk out and return to the divine realm? The fire in Yi Qinghan's eyes seemed to be able to melt an iceberg. He had not dared to think about this question and had been deliberately avoiding it. Whether it was in front of concubine Lan or Wushan, he did not dare to mention or ask about it. Because, he was afraid that this dream would be broken. He could never go back, never see his 3 beloved wives, never see the 3 flowers, never see his relatives, and never return to the Tsang city in his dreams. There are 3 ways to get out. The Rain Emperor's words made Yi Qinghan's eyes light up again, but the following words made Yi Qinghan's heart sink to the bottom. First, you can directly fly out of that cave when you reach the realm of 9th-grade war god. Second, you can also fly out by comprehending the advanced occult of the law of space, eternal space. However, this advanced occult only exists in legends, and no one has ever succeeded in comprehending it. Third, you can climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. There is an altar at the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. As long as you walk into the altar, you will have a chance to break the curse of the apotheosis of the gods. Once the curse is broken, the apotheosis of the gods can no longer be achieved. There was no need to consider the first condition. An invincible 9th-grade war god was a legendary existence. There were trillions of warriors in the divine realm, and there were countless peerless geniuses. No matter how confident he was, he dared not think about something that others could not comprehend. As for the third condition. At this moment, Yi Qinghan knew why the Rain Emperor and the other 4 emperors valued the 5 Emperors' Mountain so much. Why concubine Lan said that he could get her if he climbed to the top of the 5 Emperors' Mountain. Why did the Rain Empress say that climbing higher and faster would be the best repayment to her? After he climbed up, she even asked him to stay in the Rain Emperor Palace. After all, that place was related to whether or not everyone could leave. Once someone broke the curse, that person would be the benefactor of all the cultivators in the Forgotten Land. Who here didn't want to go out? After the rain, has anyone climbed to the summit so far? Yi Qinghan asked after a moment of silence. The Rain Empress answered simply, yes. In the entire Forgotten Land, 8 people have climbed it, and I can also climb it, but, so far, no one has been able to enter that altar. What the hell is this place? Can we get out of here? Yi Qinghan's heart turned cold. So many experts had climbed up, but they couldn't enter the altar. Even if he climbed up, what use would it be? Perhaps, he would never have the chance to walk out of this place in this lifetime. He would never have the chance to see Yu Qingsheng, Yi Qingyu, and the others again. The Rain Empress waved her hand and said, "You can't say it like that. Yi Qinghan, you have to understand that the 5 Emperors' Mountain is very strange. You can't climb it just because you are strong. Do you know Liao Qi? He couldn't even climb the 3rd mountain. There are no rules in the 5 Emperors' Mountain. If you climb up, you can climb up. If you can't climb it for the rest of your life. I think, as long as people keep climbing up, there will be someone who can break the curse and let us leave this God's penitentiary. You are the strangest genius in the Forgotten Land. Maybe you can do it. If you don't try, who knows? That's true. If you don't try, how do you know it's hopeless?" Yi Qinghan was encouraged by the Rain Empress, and his heart was on fire again. The 5 Emperors' Mountain was indeed strange. Even Liao Qi couldn't climb the 3rd mountain, but he could easily climb the 2nd mountain. Furthermore, no one in the Forgotten Land had ever won 15 times in a row. He had 2 souls, and everything was strange. Maybe he could really make it. It was better to think of a way to climb up first. He turned his head and thought of something. He asked in surprise, "God's penitentiary? This sealed God Valley is a God's penitentiary? No way. Who has the power to build a God's penitentiary that can trap 7th and 8th grade war gods? This is indeed a God's penitentiary. You didn't hear wrong. As for who built it, it's useless even if you know. It will affect your state of mind." The Rain Empress stood up and walked inside. Her figure disappeared in the light muslin. After a while, she transmitted her voice again, "Go back and cultivate. Duo Jingru's soul is in a state of silence. Cultivate your soul more. Once a soul cultivator's soul cultivation increases, the rest can be done slowly. If you have nothing to do, you can go climb the 5 Emperors' Mountain. Of course, you can also cultivate there. Maybe you will have a special encounter." The Rain Empress floated away. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to stay and walked down. After receiving confirmation from the Rain Empress, Yi Qinghan was relieved. He decided to cultivate the 8 Foundation occult to the great completion. After that, he would go climb the 5 Emperors' Mountain. This 5 Emperors' Mountain was related to whether or not he could get out. He wouldn't give up until he found a way to climb it. Walking down to the 2nd floor, Wuxian led him to the Ox-Head Godly King's residence. After chatting with the Ox-Head Godly King for a while, he realized that he didn't have the same feeling as before. It seemed that the Ox-Head Godly King was a little polite, or respectful to him. Yi Qinghan didn't like this feeling. After chatting for a while, he bid farewell and went to the number 1 training room to start cultivating. The Ox-Head Godly King couldn't be blamed for this. In the past, he was just a small godly general. When facing Yi Qinghan, the Ox-Head Godly King had a slight sense of superiority. However, at this moment, not only was his life saved by Yi Qinghan, but he was also arranged to go to the 2nd floor. Most importantly, he realized that he and Yi Qinghan were no longer on the same level. Naturally, they couldn't casually chat like before without any barriers between them. Using his divine sense to check on Xiaohei, he found that Xiaohei was still in a deep sleep. Shaking his head helplessly, Yi Qinghan didn't try to comprehend the painting of the beautiful woman dancing with the sword. He directly entered the soul silent state and started to cultivate his soul while cultivating the 8 foundation mysteries to the great completion. The spirit qi in the training room continuously gathered above Yi Qinghan's head. In the spacious training room, the cold wind blew continuously. Yi Qinghan's 2 souls started to grow continuously. Although the speed of growth was extremely slow, it was a continuous growth. With this kind of continuous cultivation, his soul would sooner or later reach the 2nd level of the God King realm, the 3rd level, and finally the God Emperor realm. At the same time, the 2 souls started to verify and deduce the foundation mysteries he had learned. With the 2 souls in the soul silent state, his deduction speed was several times faster than usual. Cultivating like this was extremely easy. After making sure that Yi Yaorao was fine, Yi Qinghan completely relaxed. This time, he went into seclusion for 5 years and 6 months. He only came out when he had achieved the great completion of the 8 foundation mysteries. Phew! I've finally reached the 2nd level of the God General realm. My soul has probably reached a quarter of the 1st level of the God King realm. Xiaohei is still in a deep sleep. That's strange. I'm a freak, but Xiaohei has also become a freak. Yi Qinghan stood up and stretched. His entire body felt comfortable. His comprehension of the nomological laws had already reached the 1st level of the God General realm in the Flame Dragon plane. He didn't expect that he would only reach the 2nd level after cultivating for so long. Furthermore, he didn't comprehend the middle-grade profound mysteries this time. Instead, he relied on some modeled foundation profound mysteries and middle-grade profound mysteries to advance. However, Yi Qinghan had already become a soul cultivator, so he didn't really care about the comprehension of the nomological laws. A soul cultivator's cultivation of the soul was the way to go. When his soul was strong, he could directly attack the enemy's soul. When he walked to the Rain Emperor Palace, the Rain Emperor wasn't around. He went straight to Yi Yaorao's room. After checking, he realized that the crack on Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had already healed halfway. He was even more grateful to the Rain Empress and relieved. After accompanying Yi Yaorao for 3 days, he walked down the Rain Emperor Palace. He pondered for a while and decided to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Unexpectedly, when he reached the 2nd level, he received a message from Wuxian saying that concubine Lan had come out of seclusion and wanted to see him. Chapter 719. Concubine Lan. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. When he thought of this mysterious woman and her delicate lips, he always felt a sense of pleasure. After bidding farewell to Wuxian, he strolled toward concubine Lan's small hall. When she walked out of the small hall, she found that the shield on the stone door was closed. Before she could knock on the door, the stone door suddenly opened. Beauty, long time no see. I miss you very much. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've become much more beautiful. Yi Qinghan walked in and looked at concubine Lan, who was sitting on the chair and smiling faintly. Looking at her beautiful face, he subconsciously flirted with her again. For some reason, he always had a feeling of teasing concubine Lan. Perhaps it was because concubine Lan was always gentle and calm, so he liked to provoke her and see her exasperated expression. Perhaps it was because of concubine Lan's high strength and status, so he subconsciously wanted to shorten the distance between them by teasing her. Or perhaps he just wanted to tease her. Concubine Lan's eyes curved into crescent moons, and her plump lips slightly pursed, forming a seductive arc. She looked down slightly, glanced at Yi Qinghan's lower body, and said with a smile, little man. I haven't seen you for a few years, but you're still as bold as ever. You're so flirtatious. Aren't you afraid that your wife will cut your thing and feed it to the demonic beasts when she wakes up? Yi Qinghan felt a chill down his lower body. He was not willing to let concubine Lan take the upper hand. He rolled his eyes and said, You're wrong. I'm not flirting. In fact, I've always kept a low profile wherever I go. But I can't resist a flashy man like me. I'm like a firefly floating in the night sky or the tallest bunch of foxtail grass in the field. I'm always so eye-catching, and there are always women rushing at me like moths darting into the fire. My wife doesn't care how many women I have. She only cares if these women really love me and are worthy of my love. *T. You're obviously a playboy, but you're looking for so many excuses. No man is good, and you're not a good man either. Concubine Lan rolled her eyes and said bluntly. You are wrong again. Yi Qinghan rebutted once again and said seriously, I'm not a playboy. If I was, I would have no problem marrying hundreds or even tens of thousands of wives in my plane. But I don't. I have only 4 wives, and they love me very much, and I love them all. I was very happy with them, and they enjoyed being with me. I could die for them, and they could also die for me. I've always believed that women don't need to care about how many women a man has. What matters most is whether the man is worth her effort. Will she be happy when she's with the man? If the answer is yes, that's enough. Concubine Lan seemed to have some thoughts after hearing Yi Qinghan's nonsense. She was stunned for a moment, then she glared at Yi Qinghan angrily and said, What *T theory? Do women have to rely on men to survive? Even without a man, isn't this lady still living very well? You are living well, but, are you happy? Have you ever asked your heart if you're happy? Are you lonely? Yi Qinghan's eyes gradually became deep. He looked into Concubine Lan's eyes and asked lightly. What does it have to do with you whether I'm happy or lonely? Concubine Lan looked into his deep eyes with a trace of panic. It was true that she was very lonely. How could a woman who had cultivated alone for tens of thousands of years not be lonely? In order to get rid of loneliness and not let her heart grow old, she kept looking for some fun, so she often played with Yi Qinghan. But now it seemed that she was being played by this guy. She knew that she could not continue to talk about this topic, so she immediately changed the topic and said as if nothing had happened, I heard that you have an uncle? Is it the Thunder Emperor? I'm very curious about you. Why don't you go to him? The Thunder Emperor is the most powerful person in the Forgotten Land. If you follow him, you will definitely live a more comfortable life than in the Rain Emperor Mountain. Miss Concubine Lan has treated me well. How can I bear to leave you without you? Although Yi Qinghan's words were still frivolous, his tone was very serious. He looked around, stretched comfortably, and said, This Rain Emperor Mountain. I live very comfortably. I don't want to leave. You still have a conscience. Seeing that Yi Qinghan's expression did not seem to be fake, Concubine Lan smiled and glanced at Yi Qinghan. Her charming eyes and flirtatious look stunned Yi Qinghan. By the way, Miss Concubine Lan, I have a question for you. Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered that Xiao He had said that Concubine Lan seemed to know the Soul Emperor. The question about the slaughter god's saber had always been stuck in his mind. Anyway, it seemed that Concubine Lan also knew this saber, so he simply asked her directly, Is my saber very famous? Your saber? Concubine Lan was silent for a moment, then said, It is indeed very famous. Some people in the divine realm know it, or in other words, almost all the people above the 5th grade war god level know it. Yi Qinghan was even more surprised. He asked, then, why doesn't the Soul Emperor know it? The Soul Emperor? Concubine Lan rolled her eyes as if she had guessed something. She smiled and said, It's not strange that the Soul Emperor doesn't know it, because the Soul Emperor is not a member of the War God Pavilion. Only the people of the War God Pavilion, or the 5th grade war gods of the War God Pavilion, know it. I see. I have always been curious. It turns out that there is such a saying. Then, can you tell me the specific information about this saber? And why did the Thunder Emperor just take a look at it and directly return it to me? It seems that he is not tempted at all. Yi Qinghan nodded and looked at Concubine Lan with hope. If he could know more secrets about the slaughter god's saber, his strength might be able to improve. The last sentence was actually an indirect question to concubine Lan. Why are you not tempted when you know that this saber is very powerful? I don't know the specific usage of your saber. I guess the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor don't know either. You have to figure it out yourself. Of course, if you can become a 5th grade war god and walk out of here, you will know it when you go to the War God Pavilion. As for the reason why the Thunder Emperor, the Rain Emperor, and I are not tempted by your saber, it is because we think that we can't use this saber at all. In the divine realm, only you, a freak, can use it. Haha. Concubine Lan smiled like a fox. Obviously, she had seen through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. At the same time, there was a look in her eyes as if she was looking at a freak. I see, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Since this saber could only be used by him, he would not have to worry about it being robbed in the future. But why were they so sure that they could not use this saber? Didn't God Emperor Qiu Feng want to rob it? However, seeing that concubine Lan was unwilling to talk about it, he did not ask further. Then, he remembered that concubine Lan had called him here and asked, Miss Concubine Lan, why did you call me here? You don't just want to see me, do you? In your dreams. I just want to see if you have been slacking off. Not bad, your strength has improved. I wonder how high you can climb to the 5 Emperors Mountain. Are you still lingering at the pass of the 2nd mountain? I just want to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Miss Concubine Lan, do you want to go and have a look together? Let's go. I'll go and see how embarrassed you look when you roll down. Humph, I will roll down. You look down on your man too much. It's useless to talk. If you can't climb to the top of the 2nd mountain, I will look down on you. Okay, I'll climb up and show you. Concubine Lan left immediately. She took the lead and walked out of the small hall, leaving a slim figure behind. Yi Qinghan touched his nose and followed her. However, he suddenly stopped and his eyes became misty. Concubine Lan, why does this figure look so familiar? Hiss, he remembered the figure he saw when he went to the Rain Emperor's palace last time. The two figures gradually overlapped with each other, plus the light blue fingernails and many inexplicable things. A bold idea suddenly came to Yi Qinghan's mind. Could this concubine Lan be the Rain Emperor? Chapter 720. As soon as this idea came to his mind, Yi Qinghan forcibly suppressed it. It was not because this idea was ridiculous. It was because Yi Qinghan did not dare to think further, because he had flirted with concubine Lan, touched her, and even kissed her. If she was the Rain Empress, wouldn't he die a miserable death? Although concubine Lan had a high status and was quite powerful, she was completely different from the superior Rain Empress. The Rain Empress. She was one of the 5 great lords of the Forgotten Land and a 7th grade war god. Even outside the divine realm, she would be the most powerful expert at the top of the pyramid. If concubine Lan was really her, how could he, a little divine general, touch and kiss her? No, I must have seen it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm so evil. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think too much and didn't dare to look too much. He quickly followed after her. Under the respectful gazes of the warriors on the 2nd floor, the two of them directly entered the teleportation formation. With a flash of white light, the two of them appeared in the 5 Emperors Mountain. Seeing the 5 Emperors Mountain again, Yi Qinghan could not help but marvel at the magic of the 5 Emperors Mountain again. He looked at the 5 Emperors Mountain in a daze and calmed himself down a little. Then, under concubine Lan's shining eyes, he rushed toward the 5 Emperors Mountain like a gust of wind. At the moment, dozens of warriors were climbing or sitting on the mountain to cultivate. They felt someone rushing toward the 5 Emperors Mountain at a high speed, which caused an air-rending sound. He hurriedly stopped climbing the mountain and cultivating, turned around, and looked at Yi Qinghan with a foolish expression. After Yi Qinghan climbed the mountain in a carefree manner last time, many warriors imitated him and rushed directly to the 5 Emperors Mountain. However, each time, they were directly sent flying backward after only a few steps. Some people were even knocked unconscious by the strong recoil. None of the people present had seen Yi Qinghan in person, so they thought he was another fool and were ready to see him make a fool of himself. However, 5 seconds later, everyone's eyes suddenly widened, and their eyes were full of shock and doubt. In just 5 seconds, Yi Qinghan had actually climbed halfway up the first mountain. His speed was much faster than last time, and his figure was also more graceful. Interesting. At the foot of the mountain, Concubine Lan watched him run wildly toward the first mountain. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan had climbed more than half of the first mountain, and his speed had only slowed down a little. Beast fusion. Yi Qinghan bellowed. When he felt that his speed had slowed down, he immediately merged with his beast. However, his heart was filled with doubt. This time, he was clearly climbing faster than before. Was it because he had broken through to the second level of the Divine General Realm, or was it because his soul's strength had increased? Without thinking too much, Yi Qinghan flipped over the first mountain lightly. Unlike last time, he didn't climb the last 10 meters, but ran up. All the martial artists below were stunned, which made Concubine Lan's eyes brighter. Instead of resting in the isolation zone between the first mountain and the second mountain, Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and ran directly to the second mountain. As soon as he stepped on the orange soil, Yi Qinghan felt that the gravity on his body suddenly sank, and there was a sharp pain in his mind, which almost made him fly down. He quickly bent down, stabilized his center of gravity, and continued to climb up. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Yi Qinghan's waist was bending more and more, and his running turned into walking. 200 meters, 500 meters. Yi Qinghan began to climb with both hands and feet, and his speed became extremely slow. His face began to change color and become distorted, and the pain in his mind also became continuous. Concubine Lan is going to watch me down there. I can't lose face. Although Yi Qinghan felt that his limbs and body were so heavy that he couldn't breathe, he couldn't show weakness in front of a woman when he thought that Concubine Lan was looking at him with her beautiful eyes down there. He gritted his teeth, stubbornly continued to climb up. He's already halfway up. This guy is really awesome. This guy is a second-layer divine general. Could he be that freak? I guess so. Didn't you see that he came with Concubine Lan on the Rain Emperor Mountain? Also, if it wasn't for that freak, who else in the Forgotten Land could climb so high as a divine general? Powerful. This guy is still climbing. Don't tell me he wants to climb to the top of the second mountain. Brother, are you going to defy the natural order? All the cultivators looked at the figure slowly moving forward on the orange soil with envy, jealousy, and respect in their eyes. The higher one climbed on the 5 Emperors Mountain, the higher one's status would be. They had climbed the Rain Emperor Mountain so hard just to enjoy better treatment. This young man. What a strong belief. There are still 50 meters left. Can he still climb up? Concubine Lan was well aware of Yi Qinghan's current state. If he was an ordinary person, he would have flown down. She didn't expect him to still be struggling. What were his nerves and soul made of? How could they be so strong? Yi Qinghan was in a terrible state at the moment. All the muscles in his body felt like they were about to explode. His nerves were numb from the pain. His mind was like a paste and his consciousness was blurred. Veins were bulging on his face and he looked extremely hideous. Climb up. As long as I climb up, I can go back. I can see Qingsheng and the others. I want to go back, I want to go home. Climb, climb, climb up. Both of Yi Qinghan's souls were recalling these words at this moment. Relying on the strong conviction in his mind, although his consciousness was blurry, his body was still wriggling non-stop. He felt that he wasn't crawling up, but crawling back to Tsang City. This freak is bleeding from his 7 apertures, but he is still climbing. This is too terrifying. I can't compare to him. This guy's belief is too strong. What is his soul made of? Doesn't it feel pain? There are still 5 meters left. I wonder if he can hold on. Ah. He's climbing up. He's climbing up. He really climbed up. When Yi Qinghan climbed to the isolation belt of the second mountain with great difficulty, he lay on his stomach and panted for a while. But when he suddenly turned his head and smiled down, everyone was shocked. At this moment, Yi Qinghan looked extremely terrifying. His cyan robe was covered with blood, his black hair was extremely messy, and his pale face was mottled with blood. When he grinned, his white teeth were all stained with blood. This little man is so desperate. I just said it casually, but he really climbed up. Did he climb up to the top of the second mountain because he didn't want me to look down on him? Concubine Lan looked at Yi Qinghan, who was covered with blood, and thought that Yi Qinghan had risked his life for her. An inexplicable feeling welled up in her heart. Looking at his somewhat terrifying face, Concubine Lan fell silent. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not do it because he was angry with Concubine Lan. In fact, he climbed to the back because he had a strong desire to go out, so he forced himself to climb up. At this moment, he smiled blankly. After that, he directly fell on the isolation belt of the second mountain and fell asleep. Go back to the tribe and call Wuxian over. Concubine Lan smiled helplessly and asked a warrior of the Rain Emperor's tribe on the mountain to go back and call Wuxian over. After a while, Wuxian teleported over. Concubine Lan pointed to Yi Qinghan and said, "You stay here and guard him. When he wakes up, you can take him back." Concubine Lan directly teleported back, but Wuxian stayed below to guard Yi Qinghan. Although the 5 emperors valued the 5 emperors' 5 emperor mountain, warriors of different tribes had killed each other again in history. Given Yi Qinghan's current status and situation, if he was killed, the Rain Empress would definitely tear him to pieces. However, when Wuxian did not care, a warrior had already quietly teleported away through the teleportation formation. After a while, the news that Yi Qinghan was unconscious on the top of the second mountain of the 5 Emperors Mountain was spread to the palace on the top of the Feng Emperor Mountain. Chapter 721. The Wind Emperor was dressed in a green robe. He was tall and burly, looking righteous and dignified. After receiving the news, he did not look at Lu Yun, who was kneeling in front of him. Instead, he slowly strolled around the Wind Emperor Palace. He really wanted that blade. He believed that the curse of the Apotheosis Valley could not be broken. That altar was actually used by the creator of the godly penitentiary to fool the people of the Forgotten Land. That altar could not be entered at all. Otherwise, it was possible that the 8 experts could not even take half a step into the altar after painstakingly climbing up. He even felt that the other 2 ways to get out were fake. How could it be so easy to become a 9th grade war god? There were many 7th grade war gods and a few 8th grade war gods in the realm of the gods, but only a few 9th grade war gods. This was not something that could be cultivated with talent. It required great luck. However, he did not think that there would be such luck in the Apotheosis Valley. As for the eternal space, it was even more of a joke. The realm of the gods had existed for countless years, but no expert had successfully cultivated it. It was questionable whether this mystery existed, let alone cultivated it. Therefore, he had never thought of going out. He only wanted to live a better life in the Forgotten Land. To live a better life, he had to become the strongest expert in the Forgotten Land. However, as one of the 5 emperors, he was only slightly stronger than the Beast Emperor. He felt that he could not even defeat that woman, let alone the Thunder Emperor. Therefore, he was tempted when he heard about Yi Qinghan's blade. However, he did not dare to act rashly. He suspected that the reason why the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress did not manage to take down this saber was actually a scheme. Their goal was to lure him out so that they could use this as a justification to kill him. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to take the risk, even though it was a very good opportunity. However, this kid had climbed to the second mountain in such a short time. He would definitely attract the attention of the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor. They might have already set up an ambush for him. This kid is not bad. Lu Yun, you have climbed to the 5th mountain. You have to work hard during this period and try to reach the peak as soon as possible. I will reward you well then. Of course, the Wind Emperor would not let others know what he was thinking, not even Lu Yun, who had followed him for tens of thousands of years. Lu Yun nodded to himself when he heard the Wind Emperor's words. However, he raised his guard. He knew clearly that the reason he was able to become the second in the Wind Emperor Mountain was not because of his power, but because the 5 emperors valued the 5 Emperors Mountain. He secretly made up his mind that he would not be able to focus on cultivation during this period of time. He would have to climb more mountains. Why aren't you awake yet? Wu Shan stared at Yi Qinghan, who was sleeping soundly in the isolation zone of the second mountain. It had been half a month. Even a pig would have woken up by now. Since he was unconscious, Yi Qinghan's green robe had turned into a green and red robe. His hair was still disheveled, and the blood on his face had already coagulated. His delicate face was mottled with blood, making him look like a beggar on the street. As for Yi Qinghan, who looked like a beggar, the warriors of the 5 tribes didn't dare to look down on him. After all, no matter how much he looked like a beggar, he was still sleeping up there. If he had the ability, he could go and sleep up there. Although concubine Lan had sent a message to Wu Shan about the Rain Emperor Mountain, Wu Shan was still troubled. However, Wu Shan was still a little troubled. It was boring to sit here, and he could not cultivate either. He had to keep an eye on Yi Qinghan all day, afraid that he would be assassinated. Even a God Emperor would be tired if he was constantly on edge. 5 days later, Yi Qinghan finally moved. Seeing Yi Qinghan sitting cross-legged, Wu Shan hurriedly stood up happily and waved at him. However, Yi Qinghan acted as if he did not see it. He was still sitting cross-legged quietly, as if he had fallen asleep again. He just changed his position. When Wu Shan was about to transmit a message to him, the 5 Emperors Mountain suddenly became windy. Although the 5 Emperors Mountain was named the 5 Emperors Mountain, it was not built by the 5 Emperors. The 5 mountains of the 5 tribes had existed since the birth of the Apotheosis Valley. There was a layer of inhibition formation outside the 5 Emperors Mountain, so people could not see the 5 Emperors Mountain from the outside. Under the cover of this inhibition formation, there was no air flow in the 5 Emperors Mountain. Of course, there was no wind. Therefore, when the wind appeared, everyone was stunned. When they tried to find the source of the wind, they were even more confused. The source of the wind was the beggar-like god general. Not only the wind, but the god Qi of the 5 Emperors Mountain was also gathering on top of Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan had been sleeping for 20 days. When he woke up, he immediately entered a state of soul silence. Seeing the beggar-like Yi Qinghan, Wu Shan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This young master is really strange. If you want to cultivate, you can go back to the Rain Emperor Mountain. It is absolutely safe there. Why are you cultivating here? Moreover, if you want to cultivate, can't you tidy up your body first? Look at you, UD Mountain has lost all its face because of you. There were still warriors cultivating halfway up the mountain, but they had no choice but to give up cultivating. All the god Qi was gathering on top of Yi Qinghan. They originally came here to cultivate because the god Qi of the 5 Emperors Mountain was thicker than their tribes. They could only enter the number 1 training room of each tribe once a month. Now that Yi Qinghan was messing with them, they could not cultivate anymore. After 10 days, Wu Shan could not stand it anymore. He could not climb to the height of Yi Qinghan, so it was too tiring to guard it from below. He could only send someone to bring the news back to the Rain Emperor Mountain. Not long after, the Rain Emperor Mountain sent 2 warriors to take over the job of guarding Wu Shan. Greetings, Sir Qi Li, Sir Guqi. Wu Shan was shocked. This Yi Qinghan was really influential. The higher-ups actually sent 3 managers of the mountain and an elder to guard it. Qi Li nodded slightly. The 2 of them started to run towards Yi Qinghan. However, before they reached the first mountain, they started to climb. In the end, when they reached Yi Qinghan's place, they were so tired that they felt like they were going to fall apart. It was extremely difficult. The 2 of them looked at Yi Qinghan, who was covered with god Qi and looked extremely sloppy. They smiled bitterly, sat down on his left and right and started meditating. Flowers bloomed and withered. The sun and the moon alternated. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Yi Qingrao felt like she had a very long dream. In her dream, she felt like she had returned to the cave in the baleful Yin stream. She and Yi Qinghan were tightly hugging each other. Neither of them spoke. Their voices were louder than the silence. In the small cave, it was filled with countless feelings of love. She dreamt that she was searching for Yi Qinghan alone. When she was surrounded by a team of cultivators, Yi Qinghan roared angrily as he charged towards her like a mad lion. Finally, she dreamt that she was pierced by a spear. At that moment, she seemed to hear the sound of her divine crystal shattering bit by bit. Then, she suddenly woke up. She blankly looked around the room that was like a celestial palace, and looked at the fairy-like woman in front of her. She blankly murmured, "The netherworld. Why is it so beautiful? This isn't the netherworld realm. Little girl, you're not dead. You're very lucky. You followed a good man." The Rain Empress looked at this woman who was filled with coldness. She looked at this woman who was as pure as a piece of white paper. She couldn't help but feel a trace of tenderness. Her gentle voice rang out as she began to narrate what had happened after she had fainted. "Milord, no. Milord Rain Empress, can you take me to find Qinghan? Or you can ask someone to take me there. I miss him very much." After Yi Yaorao finished listening, she still felt like she was in a dream. She couldn't believe it. If she didn't see Yi Qinghan, she wouldn't be able to relax. The Rain Empress looked at this stubborn little woman. She saw the deep longing in her eyes. Her heart was filled with doubt. Does this brat really have such great charm? He actually made a woman love him so much that she wanted to die. After pondering for a while, she cheerfully stood up and said calmly, "Hee, all right. I'll take you to see him. However, don't alarm him. He's currently in a state of enlightenment at the 5 Emperors' Mountains. Don't waste such a good opportunity. Perhaps after this enlightenment, he'll give us a huge surprise." Yi Yaorao followed the Rain Empress and the two of them teleported to the 5 Emperors' Mountains. When she saw the man who looked like a beggar sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, that incomparably sloppy figure, that delicate face covered in blood, Yi Yaorao smiled, like a snow lotus blooming on an icy mountain. 2 streaks of tears silently slid down her cheeks.